One and all, it's finally time. It's what we've all been waiting for. Welcome back to EGCTV for the first of what I'm sure will be many Stormgate tournaments. A big one here, though, about $10,000 on the line to be played for across 2 weekends. And to open the show, I'm KP. Joining me, as always, the wonderful and prestigious one and only Lidicor. Although, Lid, I'm not sure how I feel about that background, buddy. That's you're
You
an
know,
Inferno
I
mode?
line up my background with the tendencies of the latter here, KP. Welcome, everybody, to the show. What a day to start this tournament with, KP. 512 players split across multiple brackets. Only 8 in the end will be making it to the main event next weekend.
It's crazy, right? So many people turned up. In fact, that's why we, of course, had to push back the start time a little bit, is because we are right now finalizing the brackets. Things got a bit crazy. We were expecting a lot of people to turn up, a lot of people to be excited. But honestly, I think it exceeded our expectations here, Lidicor. I think, is it like over 512 people have joined in? Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yep, it's exactly that. Apologies, folks, by the way. We are still sorting a couple of things with the brackets behind the scenes. Our admin crew is working very hard to make sure that we get going as soon as possible. So, yep, as usual, first broadcast in a couple of things. We implemented a bunch of very cool changes. So, a couple of things might be a little wacky, but we'll get you into a game very quickly here.
Yeah, and it should be worth it. I mean, I was casting a few Stormgate tournament games yesterday, and some of the fun things I've seen people experimenting with, some of the upcoming players, some of the unknowns. I think we're going to have some big surprises here, right? A lot of familiar faces already started to sign up. I think a big one from the Age of Empires community will definitely be Viper, has actually been making an appearance. Started off with a mixed bag. I think by like 12 games in, he had about a 60% win rate, so not too bad, but starting to grind that and climb, and we're going to see a big clash between, I think, a bunch of StarCraft faces, a bunch of Age of Empires faces, some Warcraft faces, and hopefully a bunch of new people, actually. I think that's the cool thing about this, right? Is like Stormgate, it's kind of a new reset. I think I always describe this for like Valorant, where there's a lot of people who, over the years, who want to play CSGO, but it was hard to start from behind the starting line in that situation, right? But the cool thing about these games coming on the horizon, of course, we've got players that definitely would have been playing in the alphas, but I'm already seeing a bunch of new faces turned up that I hadn't seen before that are starting to rise into the top 200, 100 ranks on the leaderboard.
Exactly. And, while we're waiting, KP, let's talk about how you can get your ticket into the top 16 in the second weekend of this event. 4 players have qualified from the ladder already. If you've been following EGC TV on socials, you know who the 4 those players are. Vortex, Lucifron, Kivian, and of course, the one and only Parting, who's been absolutely dominating the ladder, KP.
He has. Top 1 spot. A lot of people were kind of fear-crafting who is Veni Vidi Vici. Of course, none other than Parton himself. No surprise there. I mean, like, honestly, the impressive part as well is actually, it's not just that he's got the first place on there. I think he also has been playing a decent amount on his Smurf, which is also ranked in, like, the top 160. So, he started on that count, decided to shift over. I think he's got, like, almost 300 games played with, if I remember correctly, a 95% plus win rate as it stands. And then just behind them, I think it was Lucifron and Vortex sitting about an 87 and 89% win rate, respectively. Kind of crazy.
Those are impressive numbers, KP. Like, you have to keep in mind, this is a brand new game, and the players themselves have been exploring various new builds, various new features. So when you can win 9 out of 10 games, despite experimenting around and despite your opponents experimenting, that is outstanding.
It is absolutely outstanding. Because we seem to be talking from the past into the future, apparently according to like the way that our voices work in relation to our faces right now, Lidicor, there are 2 options. We can either attempt to mime our faces in the correct rhythm to be back in sync, or I think the plan is, and I know you guys don't want to hear it, but don't worry, the games haven't started yet. We're going to hop to a quick, very short break, just so that we can quickly resolve that issue, so that there's no desyncs when we get into games. Because the last thing you want is me shouting that there's been a huge fight when that fight happened 10 seconds ago.
All right, folks, we'll be back in just a few seconds.
right, there we go. You all are audio elitists. You expect my mouth and my voice. Kick off the auction here. Should be a really fun one, though, Lytical. We mentioned a few of the names coming in. We mentioned the top qualifying players, right? Two people from a very big heritage, Warcraft, StarCraft, and Age of Empires, Alistar and Vortex. On top of that, you've got Parton and Kiwian. But that means there's still a lot of players hunting for those extra places, right? People that come to mind is like, so like Mana eventually, we got Fury. Probe, I know, has been making a lot of content around the game. We also have some Age of Empires representatives. I saw Poppyport and Wham have been on the grind. Hopefully, we're going to see them there. I also happen to know a certain Trash Panda is looking to qualify for this event.
Indeed, we should be good to go with essentially all of the technical stuff behind the scenes. And I'm hearing from the admin team that we have the brackets published apparently, so we should be close to getting into a game.
Ooh, is it finally time? Is it almost time at least? Dude, I'm hyped for this. Can we reveal what our intent was? If the brackets are finalized, are we going to get the game we were aiming for before we came online, Lytical?
I'm still waiting for a word from the admins, so bear with us for just a second. But apparently, brackets are all set to go. So KP, before this little technical break, we've been discussing the players that will be getting into the main event. 4, of course, qualifying from the ladder. 8 coming in from the qualifiers this weekend. And last but not least, we have a bunch of people, who are a little busy nowadays. They are playing the IEM Katowice StarCraft event. They will have their own closed qualifiers next Friday.
Yes. We put something special aside, right? Because as you just mentioned, right now there are a bunch of people playing in Poland, clashing for the biggest tournament, StarCraft. So we thought it was only fair to put something aside to get some of those names through, because I know it wouldn't feel like a coming together of all these different RTS scenes if we didn't make space for them to make their way through. So we will have another qualifier on Friday of next week to prep for the finals weekend. So pretty cool to think of, right? Like usually a 2-week event like this, you only get 4 days of action. Instead, we're looking to get 5. And I think there's going to be plenty of action. I think one big refreshing thing for me, Lytical, as someone who's watched a bunch of different RTSs, has been Stormgate's pacing, right? It always feels like something is happening that matters and it can change the course of the game in a few seconds. So I hope you guys are ready for some intense and fast action, especially considering I know a lot of people tuning in would be coming across from the Age of Empires scene where we're used to a little bit of a more relaxing, zen-like Wusa start to our games.
Indeed, this is one of the cool things about Stormgate here. A lot of various backgrounds here for people, both on the viewer side and on the player side, KP. And it's going to be interesting to see how these players from various scenes will be able to match up and compete against each other.
Yeah, and I know that we like to joke around that we get the Age of Empires 4 is like the retirement home for StarCraft 2 pros, but honestly, the APM on a lot of those guys is still very high. I've seen some of them. I know 1 or 2 of them have been scrimming with like top 30, top 20 players on the ladder right now. And between them, they've been brewing up some vicious builds. I even got a chance to see a few of those in action yesterday in one of the small little tournaments that happens midweek. I believe one that came to mind was the likes of Winkle, and I noticed that the Winkle, who's a top Infernal player, been playing with a few names from Age of Empires. And all I'm going to say is, we've seen a lot of Broken Crown. We've seen a decent amount of Secluded Grove. Jagged Moor, to me, is going to be a spicy new brew for a lot of people who maybe haven't spent much time on that map so far.
Indeed. As a reminder, the way that this tournament works is that game number 1 is always going to be on a preset map, which is Broken Crown for day number 1 of this event. And then as we move on with the broadcast days, we will be swapping that preset game number 1 map. And the subsequent maps, it is always going to be the player that lost the preceding game choosing the upcoming map.
You know what I'm also looking forward to is seeing if someone does a switcheroo, right? Just suddenly picks Infernals instead of Vanguard. Because, that's the funny thing is some of these players actually have got quite a lot of games on both. So, when you look at the ladder here, I'm trying to think where the clear example was. I think it was yeah, Stacy is a perfect example of this. Stacy in 27th and 29th when you look at Stormgate World right now. Similar number of games on Vanguard to Infernals. Who knows? In a long series, that could actually be a really big trick, right? Especially if you're going up against a player who thinks they've figured out your playstyle because they've seen 1 or 2 games of you playing the Vanguard already. So I don't know, man. I'm interested in the spicy twist. That's the beautiful thing about early days of a new RTS. No one knows what the real meta is. We're still figuring it out. and that offers a lot of opportunities for curveballs.
All right, it looks like we are getting ready for game number one, or set number one, I should say. Of course, a lot of sets going on at the same time, so make sure you check out the various co-streams that we have for this event as well, and share some love to the players involved in this event. We have 5 insane days coming up here, KP. Of course, first half of the Open qualifiers today, followed by the deciders tomorrow. Next Friday, we will have the close qualifiers for the IEM Katowice players. And last but not least, of course, next weekend, the main event, top 16 players in Stormgate competing for the prize of $10,000.
Ah, man, dude, I'm actually hyped for it. Like, honestly, I've been waiting for this moment. I think a lot of us have actually as well. I know one or two of the casts I've been talking to behind the scenes, they're like, I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting months. Finally, we get to talk about it. And really, honestly, I think there's been quite a lot of positive feedback coming from the community, right? Even at such an early point in development for Stormgate, it's incredible to see that we were able to rally together so many players and $10,000 prize pool courtesy of EGC. Big shout to them to make this happen. And I think it's going to brew up a lot of hype. Like I've got a feeling that at the end of these 2 weeks, it's going to be like the "is it already over" type feeling, right? Where we have to go back into the dark and just kind of watch the replays in this tournament until the next one crops up.
Oh, certainly. I mean, once this event is over, everybody is going to be like, when can I play next? Where is the next tournament? And I think that's one of the beauties of Steam Next Fest over here, folks. And just as a reminder, I think Frost Giant will greatly appreciate if you do this. Make sure you wishlist the game and make sure you give it a try yourself while you still can during the Steam Next Fest.
Yeah, I think it rose as high as was it fourth or second on the wish list chart at one stage. Like it got right up there. So there was a lot of prime support. You know, I done an interview with Bearmorph the other day with a few of the different devs actually, and I think something that was refreshing to hear is how they got a really big focus not just on the competitive esports space, but also on the single player focus, the co-op. Even team games is actually getting some serious look in for which for anyone who's been playing many RTSs over the years knows that's usually an afterthought for most devs. So a lot of refreshing details there has me hyped for what the future holds. And I don't know, man. I'm hoping that we get to the finals day and I just get to reveal some big thing about the anime waifu faction because I still don't know much. But I've been assured they're very IIR.
Oh, certainly. It looks like all the brackets have been locked in by now. So the way it works is that we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 brackets. That is how the players are split up. And from each of these sub brackets, one player will qualify for the main event. It's a double elimination in the first part of this event that goes into a single elimination at a later stage. But for the time being, as we kick off this event, you have 2 chances, KP.
That's also very merciful, actually. This is something that was interesting to me coming into like RTS's Age of Empires 4 was my first one to cast, right? I was like, I came from games that always just loved to use group stage into double elim, and it was crazy how many events, and you know what I'm talking about, like over the years, they're just like one and done, you're out, right? That just feels cruel, especially considering you don't know when this next Stormgate event is going to be after this one. So really big shout out to the admin crew for concocting this tale to make sure that if you slip up once, it's not just the end of the journey straight away. I absolutely adore double elim brackets for that reason.
Yeah, and in general, a big shout out goes to the admin team for working behind the scenes tirelessly on this one. Of course, 512 players, that's 256 matchups to start the day with, KP. That is a lot of work and effort to coordinate, so really share some love to the admins as well, working behind the scenes and resolving all the issues that we had in the last couple of moments.
How are we going to cast all those? Do we just like get screen and screen and screen and screen and screen? Oh my god, dude, I actually want to do that on an event now. That would be incredible. Really big shout out to the devs as well, because you know, admittedly, like for anyone who's been watching esports for years and they've been watching one that's 10 years deep, you've got very fleshed out observer tools. We're going to be keeping it simple here. Don't worry though, we'll run you through the mechanics and what's happening along the way, so you feel like you actually have the full picture. But really big shout out to Frost Giant for making sure we had something to work with here. At such an early stage, spectating tools typically aren't high on the list of priorities for a developer, but the fact they're able to give us something to work with here is greatly appreciated.
Indeed, and while we are here, you know, make sure to follow EGCTV here on Twitch, YouTube as well. Subscriptions are greatly appreciated. That way, you do not miss any of the action in this event. It's going to be 5 stack days, KP, and I think we're very close to a set over here.
Ooh.
So hopefully we should be good to go. And I'm hearing that we are going to see a familiar face here on the broadcast if all goes well.
I'm hoping so. There's a few theories going around about who we check in on. I know some faces that you may be definitely familiar with, right? Like Kapoch comes to mind. I know the Viper is playing in this qualifier as well. We, as well as the StarCraft community, know Mixo all too well. Kapoch, Zertin, Riz, SC2. There's quite a few known faces here. Once again, I love the fact that we're getting people stepping their toes in from the different communities. RTSs aren't like the biggest genre on the planet, right? So I like that there's a lot of openness and willingness from each of the different existing IPs to come in and play in this new little playground.
All right. So I hear confirmations that brackets are now public. There were some technical difficulties behind the scenes, but that's something that occasionally happens, especially when the load is so big on the servers, by the way. You know, a lot of people are interested in checking in, playing their sets, or just checking out the brackets altogether. So servers had a bit of a tough time, but we should be good to go now.
Yeah, and just to highlight the importance of this, right? I know it kind of sucks to have to deal with some technical issues, but after how many years have I been doing this now? God, I'm starting to feel older. 6 years in esports, I can guarantee you that any show that gets past day number 1 with no technical issues, if you're on the production side, you're having a heart attack because it's almost like bad karma is stacking up against you. So getting out of the way early on is actually much better because when we get into those semifinals, those grand finals, last thing you want is issues that probably should have happened straight away to appear. So it looks like we should be getting ready soon. I'm just checking the other side of the bracket because, of course, the B side of the bracket looks like it has been locked in for a bit. We were just waiting on A side to finalize. Have you seen what we've got there yet?
I am trying to open it myself, so
you're having the same experience as me. I'm sure we'll be able to get into that soon. I do know that with the B bracket itself, there were a few series that were kind of catching eyes as potential ones. Like I know Viper is definitely one that Age of Empires people want to check in on. Mixo, after what he's been doing in this game alone, as well as StarCraft, is another one that might be waiting for a matchup against someone like Kapoch, who is quite the legend in Age of Empires. So we will definitely be hunting down the matchups. I think the thing we're kind of looking for is maybe the closest seeded matchups possibly is here as well, Lidicor, right? We don't want to have one of those, I don't want to say like 6th versus 60th and all of a sudden it's over in 2 minutes dog rushes.
Yeah, I think one thing that we still haven't touched on, KP, here while we're waiting for the game to launch is civilization or faction selection rules. You can play any faction you want and you're allowed to switch mid-series. So, you know, as much as we've seen the Infernals dominate the ladder, we could have this instance where someone brings out Vanguard for game number 1 and then in a best of 3 might actually whip out the Infernals for game number 2. So this is actually going to be interesting to look at. What's the mindset of some of these players? Especially because some of the players have made very high rankings on the ladder with a certain faction, like let's say Vanguard with Lucifron, but it's not a lock that they will play the tournament with the same faction.
No, and there's no requirement to even stick to it in a series, right? Like when we get a little bit deeper, we get past the BO1 phase, someone wants to actually just switch it up, like I said, and Infernal into like a Vanguard play, they can do it. Like I think, like if we have BC in chat, right? I think BC used to do that a lot, where he'd switch between all 3 factions, right? I hope we get a few players that are feeling a bit spicy like that. The interesting thing as well is actually I think Vanguards have some decent openings to kind of counter what Infernals do. It becomes kind of map dependent. If there's a map where you can actually funnel attention towards the same camps, then actually you can get an edge off of early Lancer plays. Even Dogs actually fare quite well against the Gaunts that are pretty dominant for the Infernals right now before they escalate. So it's all about these timings. I think a very popular build at the moment, pretty much every Vanguard player is doing this, is to open with 4 scouts, right? So you start off with 1 scout to begin with, you pump up to 4, you go into the Verilium Claws, all of a sudden you have 3 times the damage you normally would against anything that's light class. And guess what? Most of the things that you're going to encounter on the Infernal side in the first few minutes classify as light. So I wouldn't necessarily say that the Infernals just have a free dunk here. They definitely
full time in AoE 2, bringing out the Vanguard, and on the other side, Night Phoenix is going to be rocking with the Infernals.
Okay, this has me excited, right? Like we're already opening up, not in a mirror situation where it feels like maybe one small detail in the opening of the game might make the difference. I like this for a best one to kick us off. It gives a good introductory for people to understand these 2 factions. Some of you might have been sitting there going, What's a Gaunt? What does that do? A Gaunt is on the screen there. Funnily enough, we've chosen the Giga Chad Vulcans that usually don't come out until a lot later for the Vanguards to rep them here. But a lot of this early game, especially on a map like Broken Crown, is going to be defined by a widespread. So Broken Crown, of course, is one of the wider maps. So usually this is where I'd say the Infernals feel a little bit more cozy because they get the freedom to at least guarantee quite a few camps. For those coming from StarCraft or those coming from Age of Empires, might right now be saying, what is a camp? Anyone from Warcraft knows exactly where I'm going with this. The cool thing about what they've done with Stormgate is it's a nice kind of merging of what was loved between StarCraft and Warcraft. So the thing that I love is although we are seeing a lot of base booms up to 2 or 3 of those bases at a time in most games, there's also a lot of map presence because of the resource gains as well as the camps that give you certain buffs. So expect a very fast, very aggressive opening. Something that I'm sure Viper's had to quickly attune himself to, right? Being an Age of Empires lad all of his life, AoE2, AoE4, naturally much slower games in comparison, Lidicor.
Oh, certainly, specifically AoE2. And I think one of the intriguing things to look at here is going to be how a player that thrives on micro and game plan and long games fares off against a player that might actually be a lot quicker and might be a lot more accustomed to fast-paced games like Stormgate.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I'm trying to remember when I last talked to Viper if he said like he had much experience out of them games. Of course, he's played some RTS over the years. It's interesting actually. Like people like Marine Lord that started in StarCraft went to AoE4. I remember he actually had quite a long little sprint where he was going to AoE2 as well. So like most players have dipped their toes in different games. They're very capable, but if you look at the rankings of these two on the ladder right now, it definitely feels like it's going to be a hard one for Viper. He actually must have a Smurf because his main account, the GL.Viper account, only between 2 versions, as in for Infernals as well as the Vanguard, has about 30 games played. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, you've got Night Phoenix up in 12th place with almost 200 games in total. So a lot of people on paper will be looking at this and just write the Viper off, but different minds, different communities, different approaches to the game means what Night Phoenix may have discovered to be the meta amongst his peers, Viper might have something spicy and completely different. And they transition away. But I definitely have experienced 1 or 2 games myself on the ladder. I've seen a few players streaming as well, where we're talking 50 plus dogs. It gets insane. All right, I think we lost sound for a sec. Are we back now? It looks like we might be good to go. Apologies for that, folks. We're using a different setup because, of course, usually when we do productions in other games, there's a different route we take. But obviously, we've made some pivots for Stormgate, and hopefully. Y on the right and the left side, that's where the speed camps are going to be. And that's typically where you want to go with your opening Gaunts as Infernals. Some other maps have some pretty snowball effects to them. So most notably, I think Secluded Grove comes to mind, where you play one side of the map, you go speed camp, resource, resource, speed camp. This is at least going to make you converge towards the center. And if this is, say, a play into early scouts, if you actually catch this whole Gaunt escalation, spawning Fiends at its inception with dogs, you can actually shut it down with the claws. So hopefully, we're going to see Viper actually open up with that build I talked about. I think I want to say like 80 or 90% of the top players right now are going up to 4 scouts to open up with, just because it gives you a lot more flexibility and it gets you through that first 3 or 4 minutes of gameplay.
Hello, hello. Am I audible?
Are you back? Are you here again? Do I just sound like a crazy man right now?
How am I not audible? Hello, hello? 1, 2, 3.
Wait, Viper is playing Vanguard, right? The screen shoe Vanguard.
Yeah, that's what we were told, but
Viper, are you Infernal?
Here.
we got him in chat.
All right.
Oh,
okay. So Viper's playing Infernals. Scratch that.
Okay,
but
guys.
I'm audible. Okay, KP. That's all that matters. I'm audible.
We got you back. That's all that matters.
Yeah. All right. Let's go.
I'm sorry, Viper. I'm gonna have to make an executive call here. You're a Vanguard main now, buddy. Sorry. I hope you practiced. All right. That means we are going to be having an Infernal mirror to open this up. So that changes things a little bit. The focus typically becomes splitting the map. Southside player, about 80% of the time plus, goes to the left side speed camp. So once again, guys, if you look at this map, you see the Y-shaped tree line there in the top left corner. That's going to be where the Southside player goes, and Northside player will go to the right side one. I have seen some interesting deviations where people will drop themselves an Iron Vault and basically send a Brute or something to the enemy camp. But if we're looking at a very safe, no weird aggro approach to this, it's just going to be a cut of the map and then a clash in the center.
Yeah. Once Viper stops collecting build orders from the chat, I think we're good to go. He's been like, well, he's ranked 10 on the leaderboard. Do you guys have any builds? But yeah, now that he has collected his builds, we should be good to go. Bit of a radio broadcast, KP here. This is how esports used to be cast 120 years ago.
I mean, why even show them the game, right? We should keep them on the map, and then what we should do is we should have the observer drag little dots across that map graphic as we describe what's happening in the game. That's a true radio cast. Wait, please tell me. Okay, I thought I lost you again. Jesus.
No, I'm still here.
We're getting out of the way, man. We're getting out of the way at the start, but this should be good.
Anyway, folks, a bit of a hiccupy start over here, but as you kind of touched on this, no broadcast is a broadcast without technical difficulties, and it's just best to get these out of the way as we launch up. Hopefully everything is going to be a little smoother today, and once we get into it, KP, it's going to get intense.
Honestly, right now, this calm state of, wow, look, we have a graphic just on a screen. Ooh, wow, I'm taking time, I'm seeing the Luminite sites, I can even see the Therium. Wow, the trees, all these details. It's going to be moving too fast for you to track everything, folks. And it is time.
We are finally
underway. The first game of the Stormgate Open hosted by EGC. And we kick off with Night Phoenix in the south playing as the Infernals in the blue.
On the other side, it is going to be Viper playing as... apparently, the Infernals as well. Overlays are a little misleading over here. And, he was on the chat just before the start of this series, and he was like, well, this guy's a little bit more experienced in this game than I am. What do you guys think? Give me some build recommendations.
But is he baiting? That's what I want to know. I feel like Viper's put enough hours in. I think he went into zero dark mode and just kind of tried to hide what he was doing. Opening wise, I'm curious to see if we're actually going to have a mirrored play here. Conclave drop comes in. This should be happening on both sides. I love this detail straight away. Notice that they're cutting through the tree line there. That's something that Viper's a little bit delayed to do. Night Phoenix done this by pulling an imp. Funnily enough, a lot of people think you have to use things like Vulcans with their jumps to break trees, but Workers can actually smack them down with 2 hits. The reason you do this is now it gives Phoenix quick access to that speed camp on the north side.
And that's a big thing, because one of the things that you have to look at when you are playing as the Infernals is that once you have Gaunts out, you can infest the Creep Camp Guardians. And once you do that, every time you kill one of those Creep Camp Guardians, you will be rewarded with some Fiends as well. And as you can see, he's actually using those slow debuffs around the enemy Guardians. And look at that, KP. He's actually going for both of the speed camps over here, definitely beating a Viper to that.
Yeah, right now I'm a little bit concerned Viper's slightly behind on this, right? You've got Night Phoenix playing the left side of the map. Viper's about to get backstabbed. Fiends are actually a great way of dealing with small numbers of Gaunts because you can't actually infest the Fiends, right? If you infest and you kill a unit, it pops out a Fiend for free. But to stop very obvious snowball, never-ending fight effects, it's impossible to infect a Fiend to get a Fiend.
And look at this. This is what we've been kind of touching on just a moment ago. You take out all those Guardians, and those speed camps have 5 Guardians by default. That's a lot of free Fiends that you're getting. And unlike in previous versions of this game where Fiends actually lost HP, that is no longer the case. They lose their white health, but their HP remains the same. So suddenly, Night Phoenix has a massive standing army over here.
Yeah, and this is starting to get a little bit snowbally because there's an edge for Night Phoenix. He moves in, also has the Brute here to mirror. You need to be a little bit careful about this clash. Tries to go for the back line, but doesn't actually have that many to work with. One corner's going to go down. A trade out on the other side as the pullback comes in from Viper. But the backstabbing from the Fiends should be able to even this up. Still one corner alive for Red. But Blue right now starting to get numbers on his favor. Phoenix able to push this back, and that means the resource camp goes the way of Phoenix.
Yeah, Viper was the one who aggroed the Guardians as well, so he was being shot at by the Guardians, but it is Night Phoenix who claims that camp for himself. Viper, looking like he's in a tough spot over here as the second base is coming in for Night Phoenix dropping that shrine. Viper still on just 1 shrine for the time being.
This is kind of ugly, actually. Like, a lot of things are looking kind of bad for Viper right now. Typically, when your opponent starts to snowball Fiends like this, most players will just go for like a Shroud Stone Tower to like back them up, right, to give them some protection at home. He hasn't done that so far. Alternatively, you should be prepping that second shrine because unlike when you play as the Vanguards, if you see your opponent has gone for extra eco, you cannot rush your own. It's a slow process, and the imp that you use there is going to build it up at a fixed speed.
Yeah, Viper's got quite a few Brutes out here, and he's got decent white health on them as well. A couple of Gaunts as well on the back line. And in OKP, with the Infernos, battles can snowball very, very quickly, because as much as you cannot infest those Fiends, you can definitely infest the rest of the enemy units. So Viper having all these Gaunts out here definitely sets him up to have a reasonable snowball potential.
Yeah, the one thing I'm worried about is if Night Phoenix just drops a few Shroudstone Towers here, they're very cheap. Only 25 Luminite and very hard to just dent once they get up, especially considering this is mainly Gaunts and not Fiends to tank as a front line. Of course, you can turn those Brutes into Fiends, but ideally you want to get more value than that out of them. Looks like the backstab from Fiends is going to be a fail. The Gaunt numbers scaring Viper away here. Means that actually with this Brute going down, Night Phoenix starts to get an edge. And it's going to look to push the momentum. Hits that back line. Gaunt's getting low. Viper has to pull away, and folks, the second shrine's only now starting to come up, right? So Viper is going to be a whole base behind. On top of that, he's about to lose map control.
Oh, Viper. Oh, he's being slowed here, KP.
Oh my God.
He ran into that slow camp, and now his army is getting cleaned up. But prior to that, he actually had his Brutes infested, and those got killed, so it was Fiends given to Night Phoenix, not Viper, when they died.
Yeah, it's problematic, right? He didn't activate to split them, so he didn't actually try to make that trade work in his favor on the numerical count at least. And now, it's just a GG. That's a very quick game. Viper, I believe this is still the best of ones, right? So already down to the lower bracket.
He gave it a try, and there were some decent moments for him, but he was just a little slow to get a start compared to Night Phoenix. Night Phoenix, being able to secure both of those speed camps gave him so many extra Fiends to work with.
Oh, this is where I know there's going to be some old man comments about Age of Empires. But honestly, I think this is just showing the prowess of Night Phoenix, right? I think where Night Phoenix rotated around the map to try and go for that backstab play, completely set Viper behind his opponent. And then on top of that, the other thing that quite worried me is the fact that there was no second shrine being prepped at home for Viper. It felt like he put himself on this all-in timer. The issue with that is when you rely too heavily on Brutes, you lack the mobility to hit that timing. And in fact, most of the time, you just have to accept this opening trade is going to be worse for you and play for the mid game because it's very difficult to actually cheese rush your opponent down on one base in Stormgate.
Yeah, of course, Viper, he was the massive underdog going into this set here, folks. After all, he was facing off against rank number 10 on the ladder, because we've been talking a lot about Viper, but let's talk about Night Phoenix here for a second. 68% win rate, primarily playing as the Infernals, top 10 in the leaderboard as of now.
I mean, he's looking hot for it, right? I think, did he also rank a Vanguard at all? I think maybe a little bit, but he quickly just chose one clear path, right? So we already highlighted that going into this, we expect to see quite a few Infernals. I think part of that is because they're the new faction. I think for a lot of incoming players as well as existing players, there's an opportunity to get an edge that someone else might not understand. But have no fear, folks. We may have got baited. We may believe there was going to be a Vanguard pick, and there wasn't one, but I'm still hopeful there's going to be a few at least coming out here. I know a few of the top-ranking players, rather, do play a decent amount of Vanguard. In fact, if we look at the leaderboards, if I'm not mistaken, I think maybe one of the Spanish bros was playing Vanguard.
Yep.
Is that correct?
It's Luciferon.
Right? Yeah.
Luciferon is the Vanguard main, but also you have to highlight a player like Kivian, who made it into the top 4 on the ladder and as a consequence qualified for the second weekend. A couple of other players as well. Notably, Juggernaut Jason is someone that has been streaming a lot of Vanguard gameplay as well himself, but most of the top 25 or so is kind of dominated by the Infernals.
Yes, it's definitely kind of an Infernal bias, but once again, I think that's because obviously completely new faction. A lot of people hadn't got much time on this compared to like earlier alpha accesses where people may have just dabbled in the Vanguard a bit more. I think also there is kind of a snowballing timer, and we saw an example of that there. Just playing on those creep camps allows you to escalate an army for free, something that I know can be quite controversial if those come from StarCraft. But the flip side argument is meant to be Vanguard players want to play the map as well to XP farm. They level up their units, they become very premium, very effective. But one thing that I haven't seen too much at the moment is the idea of like proxy setups such as sentry outposts so that you can easily heal off any damage done to your units so that not only do they upgrade, but they stay alive as the game goes on. I'm hoping we're going to see a little bit more of that. I do love the fact, it's quite poetic, that of the top 4 players qualifying directly to the event, it was a 50-50 split between Vanguard and Infernal. So down the line, at least, we are going to get treated to some beauties. But I'm just being told right now, we are looking to tweak the brackets. This should hopefully be the final time we need to go through it. I know it has been kind of an awkward opening here. Apologies, folks. Please just stick with us. It is, of course, the first Stormgate tournament that is being openly hosted for anyone to join in with. So we're just working out the early days brackets issues. So what we're going to do now, we're going to hop across to a quick break, a short break. That should give you time to go get some food ready and get sitting down. Because once this bus starts rocking, let's just say it's like it's plowing through. Exactly. It's plowing through a field of fiends, buddy. So go get yourself a drink, get yourself some food, because when we come back, I'm expecting non-stop pump of action after action. See you in a sec.
The Vulcan is one of the primary mech units available to the human Vanguard. Armed with a chain gun, the Vulcan is able to decimate groups of lightly armored units in mere seconds. Thanks to their heavy armor, Vulcans are also able to stand their ground in prolonged combat. Their unique ability, the jump jets, allow the Vulcans to dash into or out of combat quickly, while also allowing them to clear destructible terrain, such as forests. Brutes are the main frontline units of the Infernal host. Tough in melee, these slow troops provide a sturdy frontline for the Infernal armies. Brutes can also be split into 2 fiends, either manually, or automatically upon a brute being eliminated. With this ability, The slow-moving brutes can be turned into a force of highly mobile fiends in just a few seconds. The Atlas serves the role of long-range artillery in the armed forces of the human vanguard. While Atlases are capable of combat without being deployed, their true power is unlocked once in stationary siege mode. Their long-range cannons can annihilate buildings and groups of units very quickly. Projectiles from Atlases take time to travel, however, allowing enemies to escape the danger zone.
Welcome back to the EGCTV Stormgate Open, folks. Apologies for the delays, but we've come up with an idea. There are still some hiccups with the brackets. I know, don't worry, we're not going back to that screen again. I know, at this point, you've seen the numbers so long, you feel like you're in a Black Ops movie, a game rather. It's just all you're seeing are numbers everywhere, and you don't know what they mean. We're here to fix that. What we've come up with is a solution. We've been having a lot of the players actually post their recordings on our internal Discord. So the goal here is so that you guys have someone to watch, someone to sink your teeth into, and someone to entertain. We're going to look to actually cast over a bunch of the replays that have been played in the first round of the brackets, while the rest of the brackets get finalized, and hopefully we'll be able to get back to live games soon. So it was the best we could come up with. Like, the alternative was we were going to do a podcast on the units, but I didn't bring high-level graphical pictures of each of the units, so it would have turned into me with paint open, having our observer draw each of the units as I described them. So this seemed like a better choice. Lidicor has finally upgraded his graphics from 8-bit to QHD here. Welcome back, Lidicor.
You know, I had to remove that fancy dude from the cams and just replace it with this random guy in a suit, but we should be good to go into a couple of wrecks over here, folks. These are games that have happened previously. UI is not yet updated, but we'll get you sorted in a second. The matchup that we are looking at over here is Azur versus Goldbug. Great question of who's who, because when you do replays, you can't actually select the players and have
we'll
a UI
just call
show
them red and blue. I think people will settle for red and blue here. So I'm already happy because this is a Vanguard Infernal matchup. It's time for me to educate you, Lidicor, as to why the dogs are the gods of Stormgate. Just watch. Look at him in his glory. So this is really effective already, right? The scouts already almost killed an imp. This is probably going to force the red to have to try and convert that into a building, but I don't think he's going to be quick enough. And it looks like we are getting the dog rush opening I was talking about. So the whole goal of this is you rush a Biokinetics lab with a Rax, and you get your hands on an upgrade that only costs 50 resources that allows you to triple the damage of your dogs. First one has been splattered by the looks of it, but they should be going up to 3 or 4 scouts in total. And so far, Red doesn't actually have anything to defend with yet. He's yet to get his first unit out. This is dangerous what he's doing, though. This Gorn, on its own, is susceptible to damage, so the way he's going to try to survive this is by keeping the Gorn between the Conclave and the Shrine.
Yeah, here we go. Finally, we have a bit of a UI setup over here. So Azur is the one playing as the blue Vanguard, and Goldbug is playing as the red Infernals. And there is a dog rush that you kind of touched on, and it is something that's giving already pretty good results over here. A lot of idle imps out here, KP.
Yeah, has at least got the Fiends out. So this is the backfire point, right? That was really nicely done by Red. Held the choke point, got the conversion over, and it becomes a little bit uncomfortable for Blue. Observer, we do need to drag down the EGC TV Stormgate Open. I love the logo, but it is admittedly blocking part of the map, so we'll sort that in a second. Apologies, folks. I just want to remind people that this is a pivot that was not originally part of the plan. We were actually casting from replays instead of live, which has a completely different UI. So just bear with us as we get through it. Start looking really good here, though. 3 scouts able to deal with the imp before he gets the cleanup. That's double veterancy now. So Blue is going to deny the Shroudstone Tower from going up, which means right now, Red is pinned on his high ground.
Oh, that is painful here. That Shroudstone getting taken out immediately, and that denies the expansion here from Goldbug. He's trying to move out from a second shrine, and now he's even losing that one Gaunt he had.
Yeah, he's going to lose a lot more than that. The imps aren't able to fight back against this. That's it. That's actually over. So Goldbug was indeed in the red. GG comes out, and ladies and gents, that is how you ruin everyone's day with a few puppies.
The dog rush over here. And, you know, it goes to show why Azur is one of the best out there. Very quick, very decisive. He was obviously the favored one in this matchup by a mile when it comes to the seed, but still very dominant showing here in this game.
Yeah, I'm just going to flex to the Vanguards. What was that you saying before, Lidicor? Oh, yeah, everyone's just playing Infernals. Everyone's playing Infernals. What are we expecting to see here? That's the thing you have to survive. And that's actually going to be a really big kind of ID point between your high-level Infernals and your ones that are still figuring out these openings. Because that opening for the Vanguards, about 80 or 90% of the games right now. The alternative is you rush towards a Lancer and you set up a defensive wall. But most players don't want to do that because the moment you do that, you're already admitting you don't have map control against a Civ that snowballs off of those camps. So I think we're going to try to prep more of these. I know that was a quick one. We're kind of expecting that. We have to remember this is the start of the Open qualifiers. So these are not necessarily going to be the most closely matched games. We're trying to do what we can. But we're going to load some more replays and go through them until the brackets are updated and live. And just double checking. Am I slightly out of sync? And is it annoying? No? We're synced. Dude,
Yeah.
shout out to production. On the fly getting that
honestly,
right.
like, I seem to be synced with my cam right now.
Well, your lips aren't moving, Lytical. Like, it's very impressive. Have you ever thought of being a ventriloquist? You know, like, I don't know if you want to stick your hands up.
It's
like
called
Muppets butts,
telekinesis, KP.
Wait, really? I didn't realize that Infernals had that ability. I'm pretty sure we
How do
just
you
call that
know
heresy.
I'm
around
an
here.
Infernal?
Your background is pretty convincing.
Oh, that's true. That's very true.
Oh dear. But for those just tuning in, wondering, wait, I already saw that matchup on the brackets. Just a reminder, these are all replays coming from the first round. We just want to try to provide some entertainment, some value, and some previews. So hopefully the next one, we'll see how you survive the first 3 minutes of Vanguard gameplay, because that opening is brutal. Just a reminder of how much damage those dogs are doing. That Gaunt that came out has 80 health, and I believe it's 20 health extra from the Shroud effect. That's 100 health. Those dogs hit him for 24. Each. So you see why he dies so quickly. The whole goal there that was pretty smart by Goldbug, he was trying to hold in the choke point so that he could essentially tank with an imp and then have the Gaunt slowly kill off the dogs. But it takes time. The more standard opening actually against this play is to go for an Iron Vault and get a Brute. Because a Brute gives you some flexibility. You're able to hold a choke point and stop the dogs leaking through. And then you'll see people follow up with 2 to 3 Gaunts because that's enough firepower to keep dogs back, especially because those range units, the Infernals, they have a bounce attack. It hits a secondary target, which means when these scouts stack up, they die very quickly. Okay, so I think we take any recordings next. If anyone knows, I don't know if we've got any players who are just sitting on the sideline at the second waiting for the next round. If you had an interesting game, definitely drop it in the chat for us and we'll be able to check it out. I would love to see some more Vanguard versus Infernal personally. I wouldn't even mind seeing some Vanguard versus Vanguard.
Oh, I wouldn't either. But, you know, that's probably going to be the least common matchup in this tournament, unless people figure something out that we haven't really seen on the ladder so far.
Well, that's the thing. I'm wondering if people have been holding back strats. So I know that, for example, Probe was Fury crafting a Hedgehog Rush opener, but that was back in a previous iteration where Hornets were a little bit more powerful, and that was the whole reason he'd do that in Vanguard matchups. Now that Hornets have been dialed back a little bit, they're still quite strong. The opening of Hedgehogs for their anti-air capacity isn't as desirable as necessarily going for a sentry post and rushing towards Exo. So we'll see what comes out. I do want to at least see some sentry post gameplays quite quickly because I think that's a very interesting element. The first thing I thought when I saw sentry posts, anyone who's played Red Alert 2 is there with me. Red Alert 2 had a unit called the IFV, which allowed you to deploy units inside it to change the effect of it. That's a cool tool that the Vanguards have, and it's actually a cornerstone of their defense plans from the devs, right? They've already highlighted that if you're worried about getting cheesed or rushed early on, drop a sentry post and you'll go a long way.
All right, folks. It looks like we have a banger of a matchup over here for you. 2 players, both of them in the top 300 over here. Spitfire versus Soder. And we are heading into an Infernal Mirror over here. Once again, the map is going to be Broken Crown. Let's take a look at this Infernal Mirror here, KP, because this is so far the closest when it comes to the matchup that we've seen so far.
Well, let's see if it's close to the start of the game or close to a 30-minute game. I'm up for one that goes a little bit longer, Lytical. So let's hop into the game now. Let's see what's in store. Alrighty. So here we go, hopping in for another Infernal Mirror. I feel like I'm going to be saying that a lot today. This is interesting as well, actually. I don't know about Soder, but I do know that Spitfire actually played quite a lot of StarCraft 2, but they also play a lot of Age of Empires 4. So they've got a toe firmly in both of the pools that are making up a majority of the players we're seeing compete here today. Have I got a Lytical? We'll find out in a second. So, looks like we're actually going to get a similar opening here. I love the chop through on the tree line coming out from blue, which I believe is Soder in this one. It looks like Spitfire did go a little bit wider as well. Are they actually guarding on the ramp there, or are they setting up a forward production? On the ramp for their secondary.
Yeah. We should see.
Okay,
I think one of the big
difference
differences that you have to look here for KP is that we already have a chop through from Soder.
Yes, and that's the difference, right? It's like this is going to be a contest, so the whole logic is red should know that blue is going for that left side camp. So this choice of placement in the Iron Vault is a direct contest of what's happening over here. So the difference should be actually that Spitfire gets his brew out a little bit quicker than the Gaunt comes out from his opponent. And Gaunt already on the way now from red.
Yeah, this is look at where Spitfire is going. He's going all the way to the far left of the map with this Gaunt, but by the time he gets to that speed camp, which has all the Guardians that you can convert into Fiends, there should be a Gaunt out there from Soder as well, although his Conclave is a little delayed. Actually, there is a Gaunt already out there, slow now coming in, but it takes some time to take out these Guardians with a single Gaunt, so Spitfire might just show up at the most proper time.
Yeah, he's here for the attack. The problem is he's now delayed. I think if he wanted to make this play, he needed to place the Iron Vault much closer to the speed camp. This is way too delayed. It looks like he did go for the split into the Fiends. Slow is going to come out, though, and debuff him out. And it already looks like we're getting some conversions in favor of blue here. And he is actually going to be able to keep him fest bombing it down. So it looks like numbers are in his favor. And with the Brute here, this feels like a fight that Spitfire simply cannot take. Losing out against it, has to back away with just a Gaunt, but not for long. Fiends will clear him up. And this game already looking very problematic for Spitfire. Oh, man. I'm a bit worried. Unless Spitfire's got something behind this, like a quick rush towards the Shrine, maybe. The way he's moving the Imps does suggest that he's got that. He has at least got the Fellhog to defend his natural, right? So he's not going to be rushed into here. But that's not the way that this Infernal Mirror works. It's not about taking a small lead in the center and then rushing the enemy base. It's now about taking all those camps. Remember, those camps are generating additional Fiends due to the Infest, but they're also generating resources. Even the ones that are not called resource camps are giving Soder resources when he kills them.
That's a big thing. He's getting Fiends, he's getting resources from this one, and that is exactly how you build up your forces quickly with the Infernals. 2 resource camp claimed already. And some of his Fiends are heavily damaged here, but he can just go to the health camp down south and just heal all of these back up. Or he could use these plants as he's doing right now.
Yeah, and there's also something else, a big bargain, a jackpot to gain, right? Spitfire's critical error here was contesting the same speed camp, which meant he didn't take his own. So guess what? That's a jackpot. Soder is about to get 5 more Fiends, 125 more Luminite, and then he still has that rotation towards the health you were talking about. So the other thing that concerns me is if we look back at the base, I'm pretty sure Spitfire may have started the Shrine now, but even if he did, it's going to be heavily delayed compared to this timing. And also, if Soder wants, he can look to chop through that tree line to get a quick rush in here past those Fellhogs.
Yeah, that's the big thing. You can chop through that tree line and just push that second expansion that we have from Spitfire. Now, health camps have been both claimed, and it looks like we have not a single camp available right now. Apparently the speed camp to the left has not been claimed, according to the minimap at least, but that might not be true.
No.
Actually, the speed camp itself wasn't claimed, but the Guardians must have been killed. That's the value for the Infernals. There's still a health camp down south that could be claimed for some extra Fiends.
Yeah, sometimes it's a strategy to just not take the speed buff straight away, right? Like, I've actually seen players, especially on Jagged Maw, would take other camps and come back for the speed camp because it's central location. In this game, it just kind of feels like Soder dragged away a bit too fast, doesn't want to go back for it now because there's no resources down there. He was trying to go for the health camp, and funnily enough, because that buff lasts so long, Spitfire just gave him an assist.
Second Shrine out there for both of these players now, and Spitfire is stacking up the front line with multiple meat farms, so he's going to have a lot of Fellhogs to defend from that angle. Of course, the other angle, the chop through, is right now undefended. He's the one chopping through, though, and he's the one heading out for the third base over here. I assume it's going to be a third base, but that Imp hasn't yet dropped anything.
Break through the center here. That looks like he's actually going to try to knock down the front door. Soder, this is a difficult angle. Typically in this situation, you should be checking for that third. If a player isn't going to come out in this mirror matchup, it's typically because they're playing a bit more greedy and a little bit more defensive. And the only way they can get ahead in that situation is rushing towards the third shrine. If you catch it in mid-construction, it's pretty much just a loss, right? You can at least cancel it to get a refund of 75%, but that adds up pretty quickly when you consider those. It costs 350 resources each, right? So each time you cancel it, it's a big chunk gone from your escalation and army. Brutes for the time being are going to keep him safe, though. And Soder behind this, I wouldn't be surprised yet. Third Shrine already being set up on his side of the map.
You know, one thing that is important to touch on is that both of the vision camps have been claimed by Soder. So he's got really good map awareness right now. He knows fully well that his opponent is still within his base. And he's going to be getting close to claiming the second level of those camps. The speed camps, the vision camps are resetting, as you see. And once those are there, once again, you can get yourself a bunch of new fiends from those.
And really big props to Soder. I think we saw that in the third base. This is something really important that you should be doing a lot of, is these Shroud Stones, these defensive turrets, incredibly cheap. I think Soder was setting up 2 in his third natural. Makes a lot of sense. I've seen a lot of players do this. Some of the high-level Infernals understand, especially in this matchup with the momentum you get with fast-moving units like the Fiends, like the Gaunts. It's important to just plop 1 or 2 of those down. It only costs 25 Luminite a pop. For reference, a Gaunt itself, 1 unit, would cost you 50 Luminite, 15 Therium. So a bargain for a static defense.
A Doombringer on the way, though. Soder isn't sitting back and waiting. He actually sees all the brutes heading all south. And there is the other Doombringer, both players, dropping some units in the enemy base.
Yeah, but there was a force to match that, right? Look on the other side of the map. Spitfire, he's not guarding home. Gaunts get in. It's an ambush. Imps don't instantly move away. And that is going to be a heavy loss. Fiend's now getting converted. He still hasn't noticed. He goes into the primary of Soder again, but I think the damage is clearly on the side of blue here. Numbers are massing up. Second wave drops into the secondary. He's hitting the Greater Shrine here. Everything is gone for Spitfire. He's lost his natural, and I don't think he's going to be able to contest this with no access to his starting base.
Oh my lord, starting base now gone entirely, and there's a second wave coming in. Spitfire just tapping out of this one. Doombringer coming in clutch, both players trying to do the same thing, but it was Soder who was able to get a lot more value out of that drop.
Oof, man, I genuinely feel for Spitfire. He's like me. He clearly needs to actually just get a bigger monitor there because he just didn't notice that sneak in, didn't react to it at all. Cool to see the Doombringer mirror play there, though. Difference just attention and micro in the end. Okay, but can we just you know what this is? Look, I can't high five you because you don't move your hand, so I'll do a self five for us both. Game was longer than 5 minutes long. See, I told you guys, these games can go a bit longer. That was pretty cool to see, though. I think when I as an action, I wasn't sure how useful they'd be compared to evacs, but one big difference to keep in mind when you look at evacs for the Vanguard, which is their transport unit, versus the Doombringers for the Infernals, the Doombringers insta-deploy everything. Right? So it's an instant ambush and a complete spanking, more often than not. Just great read there to utilize that tool and expect to see a lot more of that. The moment the Greater Shrine upgrade comes in on your primary base, it's typically because someone's rushing towards an opening of Doombringers in the mid-game.
All right, now, looks like the delays are mostly over. I'm hearing from the admins that brackets should be close to being fixed. But we'll probably be heading into one more replay over here as we'll make sure that all the brackets are functional before we head back into the live games.
More games? People want more games? Hell yeah. All right, hunt one down for us, production. I'm ready for it, man. You know what? If we get a Vanguard, that would be great. But I'm not too fussy, man. I think we're just happy to finally be getting some games. So really big shout out to production who made this choice on the fly, by the way, guys. This wasn't a preemptive plan that we expected to have to orchestrate towards, but hopefully we'll be back to live games very soon. Obviously, the live games are nice because we actually have a UI concocted there so we can highlight units, show you their upgrades. Because there are a lot of small details involved in these fights that matter a lot, right? We're highlighting some of them, especially in these Infernal mirrors. The really big key sticking point is the Gaunts because of that infest that allows you to just stack up a bunch of units together. But there's some pretty cool other effects you've yet to see, and I'm hoping we get to preview a few mid-game, late-game situations, maybe even see a flayed dragon.
Oh, that would be lovely. I've seen that unit a couple of times, and I can tell you one thing. It is absolutely monstrous. And so far, we haven't really been treated with some long games or long sets, but we expect that to start becoming a thing once we get a little deeper in these brackets. Obviously, early rounds of tournaments are often somewhat one-sided due to the skill difference of the players matching up in the early rounds.
Yes, exactly. And, you know, the thing is, I think what you're going to probably see is in most cases, a very kind of rapid first phase because a lot of these players have been practicing their openings. One thing I really love about Stormgate is compared to a lot of RTSs I've played, in the last few years at least, it's the pacing of how quickly you can get into a game, resolve a game, move to the next game, right? It allows you to actually just rigorously keep practicing this first 5-10 minutes at a much faster pace than I think a lot of us are used to in other more recent RTSs. So
it's very funny how you say, "Oh yeah, it's quick to get into games." That hasn't been the theme so far today.
Well, funnily enough, that's not because of something in-game though, right? That's because we're waiting on the brackets. But guaranteed, folks, once we start trucking, it's not going to stop. And what I'm looking forward to as well is when we get a little bit of depth. So the first 2 rounds are BO1s. I think we are waiting on the BO3s now, right? Because the Viper game was the second round of BO1s, if I'm not mistaken there, Lidicor. So when we get back, we should be looking at best of 3s, if I'm correct there, which I'm excited for, man. I mean, don't get me wrong, Broken Crown's a cool map, but I am especially entranced right now by Jagged Moor. I've seen some sick strats there, and I'm excited to see what people can kick in on that map.
Once we get to the best of 3s, KP, that's where it gets interesting. That's where you have the rotation of the maps. So far, it has only been Broken Crown, and there is, a definitive way of playing this. And I think one of the unique things, semi-unique things about this map is that with the Infernals, it can snowball quickly. You have so many of these camps. If you claim most of those camps in early game, you have a massive advantage over your opponent.
Yeah, it's very snowballing. I've heard people ask this before. It's like, does the Vanguard really want to play the map as much? To a certain extent, right? It's still resources for grabs. I actually think also with the claws that you get on the dogs, you have an ability to just swipe through those camps once you have the full scout opener we talked about for limb claws, which basically making you hit for 24 damage. And the benefit for you is gradually leveling up those units in conjunction with the resources. So both sides do have reasons to play out. I do know that the devs are intending to actually revamp the way that creep camps work. We've done an interview, me and Beowulf, we interviewed Monk, and Monk was mentioning that right now they're looking for ways to actually make playing onto the map even more rewarded and even more encouraged. Because, of course, a lot of people naturally will float towards that second and that third base and scale into a big army. They want to try to get that early game ramping up and giving more options as you go into the mid game. So definitely excited to see that. For the time being, though, I think a big reason why Vanguards are willing to come out on the map is more or less just to try and block the play of the Infernal and stop them snowballing. It's very reminiscent, I think, of what we see in StarCraft for Terran Zerg matchups, right? Where it's a little bit different in terms of Zergs don't necessarily rush their bases as quickly, but it's still a different form of taking control of the map. Whereas usually the Terrans for StarCraft players are known to take it a little bit slower, right? Into that secondary, into that third, and they tend to focus on getting the quality right instead of going for map saturation quickly.
All right, we should be able to bring you another recorded game here. Once again, the admins are working tirelessly behind the scenes to resolve some of these technical difficulties. On the positive side of things, so many people were interested in playing in this event that the Brackets website is having its issues, right? I think that just goes to show how many people were intrigued when it comes to playing in this event.
Yeah, I think everything's exceeding expectations, right, for the devs. I mean, once again, people have to remember that this is not a AAA studio, right? This is a AA studio, I think they would define themselves as, right? A much smaller team. I think, like someone pointed out, they have like a quarter of the funding that StarCraft 2 would have had for production and development. So doing a great job there. I think next up, we're looking at Galleries GKS versus Guraquish. I swear I've seen Galleries somewhere before. Sounds like we might actually have an interesting matchup that goes more than 3 minutes, so don't worry about dog spams, guys. So I reckon probably 1 or 2 more games, and then we should hopefully have the brackets ready to go live. So anyone who's tuning in right now going, I can't believe I missed X versus Y, don't worry. It's all still to come.
Indeed, we should be good to go with this game here, folks. And it looks like we will be heading into a Vanguard versus Infernals matchup, if I'm not mistaken. But we might be baited here, so let's wait until we get in there. But we might have a Vanguard versus Infernal matchup on our hands, KP.
Is it a Vanguard, or is it a Viper Vanguard? Just want to check.
All right, let's get into the game, folks.
Okay, here we go. Finally, we get some Infernal versus Vanguard. Wait. Check that south side. I'm not going to step further until I have confirmation that this is definitely a Vanguard versus Infernal. It is!
It is!
We might want to change the top UI, though. So we were almost pitch perfect there. All right, as we get that switched around, let's intro the players. The north side on this map, in the red, playing as the Infernals, we can have none other than Gallery GKS. Best of one here for the qualifiers of the Stormgate Opens.
No, you've been baited, KP. It is galleries.
Wait. Come on!
He's flying the Vanguard. Unfortunately, there is no way of telling once you're in game, so we had to wait until production confirmed the colors for us. But it is Gallery playing as the Vanguard. He's been maining the Vanguard. He's got rank 320 on the ladder, and he also has a kill on an early imp here.
He does, and he gets a lot of info. That's the interesting thing about scout play. Interesting thing, I don't know if you knew this, there's a difference in worker count at the beginning of the game. The Infernals actually start with an extra worker, and instead the Vanguard gets their hands on a scout. Now, that sounds kind of like crazily powerful, but you have to remember the Infernals then have to sacrifice those to build structures, right? So I think this is why Vanguard players have been leaning to the scout early opening aggro timing. It's very difficult, especially considering that Infernals cannot rush their buildings, to contest this timing. And in fact, it looks like Gurkesh is going to try to do that with a double Conclave opener to try and spam up the gaunts.
Yeah, same thing. We are playing the same map, Broken Crown, as we've been doing throughout the early rounds of the qualifiers. So a lot of value in these creep camps over here. 4 resource camps in the middle and 2 speed camps on the flanks. Each of those have 5 defenders. Talk about the speed camps. And that is a great source of obtaining some extra fiends for yourself. That's why Gurak is heading out to the left side to try and claim that one.
Oh, this is interesting. So we're not getting the full scout play, actually. It's just a rush into Lancers. This is a little bit less common. Does give you a good guard against the Fiend follow-up. There's missed opportunity here, though, because I'm pretty sure Gallery's got a little bit of an indication of that move to the left side. Could have moved out with the Lancers to contest this before the camp is complete, but didn't want to take the risk. So instead, I think Vanguard might just be heading for a fast secondary base here, instead of trying to move out on the map.
Yeah, now with these slow debuffs that we have over here that the players can trigger... Oh, look at that!
Did he get both?
Aurelium Claws? That
no, he didn't have a biokinetics lab, right? Can we check his base? I don't think he actually had biokinetics labs up there.
Yeah.
No, it's just standard damage.
But the damage output from that one scout was massive.
Dude, that was sick. That was actually sick. So the patient's coming out. He scanned the area. He already knew it was half HP of the early harassment, right? This is the awkward thing about rushing double conclave like this that makes you predictable. He can see that his opponent doesn't have a brute to tank, which means you're going to have to get either very slow on that first take or get a little bit risky and absorb damage with one of the gaunts. At the end of it, Gurkush does still get the mass fiends, but now you're up against triple lancers here. What I need to see coming out from Galleries, though, is a biokinetics lab. He needs to make sure he gets his hands on the upgrades so that you can win these fights with the Lancers.
Yeah, specifically kinetic reduction is what you're looking for here for your Lancers. You need that extra movement speed. When you get damaged, you get that movement buff, and that's something that helps you chase down these gaunts. Gaunts that have very low HP by default, so once you get close, it's pretty easy to kill them.
And you do get close. That's the key, right? It's because gaunts, they do, I believe, 6 base damage. The interesting thing about Lancers is they have a passive, the attenuation armor, that reduces damage you take by 3. Then you get a little bit more damage reduction due to your natural armor insert. So damage with gaunts goes down to about 2. And here's another interesting thing. That infest is meant to be a damage over time factor, but funnily enough, attenuation armor on these Lancers is actually negating that. So there's no poison. There's just 2 damage being hit onto you. And every time you take 2 damage, you get 5% attack speed and movement speed. It's insane how quickly this play can be used against you, right? It's like when you play in a game and someone tells you, don't attack that. It's a bad idea, right? Like, I'm going to use a Doer example. Don't attack an axe because when you do, he spins. And then all of a sudden, he's Beyblading and killing your whole team. It's that same kind of effect here. So you have to be very careful about where you fight if you're Gurkush, and he really needs to get in some brutes, which is the golden solution to these Lancers.
Yeah, 2 bases for both of the players so far. Some of the camps have been unclaimed, especially when you look at the southern part of the map, which includes the speed camp. Looks like Gurak simply doesn't want to go for that, which is, to me, somewhat surprising. Maybe he's expecting an attack. He's just rallying his forces back at home, but that's a couple of extra fiends that he could pick up with that camp.
Yeah, I haven't seen the munch through on the tree line yet to set himself up, right? Just guarding on the high ground. And it's weird to kind of see an Infernal player play this far back. Yes, you see your opponent is playing Lancers, but the reality is that your gaunts are faster than these Lancers. You don't have to engage. The only time Lancers can chase you down is if you attack them. So a little bit of surprise to see he's playing this way. Looks like he is actually going to go for the third base, I think, moving the imps up to the north side. This is interesting because most players prefer to chop through the tree line, so their defenses are a little bit more condensed on free base setups, right? This way, you're spreading a bit wider to the west side, and there's always an opportunity for your opponent to come and backstab into the secondary.
Yeah, very heavy infantry-based compositions for both of these players. Third base coming out now for Gurux. Whereas on the other side, only 2 bases for the time being for galleries. But as these camps reset, suddenly he's going to be the one claiming them. It's actually a camp that was unclaimed that's still level 1, but the other camps should be very close to being reset.
Yeah, and we've got an Exo switch up coming in, so relying on very squishy units isn't going to work. It's a good thing that Gurkesh is going into a few brutes here. Typically, you want to try and lean in towards Megalodons eventually here. I think it's a really good answer up against Exos. One of the big problems when you don't have them is there's no easy breakthrough to reach the backline of Exos. Another concern is if you're diving in with your brutes to try and hit these squishy glass cannons that Galleries has, it means nothing is going to be guarding against the Lancers on your backline. And I can guarantee you, if I had to choose between Lancers or brutes, what's going to kill faster, I'm backing Lancers every day.
Oh yeah, you have quite a few Lancers over here. Now, I haven't seen a biolab, but I might have just missed it inside the base of Galleries. But when he's playing infantry-heavy compositions, he needs to have a biolab. Get quick throw hustle for the Exos, and of course, okay, there is the biolab, and of course, kinetic reduction for the Lancers.
Yeah, a little bit of a sneaky spot there. A little funny thing, actually, you see how he set up his base? He's got a natural wall there. This is quite funny at the moment. Apparently, Lancers have been on a slim fast diet. They're the only unit I know of that can run through those very tiny choke points, which is why you're seeing them kind of weave back. It doesn't help when you need to guard with Exos, but it's just an interesting little tip for Vanguard players. If you want to set your base up in an optimal way with Lancer play, this is like the only unit I know of on the ground that can run between buildings stacked together like this.
That's a lot of Gaunts, and we have a lot of Imps accompanying this force as well, KP.
You say that. It's not that many to really scare you here. Bob Overcharge gets activated. Lancers are tanking and all. The bounce between them. The Flamehorn comes through. He breaks the front line, but now he needs to break the defenses. Buzzsaw chopping him down. Exos are tickling away at that front line, but the bubble shield does come out. So great tank there. Galleries able to push back against this and reset, but he has lost the sentry outpost. Luckily, he did dodge mass death there. The Imps not able to hit the backline as hard as Gurkesh was hoping.
Yeah, those Imps were creeping up, and you knew what was being cooked up here by Gurkesh. He's actually got some pretty decent hits with those Imps, but at the end of the day, he gets repelled, and I guess the only thing that's positive for him in this is that he is the one with the map control now, and he can claim all of those camps for himself. Whereas for Galleries, he took a big beating on these troops. He would really love to have a medtech right now to heal all those damaged units back up.
Yeah, it's really frustrating the situation, right? Because it looked like he somewhat stabilized, but the reality is the Lancers didn't take the brunt of the Flamehorn. Somehow Gurkesh, and it's not easy to do what he done there, with just 4 Imps, activates the Flamehorn, goes deep, and as you highlight, right, like, Galleries knew what he was up to. It wasn't exactly a hidden strategy here, so the fact that he's still got 1 in is huge. For those wondering what we're talking about with the Imps here, that Flamehorn ability, it only lasts 4 seconds, and if you don't do anything with it, you lose the unit. But what it essentially does is it creates banelings for those coming from StarCraft. It is a big AoE damage unit, and there is a lot of them coming in now. 9 ready to flame on behind this. Defenses go up, but the spread comes in. Gurkesh, he goes in for the detonation, chases the line away. Defenses are going to fall, and it looks like Galleries does survive the dent here. Quadruple medtech now coming in. Lancers need to be healed, though, because it looks like the Gaunts are starting to break through the defenses. And Galleries, he can't afford to lose this area. This is most of his production.
Yeah, medtechs are helping out, but the damage output is just too little, you feel like, here for Galleries. He is going to repel all these Gaunts, but casualties are massive on the side of Galleries. And, you know, Gurkesh is still thinking about just diving this one, seeing how heavily damaged those troops are and how little forces Galleries has remained.
He has to, like, want to keep the pressure on, but he doesn't have to rush, right? Like, what you have to remember about this is it's 2 base versus 3. Gurkesh set up that third shrine a little bit ago, right? Meanwhile, he's been actively blocking Galleries' natural expansion here. And although there's been a chop from the tree line, we've never seen Galleries move towards it. So, although Gurkesh won't win the game here, although those Imps were very expensive, because he's on 3 shrines, he can afford to sacrifice 12 workers, making these explosive plays.
Now Lancers are moving out multiple medtechs as well, and there is the sensor drone moving out. My favorite placeholder in the game, the flying dog, gives visual confirmation about the position of Gurkesh's army. On the other side, though, he is going to have the heal camp, so many of these damaged Gaunts will be healed back up. They do not have a lot of white health to work with, though, right now.
Shield gets activated on the low. Lancer leading the charge here. Moving back towards the Gaunts. Mass Gaunts are going to be fine in this area, though. They just poke and prod this away. And with limited Lancers, it's very difficult to contest. You do at least manage to run away quickly, but the risk is that you expose the Exos on the exit. Those med techs are doing God's work right now, though. The interesting thing is the heal they give the med patch. It doesn't just heal and then heal over time. It actually also gives 25 armor to these already incredibly tanky Lancers, which is why, with just 5 of them, he's still able to keep frontlining these engagements.
Yeah, and at the same time, medtechs can also fire as well, so they do have a bit of a damage output themselves. But looks like both the players are setting up here for a slightly longer game. The first one today so far, KP. 3 bases for both, and a very defensive posturing for the time being from Guraksh. This is usually the window where the players start considering a potential transport play. Talk about an evac for Galleries, or potentially a Doombringer for Guraksh.
Yeah, so I don't think we've got hangers yet out of Galleries, but I do believe we have great shrine capabilities, right, given the units we're seeing. So it's always possible we could go for a drop. I mean, a few gaunts in at a critical time like this is usually quite effective. It's difficult to get the good hit, though, up against the Vanguards, because if they see you, they hit the overcharge. All of a sudden, the value of surprise behind that play is removed from the game. So instead, I wouldn't be surprised if Guraksh just keeps playing around this mid-map, escalating his lead. I'm expecting a 4th base soon. He's in a pretty confident position here, but instead, it's moving across. Galleries on the defensive here can easily defend this. I want you guys to remember that last time that Guraksh almost broke this, it was with Imp playing. I'm seeing a lack of Imps following this army.
Yeah, and now you got a sturdy front line with all these Lancers out here. Health Chem coming out, and Galleries is going to think twice about that one, seeing that Force is trying to expand with another command post, gets caught while doing so. And look at the Magmadons, they are flanking from the north, KP.
Trample coming in, pushing back against this, but there's just so many Exos. Never Tramples are stuck behind the Gaunt Mass here, so not the best formation coming out from Guraksh. It felt like he expected more aggro on the south side. Trample is now going to be activated, but it's just difficult to stick on top of these Exos with the quick draw, just able to allow them to start a step away efficiently. So push in, Gaunts are stacking up now. They actually also have gone for the stim effect to move in quicker. And there's the Flame On detonation coming in big! Exos get cut down! Only a handful left over. This time might be the breakthrough that we were looking for. Guraksh piles on in. No front line to hold against the mass Gaunts here. Galleries holding on by a slim shot here. The choke point will at least serve him well. The Exos are able to poke at this. But right now, he's going to need a miracle. Behind this, I'm expecting Guraksh to just kind of macro up into a 4th base. And still, although Galleries does have that 3rd online behind this, he's yet to be able to get out on the map and look threatening.
Still some Exos remaining though here. Bobs had to be pulled back, a couple of those barracks also being hit, but no production buildings destroyed here, KP. And looks like Galleries is going to survive for the time being.
I mean, I'm expecting more of those Magmadons though. I think this reset on the Exo is hurting quite a bit. Galleries though, to his credit, you may be noticing a few pips there. Quite a few veterancies coming in. However, as we just saw in that last fight, one Flame On, one Imp just breaking through, and all of that can come crashing down. I love the way that Guraksh delayed that play this time as well, right? The last 2 times it was too predictable. That 3rd, Galleries, he kind of calmed himself. He felt secure. And at the moment when he least expects it, Guraksh springs the trap.
Oh yeah, by default, the Exos have very low HP, and when you combine that with the fact that they have been heavily damaged in these fights, as you said, a single moment is all that it takes from Guraksh to just take it mostly down. Now, camps will be claimed here by Guraksh, but what I'm looking for here from Galleries is potentially an Atlas at this point. You have so many of those Gaunts you're facing up against, and they don't even have to move. They just stand and fire from the back line. An Atlas could help you so much, making life more difficult for Guraksh.
Yeah, I think the puzzling play for me from Guraksh so far is like they haven't taken their 4th, right? So they're playing 3 base. Usually from this type of position with decent momentum, you naturally go for a 3rd. Instead, it's actually Galleries making that play. So this game, up to this point, has looked good for Guraksh, but think about the investment each time. That's another 7 Imps coming across from this. If this doesn't hit well, this game turns against red. And the Imps, they get spotted at the wrong location. One Exo just body blocking them as they try to run through. Exos have to start a step away. Flame On's going to get activated. The micro on point. Galleries able to back away from this. And the Lancers hold the main army back. Second wave of Flame Ons. Looking for the jump in.
Oh my lord. That was massive. And once again, we're back to the drawing board here for Galleries. He has some troops surviving, but not quite enough to take this army all out. Once again, the Flame Ons coming in clutch here for Guraksh.
And also the backstab onto the eco. Another detail is interesting here. Galleries actually did extend in the bottom right corner. He's close to be scouting down there. If he gets scouted on that greedy expansion, he's going to immediately end up going from 5 bases down to 3. because the fourth is already falling.
Yeah, he's trying to save this one command post, but it feels like a long shot at this point, especially with new fiends arriving. Command post could be taken out here, and indeed it is taken out, but most of these forces are getting cleaned up. New brutes arriving. The brutes, not known for their ability to catch up with the Exos.
No, but right now it's looking kind of bad when Galleries has to tank with his final medtech. He doesn't actually have any heal for these Exos anymore. If the bomb comes in, or if the Gaunts just whittle them down, all these veterancies count for nothing when you're dead. And I think Galleries might be in a bit of trouble here. Chase on through. Fiends try to stick to their targets. Lancer's trying to form a line, but he's running out of space here. And the Gaunts, they've exposed the bombs. So Workers about to be converted into more army. Exos are kept at bay. New medtechs come out, but it's starting to look like it's getting out of control here.
Yeah, all those mobs have been converted to fiends as well with the infestation, so all the fiends have been replenished. Now, Guraksh is pulling back, but I loved how he just split all of his brutes into fiends to chase down the Exos. Heavy, heavy damage done here on the army of Galleries.
Well, Galleries will get the reset, but you have to remember what's just happened here. Although this is not an immediate win in the game for Guraksh, it's a huge lead now. So many losses. Galleries, he has a premium ragtag unit of Delta Squadron boys left alive, right, with the veterancy. But think about the losses here, right? He lost one of the bases. He basically lost all the workers on the natural secondary. And on the other side of this Guraksh, yes, he's been on 3 bases, but that 4th is coming in over time. So it's critical that Galleries finds a good fight before the eco starts to snowball against him.
Still no tech switch coming in from either side. We've seen some Magmadons being added from Guraksh, but still he's relying very heavily on Gaunts. And of course, some of these imps with Flame on the other side. Entirely bio composition for Galleries. Not a single mech unit out there, KP. And, you know, there could be so many mechs that he could use here. A Vulcan to dispatch all of these fiends. Maybe some Hornets to do some raiding with, but we don't see any of that from Galleries.
Well, the thing that has me worried about his comp is what we just saw coming out from Guraksh. He's under the Hellborns now, and this is what I was waiting for. It's a perfect counter to the comp that Galleries is running. These Infernals just poke you from afar, and basically they are the mobile artillery unit of the Infernals. They have splash damage, they do 30 base, 15 around them. You have to remember Exos have, I think it's 140 health by default. It's not that high, especially if you're up against 6, 7 of these Hellborns. And because they have such a long range, they're typically the last thing to die for the Infernals. So much easier to scale them than your frontliners that drop first.
Yeah, Hellborns now coming out. They do have that long range, the ability to just chip away from the back line without being hit. And for the first time, Galleries is moving out of his base and taking a fight outside of his base.
Imps, Flame on activated, Galleries. Has to run away due to the trample. Luckily, he is able to back up quick enough here, so only loses 1 medtech for another expensive investment, though. Like, remember, every time Guraksh makes this play, as OP as it may seem or how strong it looks, he's sacrificing workers to commit to this. It's not just the timing of them running across, it's the fact they are permanently dead afterwards. We are actually going to get a Shroud popped in the middle of the map to try and give him some defensive strategies here. Magmadon's front-lining this, but the Lancer count is just so large now. Sure, there's not many Exos left, but he doesn't need that anymore. These Lancers are an impenetrable defense.
And Lancers do have area damage in a line, so when units stack up like that, they do really, really well. And indeed, Lancers are standing their ground. Exos with high veterancy firing from the back line. For the first time in what seemed to be almost eternity, Galleries is breaking out of his base.
Yeah, and those medtechs just make them so tanky, right? We already highlighted that they have the attenuation armor to reduce damage by default. Then you add more armor when you heal them. It's just such a difficult thing to just try to brute force your way through, especially when Guraksh is mainly just playing a T1 army still, right? Like, sure, he started adding Hellborns, but you need 7, 8, 9 Hellborns to dent this army. 1 or 2 is not going to cut it. And the unfortunate reality is now, due to a small group of Exos behind this Lancer line is good enough to carry these engagements.
Yeah, one of the things I loved in Guraksh's approach, though, was using the Magmadon's Trample and Stun ability in combination with the Imp's Flame on. It allows him to just stun the enemies and then jump on them with the Imps. It didn't really work out in the first fight we had here, but I think he could try to repeat that. And with many of these Lancers already heavily damaged, he could turn things around quickly, I feel.
Magmadon coming in, has got 2 Hellborns behind this. The Lancer line is heavily damaged. I feel like you actually need some healing upgrades on the medtechs just to kind of juice this up, right? Because you have to remember, at the end of the day, although these Lancers take a long time to die, if they start falling, it's a snowball effect with the Fiends coming out. Stands the ground for the time being, though. Trample comes in with the Magmadons. Double Hellborn able to push back against this. Lancer number is getting low. and the Magmadons are tanking for a lot of this, but there's just not enough. It feels like if he had just one more here with another trample, big damage could have been done. Instead, the Lancers now with the maximum movement speed chase in, and they're looking for the back line.
And many of these Lancers are veterans themselves. And once veterancy comes in, they do get a massive HP buff. So they are even more so tanky than they used to be.
Now, the good news for Gurax is behind this, of course, he has got that northern base set up. But the reality is you're mirrored in terms of eco count. You're not mirrored in terms of quality. Look at all of those chevrons. Those are upgrades, veterancies. You mentioned health, but it also increases damage in a lot of cases here. It just means you're more efficient as this game goes on in gallery. As long as you can keep being alive. Oh my god!
Out of momentum swing here, KP. Flame coming in and possibly I think everyone's both those workers. But when you clean up those Lancers, it might very well be in KP.
I mean, I don't. It's probably you don't clean up the last right? You clean up those. That's the scary here. I was surprised so many on last line. It shouldn't be problematic, but the thing that's actually killing him here isn't the tank. It's the DPS. All those chevrons, all those upgrades remain, and it means that Galleries is now just propelling forward. Gurax just about holding on for the time being, but I don't know how many more imp pushes you can afford like that, right? Those Flame Horns very effective, but it's stopping you from getting extra eco as this game scales.
All the Lancers gone from this army. Exos still with high veterancy though, and when you have so much damage output from these Exos, those Fiends, they get taken out so quickly. They really struggle chasing this army down.
Yeah, honestly, I think Gurax has like one more shot to make this work. If his imps go after all the Lancers like that, I think it's just going to be out of his hands at this point. I mean, the reality is like the Lancers have over double the health at this stage of those Exos in most cases, right? It's just very hard to dent in comparison. And also the Lancers spread thin, right? They're not as clustered as these Exos often are. Now with a few more medtechs in there, it means these Lancers are also just lasting a lot longer. So that might just pressure Gurax into feeling like he has to commit all the bombs there to guarantee the kills. But as I just highlighted, the more he does this, the further behind he is.
Yeah, a lot of imps around here.
Oh.
Chance to jump this army.
That's how it works. They're good when the enemy is coming to you. Yeah, like the workers can actually use their attack when they're being killed. Not ideal.
Yeah, look at the range on that Hellborn though. That is definitely something that could be used to just take out those Exos from the backline, but you need more of those, and those units are pricey.
Oh man, I don't think you rely on Flame on here. Look at the Lancer line. It's so wide now. You can't easily break past this. Army's going to get routed here. Gurax is losing everything, and I think this game is coming to its conclusion. Hellborn even going to be stuck and ran down as well. I think he's heading up towards that shrine next, and at that stage, I'm expecting this to just be a GG. In fact, are you getting the moonwalk? I think we are at a GG. That's the end of the replay.
What a game, KP. We've been treated with some late-ish gameplay over here in an Inferno versus Vanguard matchup. But this wasn't your classic late game. We barely saw any max, if anything, from Galleries. We haven't really seen many of these expensive premium units from Gurax. Not a single Flay Dragon. And we've seen 2 or 3 Hellborns, a couple of Magmadons, but most of his army was just Gaunts, Imps, of course, with the Flame on, and on the other side, a full bio composition from Galleries.
Screen. If people are wondering what goes on, when their replay ends, it ends like this. You are just watching moonwalks. So we're going to bring us back in. What an incredible game, though, folks. What do you think, right? We had a few stomps. We got deeper in that game. And I love what you said there, Lidicor, right? Like, I think a lot of people will think that deep in the game, it just becomes top-tier units, right? We're all expecting a Flay Dragon. But there's so much demand. And also, the reality is, because the back and forth of this game, I want people to remember that one of the hardest things to do in RTSs is transitions. It's very difficult to shift unit types. So there's a few things I highlighted there, right? Like the Hellborn play, it came a little bit too late. And the reason it was so slow is because the thing that was keeping Red in that game was the sacrifice of worker force as an offensive tool each time. It meant he never had the resource bank to go up to 6, 7, 8 Hellborns. And you might wonder, why didn't he just wait back? The reality is he didn't want to allow the Vanguards to go up to 5 base and transition into Atlases themselves, because that's quite often in those type of choke point areas an impossible breacher. So really cool back and forth constraint in that game meant that although it did go long, we've yet to see the true powerhouse units of the late game for both sides. And I'm excited to see if we're going to get more of them later today.
Indeed, but before we do that, let's take a very quick break over here, folks. Grab yourself some snacks and refreshments. We're still waiting to hear from the admins regarding the brackets, so stay tuned. But, you know, if nothing else, we're going to bring you a couple more recs here from the earlier rounds that happened very recently. We'll be back after a short break here.
The Vulcan is one of the primary mech units available to the human vanguard. Armed with a chain gun, the Vulcan is able to decimate groups of lightly armored units in mere seconds. Thanks to their heavy armor, Vulcans are also able to stand their ground in prolonged combat. Their unique ability, the jump jets, allow the Vulcans to dash into or out of combat quickly, while also allowing them to clear destructible terrain, such as forests. Brutes are the main frontline units of the Infernal host. Tough in melee, these slow troops provide a sturdy frontline for the Infernal armies. Brutes can also be split into two fiends, either manually or automatically upon a brute being eliminated. With this ability, the slow-moving brutes can be turned into a force of highly mobile fiends in just a few seconds. The Atlas serves the role of long-range artillery in the armed forces of the human vanguard. While Atlases are capable of combat without being deployed, their true power is unlocked once in stationary siege mode. Their long-range cannons can annihilate buildings and groups of units very quickly. Projectiles from Atlases take time to travel, however, allowing enemies to escape the danger zone.
So here, as it stands, the brackets are semi-underway. They're having hiccups as they go. So what we're going to look to do is, while we look to get back to a smooth live, we're going to cast some of the replays to guarantee you guys still are able to get your dose of Stormgate action. If you are just tuning in, probably want to be following this channel, because today, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday next weekend, it's going to be chocked full of Stormgate action as the best players in the game clash for the lion's share of a $10,000 tournament. And, you know, I'm hoping it's a Vanguard Infernal showdown. I'm actually kind of hoping there's like a show match on the final day and we get to see the anime waifu faction. In fact, hold on a sec. I know I'm gonna get a message from Pesty after doing this. I really, guys, I just need the anime waifu faction, and I hope they do come in soon. Lidicor's deep in thought. He'll be joining me again in a second as he preps it. But, you know, I for one, I don't know, let me know in the chat what you guys are expecting to see. Like, what kind of units can we anticipate out of the third faction here? Maybe like some blonde-haired, green-eyed things. I'm going to get rid of that now. But we will also be joined by a bunch of different casters over the coming days. In case you guys didn't know, we've actually got a few of them waiting in the woodworks right now. I noticed Behemoth is hanging around. He'll be back later on the other days. I think later today it's going to be Nathanius and Winter. So if you come from StarCraft and you're not familiar with these Age of Empire faces, don't worry. We're repping people from every scene. Looking at some of the replays, we were actually focusing on the ones that are not dog rushes that end in 1 minute. So don't worry, we'll have some long games. Let me know what you guys want to see, by the way. Do you want to see more Vanguard versus Infernal, more Infernal on Infernal, or more Vanguard versus Vanguard? I think we are reaching the point now where we might start moving to best of threes, and I think you're going to like the map diversity here. So far, we've been seeing Broken Crown, but the way that this is opened up in Broken Crown, even in Mirrors, I'm seeing a very different approach in Secluded Grove, especially in Jagged Moor. Like, for me, it's chef's kiss. I absolutely enjoy Jagged Moor. Anyone who's played a few games or hopped into the stream and saw us casting some of it last night know exactly why. It's a feisty one. Yeah, I see plenty of people coming in with Vanguard versus Infernal, right? Like, it feels like the right way to go. I mean, we have seen a decent number of Infernal matchups. I'm interested to see like how people play into the late game in that one, because so far most Infernal games I think have culminated in the mid for me. I've yet to see many Flayed Dragons. I think I've seen one. I don't know if you guys have actually encountered the Flayed Dragon. It's a very expensive unit. It costs 300 Animus, which is the resource that you generate as the Infernals when you kill enemy units. But obviously along the way, you want to use your active ability bar at the top on other abilities. So it's very difficult to stockpile not only the 300 Animus, but then also the lofty amount of Therium and Luminite that you need to actually spawn it. But if you do get there, that unit is incredible. So what I'm looking at now, I think we are lining it up, and production will let me know if I'm 100% right. But I think next we're planning to look in Blinki and Alistar, which is going to be an Infernal Vanguard matchup. Hopefully we'll be in that to a second. The goal here was to download a few different replays so that we can get some back-to-back just going, right? Get that rhythm so we don't have to worry about that timer creeping up on the screen. The only time I want you guys to have to see is the one in-game telling you how deep we are. The abbreviations, the abbreviations, like, I guess it's VVV. So right now, like, now that I look at that, it's VVV, or it's level, or it's What's the next faction going to be called? How can we make this more cursed? Also, I'm wondering, like, obviously a lot of us are expecting anime waifus coming through, but if we don't get the IAR clan, is it actually going to be angels? Because my thought here so far with the theme for Stormgate kind of feels like it could be somewhat angelic. I think someone made an interesting point that when you look at the factions, the way to kind of think of them is that Vanguard is kind of like something between Terran and humans, right, from StarCraft and Warcraft. The Infernals is something between Zerg and the Undead. So a lot of people are kind of fear-crafting. Does that mean Protoss meets Night Elves? I wonder if they'll lean a little bit more angelic, though. It kind of has that feeling, right? Angel, demons, and humans. Could you give us some personal thoughts on which faction has the better early gameplay, and or if it's based down to the player? So I think, like, for a lot of Vanguard players right now, the shoe-in choice in the opening is to always go for, like, a full scout play if you want to have some map presence. And I think a lot of the time when you're seeing people up against the Infernal faction, it is a solid way to go. Because the whole idea is that typically the Gaunts rush out one by one, and your goal as Vanguard players typically should be able to stop that from happening. To get specifically to, like, dissecting which one feels better, I'm going to be that lame-o that says situational. Although the Infernals have seen a lot of spam on the ladders, although they are looking pretty strong right now, I think map selection matters quite a bit. Some maps tend to favor the Infernals quite a bit more, in my opinion. I think actually Secluded Grove is an incredible map for them because you have an easy rotation one way or the other way around the map where you get double speed camp and double resource, which means you get potentially 12 fiends in one corner. It's incredibly strong. So I do think that right now Infernal have some very strong, like 4 to 8 minute gameplay. But Vanguards, especially with this scout opener, if you're not prepped for it and ready for it, it can just end the game. We've already seen a few times today how it just completely destroys someone in 2 or 3 minutes because of how hard those scouts hit. So if you're playing low level, mid level, and I don't like that I'm saying this, I know I'm sorry, Nathaniel. I was watching a stream the other night, and I know he's in the chat right now. He doesn't want to hear me say this. Opening with dogs is a quick way of getting your wins. If you're up against a high level player, they're very good at positioning their initial gaunts so that they don't feed you. And oh my god, wait, evolution's real. He just turned from a frog into a human.
Look who's back. All right, KP. A lot of things going on behind the scenes here. I'm hearing from the admins. So we will be heading into another wreck, and if all goes well, it is set up, and we have another Vanguard versus Infernals matchup over here. So I think we are set to go, right?
I imagine we should. We can just get a confirmation from production that the game is loaded and ready to go. I'm excited to get into this because, you know, I already promised that it's not going to be 3-minute dog rushes, which means it's going to be 5-minute dog rushes. Okay. I just got confirmation. Who wants some more Stormgate? Let's get to it. Okay, let's kick in. This one, we have got Blinki versus Alistar. Lidicor, I love to see it. Vanguard versus Infernal. Everyone was worried this tournament was going to be dominated by the Infernal, and Blinki's here to try and do that. The question mark is whether Alistar is going to trample on his day.
One of the things that we've seen in these early rounds, KP, is Vanguard's being utilized for these dog rushes. Something that can work, especially if your opponent is unprepared for such a level of aggression. Kind of see the same thing here from Alistar, opening up with the dog, trying to hit the imps. And am I seeing 2 meat farms being dropped?
You are. This is an interesting idea. So the Fell Hogs spawn there, right? And Fell Hogs, you can't control them, but they will aggro to attack anything that comes close to them. So a pretty creative solution from Alistar. If we look on the other side, I think Blinki, did he skew his order here? He activated the overcharge immediately. Yeah, and I think he was too late to touch this. That should be a biokinetics lab coming out off the racks. So a little tip here, folks. Typically, you want to slightly delay your supercharge for this play, because with Bob, supercharge allows him to gather faster and build faster. If you touch a building and begin the construction, it means you'll actually accelerate the build speed for the entirety, even if the buff runs out. So you want to make sure that you're optimizing so that you at least touch your second building before the overcharge depletes.
Yeah, it wasn't actually meat farms being dropped on the front line. It was double conclaves. So guns are coming out here, as usual, on this map from the Infernals. They want to go for those camps. They want to pick up the extra fiends they can get from the Treasure Guardians. But on the other side, look at what we have here already. Early Biolab here for Alistar. Something that he can use to get Vorelium Crawls for the dogs. Gives them plus 16 bonus damage against light units. And that's a lot of damage output, especially so early in the game. And when you are facing units like the Gaunts, which are low HP, imps that can be raided with those dogs, that can be a very effective way to dish out a lot of punishment early game.
Yeah, but the problem with this play is he's trading resource for fiends, right? He's allowing these speed camps to go across the Blinki, but the goal in return is Alistar taking away all the central resources, because the cool thing about this Virilium Claws with the 3x damage, it's not just good against Gaunts, it's not just good against imps, it's also good against these early camps. So a lot of resources being banked here by Alistar. I'm hoping this is to try and surge into a new unit type, maybe a rush into Lancers. He has already got the racks for that, and that does also mean with the biokinetic labs, he can get his hands on the redirection.
Yeah, kinetic redirection, obviously massive technology here for the Vanguard. Something that can help catch these Gaunts, as many of these dogs return damaged. And the Repair-O-Matic is going to be dropped over here by Alistar. The sentry post, when you garrison a Bob inside, it can heal mechanized units. Now, wait a second, you might say, hey, that's a dog, that's not a mech unit. Actually, the scouts are both mechs and bio units. So they both get healed by the healing auras, and they get repaired by the repair auras.
Yeah, it's incredibly powerful. In fact, I still remember in one of the internal tournaments, Kevin, he made an interesting play where he proxied one of those repair medics and just rushed dogs. Disgusting to watch. If Monk's watching this, shame on you, good sir. This is not going to be unlimited dog spam, though. When it's up to this many gaunts, you're just feeding. Right, this is the thing, like, typically, if you want to make the scout rush work, it has to be very committed and very consistent. So we should be seeing Alistar move quickly into the second base. But in the meantime, Blinki gets a very powerful window here in the early game, right? Fiend numbers are escalating quite quickly. He still has speed camps to play with. He's going to go for that heal, and then likely he's going to try to dive into the natural.
Oh, he could garrison a second Bob here. He actually garrisoned Lancers, so he's got 2 turrets working with. But he could actually ungarrison one of those and use a Bob to turn this into a Repair-O-Matic, which can repair the other turret. So there are a lot of mechanics that could be used here for Alistar to defend this position. For the time being, Blinki is just going to pull back, not willing to commit to this position, instead looking to secure the remaining camps, as well as deny additional Luminite deposits from his opponent.
Yeah, and he's got a second shrine on the way, right? So it's kind of unfortunate he can't idle this out. One awkward issue is if you're delayed on going for your second base, playing as the Infernals compared to Vanguards, Vanguards can rush it up, right? Supercharge makes it even quicker. You can pull additional Bobs to get your command center faster. For the Infernals, you just have to sit and wait. So it's really critical that you ID these timings that the Vanguard are doing and try to stay ahead of them. Right now, he can't dive the base. That double sentry play is perfect. It just gives you this bounce glaive effect that stops these units squishy going in. But it does mean for the time being, with this mass sitting on the sideline, Alistar doesn't have a quick way of rushing out for a third. He hasn't chopped through the tree line, so instead I'm expecting him to add in more military force to try and brute force the exit.
Yeah, third base down already for Blinki. No third base just yet from Alistar. He can't even leave his base at this point. Gets a little chip damage done here with the scouts, but really he's confined into his base. Happy to sit on these static defenses for the time being. But there's the chop through potentially coming through. I don't see an imp coming for this.
He's expecting it.
Through for a chop through?
No. It doesn't look like Blinki is moving an imp for the chop through, right? Like, he's holding everything back. So this is unfortunate. He thought Alistar was playing free base, which makes a lot of sense. Instead, he's just kind of wasting time. There's not really much else he can do at the moment other than go for a third, but because he does that on the delay as he added in more units, once again, you can't escalate the build time on this, right? So that shrine could have actually been built easily a minute earlier in this game, which would have put Blinki further ahead.
Oh yeah, certainly, but he's still in a good position. He's got a good standing army, a lot of vision with both of those vision camps there for him. And I feel like with these camps getting close to a reset, he's going to be in a great position to secure those once again. Alistar is playing a very, very defensive game over here. Heavy on the bios, but also on the static defenses.
Yeah, we're getting a transition. I wouldn't be surprised if Exos are on the way. I love what he's doing with these scouts, by the way. Those Fiends are very easily cleaned up, and it's very difficult to grab the scouts with how quickly they are able to move away like this. And it looks like the Veterans is coming. He survives again. And remember, you just pop one of these guys out of the sentry post, put the Bobs in, and easy repairs. In fact, why even do that? Just idle out one worker, heal these guys up, and keep that Fiend count low so that Blinki can't flood in.
And one thing I would love to see here from Alistar is the conversion of those habitats to solar habitats. With all these production buildings nearby, solar habitats can help you boost the production rates, and it can also help you buff the attack rate of these sentry posts. So I feel like that investment would be very much worthwhile for him here.
Yeah, it's a solid play, right? He's got the command center as well, so he can do it. On top of that, another interesting thing to kind of highlight for people as they are seeing that repair there, as I know a lot of RTSs tend to tax you for that. Repairing with the Vanguards don't cost anything. So those Bobs, the only thing you lose is idle time from working. So although these scouts, you know, it's costing you a little bit of resources in terms of someone's not gathering, it's not that double punishment, especially Age of Empires gamers will be used to, from having to spend resources and also miss out on gathering it. Lancer play. Oh, nice stab down here. Exos are going to be protected behind us, but the Magmadon is problematic. Alistar very out of position here. Those Gaunts are making him incredibly quick in the Lancers, baits out the trample, and just walks away.
He went into the cone of that vision camp. So Blinki knew fully well that his opponent is moving out, and he knew that this force wasn't massive, not a lot of Exos supporting. And to be fair, Alistar has to be happy only losing 3 Exos here, given the circumstances.
I'm not sure you are happy giving over Exos at all at this stage, right? This army is getting big and scary fast. And you have to remember, at the end of the day, behind this, Alistar is still only playing on 2 bases. Wait, dog, woof at us. Yeah, that's a placeholder, folks. I kind of want them to just come up with a reason to keep an animated dog as the reason I see across the map. I love these early placeholders.
Oh, force a split here for Alistar.
I mean, it's not as much as it's split. He just doesn't have much of an army right now. The exo count needs to get up to about double its count for him to feel confident. If he does manage to survive that long, things get scary because Blinki, although he's got some Magmadons to support, he hasn't got much of his front line beyond that. And these Lancers do have an ability to jump in on the Gaunts. Dive on the defenses. Looks like Medtechs have come out to try and heal him up. Magmadons to the dive. One is going to go down. And the Buzzsaw defenses are absorbing a lot of the fire here. So reset opportunity. Alistar starting to give over ground. Bobs do activate the overcharge. Able to push this back with 100 armor. Full damage reduction means the Gaunts can't kill quick enough here. And it is going to be a breakout. Infect comes in. Activate ability. But with a lack of troops to kill, there will be no conversions.
Yeah, what a hold here from Alistar. Bob overcharge coming in clutch as well. And despite the single meth deck being picked off very early, he still was able to hold off the back of those static defenses, looking to launch a counterattack. But he's facing off against a Shroud Stone and multiple Hellborns holding this choke point.
Oh man, the Hellborns are going to have to do a lot of work here though. 3 of them so far. The Vanguards haven't been healed up, however. Alistar, I mean, he got a bit overconfident there. That was a sick hold, a good turnaround, an expensive one, sure, but to think that you could just rush across the field, Blinchik's going to have nothing behind this is a little bit gluttonous. Luckily for him, he was able to pull away quickly, still having some of the attenuation to move out of there quickly. But I think the worry is now that he sees Hellborns, you need to transition. Your plan was to go Exos, and I don't rate Exos highly when you're up against a heavy amount of long-ranged units.
I feel like it's a numbers game at this point, KP. We are looking at a massive army here for Blinchik, despite all the casualties he suffered in that initial attack. And he's got a lot of premium troops as well, Hellborn, some Magmadons as well. And Alistar, he might be a little caught off guard over here in the middle.
Yeah, it feels like he's actually running out of lances quickly on that front side that are healthy. The Medtech's just not able to heal everything up quick enough. He does bait out the trample. Gaunts are going to tank, but right now, Gaunts, it's going to sound weird, but they're actually a disposable unit. They're actually your new front line. It's all about the Hellborns, and the Hellborns reign supreme.
Yeah, they outrange everything that Alistar has right now, and given how low HP Exos have, those Hellborns can take them out very, very quickly.
Yeah, I just think like the issue here is no upgrades on the Medtechs, right? She's got the additional heals in an area. It's just swarming this back up to full HP. Instead, he's barely keeping a front line healthy. And that's risky, right? Because although the Gaunts, although the Fiends aren't that impactful at this stage, right? And small numbers coming out, it still baits additional damage onto a unit that you're getting for free as Blinchik. And it just means more space made for these Hellborns to keep doing this. Siege begins.
Some of the static defenses that were taken out initially weren't replaced, and you see now with the Hellborns firing from the back line, they can take them out easily. Shroud comes in all across the map here to provide wide health, but it looks like Alistar might be able to hold this.
Yeah, that got dicey. Blinchik tried to rush through with the Magmadon, actually griefed one of his own Hellborns. So although it only seems like one unit going down, it's critical to remember that for Blinchik, scaling this Hellborn number is the way he succeeds and breaks this base. He needs to get up to 6 or 7, and Alistar just setting him back 1 gives breathing room in a situation where now Red is up to 3 bases. So he's getting an ability to float more units. That was a heavy investment to spawn the Shroud across map, and now we're going to see Alistar look to move out confidently into the map in a situation where Blinchik has decided to go for a little bit more defense and a little bit more greed instead of a bit more Assassin's Creed with that army.
On the camps resetting in the middle, and Blinchik is going to be the one claiming them. Good value there, and he is now creeping up with some additional buildings in the middle, kind of having a proxy base set up here in the middle. Building's incomplete yet, and this is an opportunity for Alistar to shut this all down.
Yeah, Shroud's going to take quite a long time to come in. It's not an expensive loss road, 25 resources going down when you miss out on that. It's just unfortunate about the resource camp. Some of it just going the way of Alistar, and now him starting to get a little bit of map control. It does force Blinchik back. I imagine we're going to be looking at some sort of unit transition. Up against this comp you're facing, I don't want to say Weavers, like there isn't a really big reason, but if you are paranoid about the idea of Alistar ever going into Atlases, Weavers is usually the next step. But still, Blinchik hasn't reached that critical mass of Hellborn yet, where he feels safe to make a new unit.
Yeah, Alistar moving out still full on bios, but he's got a lot of met decks to work with, facing off against now 4 bases. He's heading to that opening, the chop through to the north, something that Blinchik is just now expanding towards. He's going to get an early warning as a consequence of this building drop, though.
Yeah, it's going to be quick enough. He does cancel it just in time. That was close. That would have immediately dropped and cost him dearly. So he at least refunds 75%, but painful to be blocked at this critical point. I don't think Alistar knows about this southern base. You have to remember that the vision control for Blinki is there, so Alistar can't just snoop in on that for free. But he's at least denying the 5th, and that's important considering that Alistar is still yet to set up his 4th base.
Yeah, he is grabbing the vision camp to the north, though. So if he wants to expand in that direction, he's going to have all the map awareness he needs to get an early warning about an attack. Speaking of an attack, we don't have any of that coming out from Blinki just yet, but the number of Hellborns are increasing, and with those imps coming in, you really get the feel that Flamon is going to come in very soon, and we're going to see some big jumps on those forces from the Infernals.
They're actually for Shroud Stones, but Alistar doesn't know that, right? He just saw 5 of them running out, so you might be worried they're going to show up in the fight. So he needs to play a little bit more defensive here. Great setup on these defenses of Blinki. Now just having this spread of Shroud gives him the extra effective HP to dent these fights. Now, even those gaunts that are usually glass cannons last a bit longer. It lets you get a bit deeper. And the thing I'm always looking back towards is that Hellborn count. It's getting scary, right? So far, I've yet to see a solid answer from Alistar. He's just running the same 3 units, and it means over time, these Hellborns, they will break this game.
And he's been staying on Shroud for quite some time. All of those units have full white health, and that is something that can be a big difference maker, especially when you consider that Alistar doesn't have units that have insane damage output against large groups of troops. He's got the Lancers, great frontline. He's got Exos as well. But dealing with all these troops, especially these high HP back units like the Hellborns, that's going to be a challenge for Alistar.
Now, even denting those Magmadons takes so much longer now, right? And also Blinki, I think he's been the most on-point player we've seen today so far with the Magmadons. He doesn't just panic spam all the tramples, right? He understands that you want to stagger these to keep forcing your opponent back. So Alistar, in a quite sticky situation, has at least now got the 4th base on the way. We need to check on what his tech is like. I want to see if we're actually maybe going to get into a new unit type. Typically, the solution to an army clump like this is to transition Atlases, but that does come at quite an expensive cost.
Oh, the Vision Camp is going to tell Alistar that he's facing an enormous army over here. He's definitely outnumbered. He's got some static defenses to work with, but with Gaunts showing up to the south as well. And I think, the sentry post cannot actually fire because it is vision blocked by the command post. Repair-O-Matic is helping out a little, but the defense post itself is struggling to hit those Gaunts.
And this overcharge isn't really doing enough for him right now. He's at least going to be able to use the Repair-O-Matic, but being blocked from gathering the Luminite, his army is looking to shift, but he doesn't want to send them all over. And now Blinki comes in for the double stab. Hellborn's moving forward, but we finally have the first Atlas in play. Exos are sent down to the south to deal with this. Looks like they will be in time to save the command center, but it's going to be closer than you'd like due to the power of those brutes.
Yeah, second Atlas coming in here as well. They're being built very far away from that primary defensive position that Alistar is in. He's going to clean this up, but he took a bit of a beating. Now he's got Atlases though, KP, something that can take those Gaunts out very quickly.
Yeah, have we got a Hangar Bay yet is the real question, because the classic play right now, and I'm going to say this, everyone's eyes are going to open, they're going to say that's broken. Those Atlases, they are basically like your siege tanks for StarCraft players, or Mangonels actually for Age of Empires. If you have the evac, you can deploy them, move them, and they'll instantly fire again. It's a very powerful tool, so I'm waiting for that detail here. It's where Alistar will be able to move out. This feels premature, though. Hellborn count is insanely high, an unnecessary fight coming in. Alistar able to break away. He gets nothing, and it just costs him extra units. March in. Lancers, wait, what's going on here? This is... I don't want to... Like, Neglectful doesn't do it justice, right? It's like you've just given a small kid a knife and sent him into a forest full of wolves. This is... I don't know what this army's meant to do. The Hellborn damage is huge here! Oh
yeah,
my
Atlas
god.
getting caught off guard on the front line as well. First Atlas going down to his second one, but front line just not looking very strong here for Alistar. I feel like he is now forced to move out because he's running low on Therium inside his base, and at the same time he's getting created on his expansion to the south of his primary. He is just getting confined into his base now with little forces left standing.
The Hellborn count is sending to hell here. Alistar, he can't hold it anymore. I mean, this game, it's so unfortunate, right? The Atlases start to come out, but a lack of evac play means it's very difficult to actually punish this mass Hellborn. You're always immobile, and now with the arrival of the Fell Dragon, sorry, the Flay Dragon. Wrong game. With the Flay Dragon now coming in, I think this game has reached its conclusion. Alistar, unfortunately, just a step behind. sick plays by Blinki. I love the way he utilized the Shroud in the mid-map to give him more effective HP. He gets the dub and takes down the Vanguards.
Alistar was confined into his base for so long, and for a moment we could see him having 15 workers on a single tile of Therium. He actually has a Therium deposit over here that he could use, but you really have the feeling that he wanted to move out of his base, secure some extra resources, but he just wasn't able to. He was facing way too many Hellborns, and kind of what we touched on, KP, mid-game, Alistar never really had anything that could deal with those Hellborns. He had 1 or 2 Atlases, but that is just insufficient when you're facing 20 Hellborns.
Yeah, and I think we'll hop back in the lobby quickly here. This is interesting, because I think this is a kind of sticking point I've seen is when you reach this stage in the game, I've highlighted it before, are hard, but not that one. That one's smooth. The awkward thing about these transitions is they can actually really just kick you in the teeth, because all of a sudden you see all these Hellborns, you kind of know it's coming, but you don't feel like you need to necessarily immediately pivot because you still need units, right? But the reality is that stage in the game, you need either 2 approaches. You need Atlases with evacs, or you need to get Mass Hornets. Mass Hornets takes a very long time to scale up at that stage in the game. Either way, I think the thing that was missing is step 1 is a hangar bay. If he at least had the evac play, that whole thing I was talking about with the deploy, the Atlases in their siege mode, the broken thing is that if you pick them up with an evac and then ungarrison them somewhere else, they're immediately deployed. So that saves you 2-3 seconds of deploy time to instantly attack. And Atlases have 16 tower range. Those Hellborns, only 14. So that's how you snipe that number down. But it looks like the timing was just perfect out of the Infernals there. Didn't allow his opponent to get a step deeper into the Atlas transition and shut him down at the most delicate point. Well played. Cool game. Love to see these deeper showings, right? I mean, I think people are starting to see just how interesting the map becomes when it opens up into that mid-play.
Yeah, I think the other thing that kind of went weird here for the Vanguard player was that he never really was able to use any kind of mobility advantage. You kind of touched on the possible evac play. He was confined into his base by a large amount of slow-moving units, primarily Hellborns. So if he had an evac play with a couple of Exos trying to hit the enemy eco, that could have made things a little bit more difficult for the Infernal player. At the same time, Hornets, interesting thing to think about here, especially facing off against that many Gaunts, could have been an option, but it's not clear-cut, I feel. I think it really has to come down to the fact that you just let those Infernals get all the resources on the map, both when it comes to bases and both when it comes to securing the resource deposits, taking out the Guardians. And I feel like the combination of all of these factors was just too much for the Vanguard player to handle.
Absolutely. And, you know, I just want to shout out the people I've seen actually subbing to the channel. Great idea right now, actually. This is just day 1 of a 5-day event, right? We've got tomorrow, we've got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Plenty of more Stormgates to come. So I would recommend that people subscribe now so that you don't have to worry about the ads. Also, maybe if we've got some subscribers here, they can show off all those cool emotes they just got. I did notice the EGC updated. I'm even noticing the Vulcan shaking his booty. That's my favorite. Can I get some Vulcan booty shakers in the chat as we get ready for more games?
And so this is not just one game. We are moving into a best-of-3 series over here as our observer is ready to launch up the game. Riser versus Night Phoenix. Night Phoenix, we saw him briefly earlier today, but this time around we are going to have an Infernal Mirror once again kicking off the set here on Broken Crown.
Yeah, we should have a much closer one here, but you know what? Riser might be an early setter here. Night Phoenix looked dominant when we saw him earlier today on the Infernals. I think he is ranked 10th in the world. Riser's a little bit closer, if I remember correctly. I think he's like the top 50. But I think on paper, Night Phoenix still has a slight edge. I think you said this is the best of 3, right? Which I'm excited about. It means we're going to be seeing some additional maps. I think Secluded Grove as well as Jagged Moor will come if we get deep enough in this set. But game 1, pretty much what we've come to see so far in this tournament. Typically, you're going to be looking at an immediate conclave opening and a shift to the respective speed camps to get your hands on a Fiend creep.
This is a lovely matchup, KP. This is one of the closer matchups here in this early stage of the tournament. Night Phoenix ranked number 12. And when you look at Riser, he is also top 100, 78 to be precise, both Infernal players out here. Iron Vault opening, from what I could see from Night Phoenix, and look at this.
Oh.
That's a meat farm, right?
No, that should be a Shroudstone Tower. I've seen this from a few players. It's very creative, actually, because if you're concerned your opponent's going to contest you, it blocks the play, but it also allows you to farm the camp quite quickly with just gaunts. You don't even need to rush in a brute to close this one out. Pretty smart read there, and you have to remember, although it does cost you an imp, outside that, it's only 25 Luminite to build that structure.
Yeah, alternative solution is what we're seeing on the other side from Night Phoenix. He is using just a single Gaunt plus this slow debuffs to deal with the Guardians here. And with the Shroudstone deployed, you're also getting all the white health over here. So your units aren't supposed to take a lot of permanent damage over here for Riser. Looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1 when it comes to the speed camp count.
It's also sick for what it does to the Fiends. These Fiends that typically come out and immediately use their shield up, they're going to have it for the follow-up resource camps, right? So it just allows you to go a little bit more aggressively camp to camp, and we're already seeing the difference it's making. Riser, he's already moved past that first camp. Night Phoenix has only just cleared this one. It means that actually the Vision camp should be going the way of Riser first, and that's going to snowball into those central resource camps.
Yeah, and with more Guardians being killed on Riser's side, he's also getting an extra influx of all these Fiends, and he's going to be the first one to arrive in the middle. Now, if he aggroes those Guardians, that's something that gives an advantage for Night Phoenix taking this fight.
Uh-oh. Riser wasn't looking straight away there. Doesn't actually get into the clash in the end. It looks like the Gaunt's are going to get trapped, though. Able to move away just in time. Brute's going to get split, and it looks like in the end, Riser is going to be pushed back here. Interesting detail, while this was going on, Night Phoenix opened with a Brute split that he sent into the main. So Riser not only loses the fight here, he was being idled up on his imps in his primary.
Secondary base expansion coming in from both of these players over here, but map control is in the hands of Night Phoenix, taking away the resource camp that spawned on the side of Riser, looking to potentially contest this position as a Shroudstone is being dropped here for Riser to hold off this assault.
Timing could work against him though. It depends how confident Night Phoenix feels. I think the health bars are going to make him a bit deterred from the idea of just rushing up blind, so likely he just plays towards the health camp instead. It would be risky just to go in with no idea of exactly what your opponent has, but if he gets the timing right, if he just sniffs it out, Riser, because of this choice to go rushing into that shrine and now setting up the towers, he doesn't have much to defend with here. Poke in. And the shrine incomplete, right? The Shroudstone tower should at least come up, but these Brutes, they have the ability to actually kill off this shrine, so Riser has to fight soon.
Shroudstone now deployed, and Night Phoenix will just pivot to the enemy main base. And while he's on the enemy Shroud, he's also getting white health himself, so that kind of offsets between the two players.
Splits come out. Brutes front line for the time being. Gaunts are behind this, so you have to be careful, because this is the thing. When you get on top of the meat farms, it's actually just a feeding frenzy. It gives you freebie Fiends constantly, and that's exactly why a fight that looked like it should have been terrible for Night Phoenix actually turns into an even trade.
Yeah, he's going to call off his forces. He tried contesting this position, and he definitely did some damage, especially when you consider that he is already on 3 bases compared to the 2 from Riser.
Yeah, I just love that approach, man. That was a great read by Night Phoenix. The moment that Shroudstone tower's going up, it's already half complete. You can't contest it. I love the way that this whole idea of Fell Hogs being a free unit actually backfires when you've got Gaunts there. Not only does it actually hurt you because you're feeding over Fiends, you have to remember it also does hurt your ability to scale. If you have a big population boom, that is also the way that you end up getting supply blocks. So great ID by Night Phoenix. Now shifts back towards playing a macro game and back onto those resource camps when Riser is stuck in his base.
Yeah, he hasn't yet chopped through the tree line to the left of his secondary, but he should be getting there fairly closely because he needs that 3rd expansion. On the other side, we already had that chop through from Night Phoenix, and that's something that has been scouted by Riser. Now, one thing to note is that there's an even split of these vision camps. So the southern portion of the map, Night Phoenix has good intel of, and the northern portion, that's something that Riser is very well aware of.
Yeah, and I think we are at a stage actually where Night Phoenix could just go for a Doombringer play. He should have the Great Shrine by now. You just drop a bunch of these Gaunts in the back of the base. I mean, at this stage, either Riser just camping home and you're getting further ahead, or you jump him in his main while he's away farming camps, and all of a sudden he's going to be down 12 imps. It just sounds like a win-win to me. So we'll see if he wants to go for that transition. He could just choose to play a macro game.
Doombringer on the way.
Here we go. This is exactly what we're looking for. So deploy it down, full Gaunt stack inside. This is probably going to rear around the left side and go for the main. And although Riser has moved back for the time being, if we check the timers on those camps, I imagine he's prepping to move out for more resources. Yeah, in the next 40 seconds.
And he's doing so after the vision camp disappeared. So this might have been caught by the other Doombringer. Both players thinking about the same over here.
Yeah, but who's going to hit faster and who's going to do more damage? Because I'm seeing 3 base versus 2, right? So if they both evenly hit, that's a bigger percentage of the eco of Ryza down the drain. Here we go. Springs the trap. Imp's trapped in the corner here. Try to hide behind. Army is reacting, but now he springs the trap on the other side. Bellhogs are going to feed over more Fiends. Looks like he's going to redeploy and move away, but the primary's not being defended, and the Shroud Stones are not going to be quick enough here. Ryza is going to lose the main.
Oh my word. What a play here from Night Phoenix. He's taking some casualties back at home as well, but his cons are dishing out a lot of punishment, investing all these imps and turning them into fiends on the other side. Finally, a Shroud Stone coming in here for Ryza to clean this up.
He's going to lose the Great Shrine, though. It's too low now. He gets cleared up in the base of Night Phoenix. Can he actually save this, though? A few gaunts left over. Health is low on the building. I think maybe it's a little bit gluttonous there. Night Phoenix just trying to end the game by taking out that primary structure. Instead, his army is going to get cleared up. He tries to get them out the Doombringer, but too little too late here. However, Ryza still takes a heavier hit than what he dished to Night Phoenix.
And he was late to his third base compared to his counterpart. So you combine the two things, this should give a massive eco advantage when it comes to Night Phoenix. Unfortunately, we don't have a UI that tells you the worker counts, but you really have the feeling that Night Phoenix should be vastly ahead here.
I mean, it's 4 base now, right? He's going to be ahead. And Ryza is probably paranoid about additional Doombringer raids coming in, because I believe he lost his Doombringer, right? So that sets him back. Meanwhile, there's still this mobile force for Night Phoenix to party with. So he's going to be poking the base. Love the fact that he's just spreading the Shroud, guaranteeing he keeps his shield up to max, so there's no defender advantage here. Blocking out the Therium to guarantee there's no transition into any sort of premium units as well, because a Magmadon could break this siege coming from Night Phoenix.
Speaking of a Magmadon, we've got one from the back line. Imps have to be pulled away, though, from Ryza. Secondary base being contested. He's got a Shroud Stone to defend. But all of those red units from Night Phoenix have full white health. Not so much the case for Ryza's forces.
Second Magmadon now coming in. Not many Brutes here to defend. This should be a Garrison and a move to the main. Yep, there you go. And the Shroud, it's just such high HP. I think it's like 60 health there against low damage Gaunts. So it goes back into the primary. He'll shift around the back. I mean, he could finish this. Like, he could actually take out that Greater Shrine. You can't heal your structures as the Infernals. Instead, though, he's going to build an army to do it for him. A few Fiends are going to be created. And he's actually going to keep hanging around. He's not confident with what he's forced. Finally, the Magmadons come. While that's happening elsewhere, it looks like Ryza takes good trades in the middle of the map, pushes his back.
Hello there. What a position for Night Phoenix. Nothing available for Ryza to take out that Doombringer in the corner.
No, and it's funny, right? Because this map has a little bit of a wide skirting on the east side and the west side as well. So there's a few different gaps you can leak into. I think if Night Phoenix knew about that third base, he'd actually be shifting between the two. But for the time being, he just goes back in. Shroudstone doesn't go up. And I mean, honestly, at what point do you just consider deleting your own meat farm here? It's just griefing you at this stage.
Yeah, those Fellhogs being taken out give extra fiends for Night Phoenix to work with, and you see he's trying his best to deal with this, but he doesn't even have vision on this Doombringer right now.
I mean, he knows it's there, right? But you have to now...
he just can't shoot it down.
And the problem here is, like, this is something that makes the Doombringers kind of insanely powerful, is that if you leave, say, 3 Gaunts there to defend that, well, you're going to be deployed on by 8 Gaunts. So you lose that fight. It's not even close. So... compared to, like, for example, in StarCraft comparisons, a Medivac takes a long time to deploy. Same with evacs in this game, right? Like, if a Vanguard player made that play, with a few units, you'd be confident you could hold them back. It's much more stressful when you're playing against Doombringers.
Oh, that expansion outright denied here by Night Phoenix. What a timing with this push.
Infection Bomb's going to come in. Does clip a few here, but shouldn't be any snowball kills yet. Magmadon count is getting kind of scary, though. Like, Night Phoenix, we're at a stage where it's more or less a macro game, right? Just look at the top side of the map. 5 bases now for Night Phoenix, up against the free Ryza. Just feels like he's inevitably going to run out of resources here unless he takes some god-tiered fights. But the mess of these Magmadons, absolutely griefing the entire engagement. Now the follow-up Gaunt's just able to finish him off. I think this might be the last stand of Ryza. Still got a few Magmadons to work with. No supporting cast, the backline, though, and it feels like death is on the way.
Nice stuns with the Magmadons, though, and he's gotten Nightfall Infestation going. He just doesn't have any units that can turn that Infestation into kills. Ryza taps out of this one, and Night Phoenix secures game number 1.
Sick plays. Night Phoenix, the transition from playing aggro into playing greed, and Ryza always one step behind. Love the Doombringers being a critical detail in this game. Expect to see a lot more of that with the Infernals, because I have noticed that that transition is all about the mid-game Doombringer drops. And I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of them in this tournament.
number 1 of this series, best of 3 coming up. So let's take a quick look at the draft over here, folks. Well, it's not really a draft. It's more like the next map that's coming up.
It's the Age of Empires brain. You're like, I'm wondering what civs are going to be picked. Any civ they want. Let's hop across the draft. So I believe the loser gets to choose the next map, right? Wait.
Indeed, that is the case.
This is a best of 3. We've had Broken Crown, so it should be either Secluded Grove or Jagged Moor next, right? All right.
Indeed.
I can already just imagine the brow sweats from production just frantically rushing them in. So just to fill in, folks, it's going to be either Secluded Grove, which is the map that has a very juicy base hidden in the tree line in the center, or Jagged Moor, which has the short route for light units and the long route, which any unit can go along. So it looks like we are in the draft process now, hence why we can't see it yet.
And it looks like confirmation is in. We are heading into Secluded Grove here, KP. Likely another Infernal matchup, but this map, fundamentally different from Broken Crown. A lot less camps to work with, a lot less potential to build up that early force of Fiends.
Yeah, well, so this is the interesting thing. You'd think there'd be less camps to snowball Fiends. Actually much easier because of the outskirts. So on Secluded Grove, the thing that makes it seem like it's going to take longer is that you have a speed camp nearby, but then the resource camp is on the other side of a tree line. A really popular play right now for Infernal players is to move out with an imp, knock down the trees, and then run through and knock down the trees on the other side. So what you end up with is 12 of these Fiends for free in half the time it would take you to do the same on Broken Crown. So I'm expecting both players to do that. The question is whether they're going to choose the same side.
Well, it is going to be an Infernal Mirror, and the game is ready. So we're jumping into game number 2 of this best of 3. Secluded Grove it is. Riser's home map pick here for game number 2. Let's take a look at another Infernal Mirror.
All right, in we go. Game 2 of this best of 3 between Riser and Night Phoenix. Night Phoenix able to strike early to take the lead. But let's see who's going to be Infernal King on Secluded Grove.
Right off the get-go, Imps heading to the north here for Night Phoenix. He's the one playing in blue, unlike he did in the previous game. Riser is the one with the red color. And it looks like both players are heading out with their Imps. You kind of touched on this. There is an ability to chop through here. And as much as you have less camps to work with in the central part of the map, you have quite a few when you look at the outskirts of this map. I think the other thing that we need to touch on, KP, here with this map is that here you have a very limited amount of Therium deposits that you have by default. You actually have to break these Therium veins in order for you to spawn additional deposits of Therium.
Exactly, but the interesting thing about that, right, is like it's not about the Gaunt numbers, so lack of Therium doesn't exactly hurt you. It's about getting those Fiends together. So the early game isn't hurt as much, I'd say, for the Infernals compared to Vanguards by that detail. It does take a little bit of effort to break them, but not too much time. But as we know, timing is everything, so taking 20 seconds to break that between your second and third base location to get more Therium, it does kind of waste away at you. So chop free complete, and there's the Shroudstone follow-up. We should be seeing that from both players. It just allows you to take the next speed camp easily, and also denies any sort of counterplay for your opponent. But instead, Riser chooses to be a little bit cheap about it. It wants to save himself some resources, instead setting up on the initial speed camp.
Interesting idea. There's going to be a Shroudstone out there. He's got a Conclave already. Gaunt out there. Gaunt haven't yet moved out.
Oh, check left side.
Until he gets there.
Riser, so this is why Riser was so late. He was actually trying to intercept and mess with Night Phoenix. So he had some units over in Night Phoenix's camp, but ultimately, I don't know if it done enough here. Like, you're going to get your units for free, right? Brute comes out, but
he might be losing the Shroudstone. It's heavily, heavily damaged over here. Guardian's focusing the Shroudstone, and he does lose it.
Okay, can we get a Fiend count comparison here? Because that's 5, but already Night Phoenix moved across, right? Riser, I think he split 2 of his Fiends at the beginning from the Brute to contest. It didn't work out, though. Like, this is still not a problem. Night Phoenix is ahead. He won't be able to contest on the opposite side of the map, but with the speed camp, he can rush into the natural of Riser before he sets up the second shrine.
And that's exactly what he's doing. Riser nowhere close to being at home here. He's first going to grab the Vision camp here. Additional Fiends will be on the way, but I feel like Night Phoenix has a unique opportunity to jump the enemy base here with very few defenders being at home.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't afford the additional defenders because you're going for the shrine, and look how squishy it is. This many Fiends will delete it. He's going to have to cancel it. I mean, he'll get 75% back, but that's still a loss anyway, right? Night Phoenix circling around.
Oh, he could catch that expansion base, and he does. Absolutely no one to defend it. Riser is going to lose this shrine here.
He's going to lose the Shroud Stone. He's going to lose a lot more than that, Linecore. This Shroud Stone's the only defense right now. Riser's going for the base trade, but he's much later to this. A Brute at least does come out, but we've already seen that these Fell Hogs are not a good defense. They actually feed the issue here, as the Infect can just snowball. A-Click has actually kept Night Phoenix's gaunts away, though. Brute holds the choke point for the moment. Right now, Riser not doing as much damage. The Shrine for Night Phoenix is going to complete in time here, and now the trade comes in. Trying to build up the Shroud Stones. Imp's trying to move past this. Stacks on top of the gaunts, but the damage, the Infect is already there. So a lot more Fiends about to be added in the primary to take down Riser here.
Riser might survive this, but the damage that he suffers from is just massive. He lost his expansion. Night Phoenix does have his second shrine up, and he's just going to tap out of this one.
What a sick read. Game 2, Night Phoenix is going to make a quick 2-0 here. That efficiency on the rotation, the one detail being Riser's choice to try and grief the rotation, made his suboptimal and makes a quick stomping here on Secluded Grove.
Much quicker than it was in the previous map, but nothing really went well for Riser when you look at this entire game. The Shroud Stone being taken out by the Camp Guardians, him being late with all the camps compared to his counterpart, and then he got hit in his base, tried to do the exact same thing on the other side, but again, we often look at Infernals and just say snowball as the primary thing that happens in the game. You start falling behind, it's extremely difficult to recover, especially in a mirror matchup like this.
Yeah, so watched like, whoa, I mean, RTSs aren't meant to be this quick, but you have to remember that like this is a situation in a mirror where it's very important to remember in most RTSs, your opening plays matter a lot. The first 5 minutes allows you to open many more options in the game. In a mirror, that's even more true. And I think that that critical blunder of choosing to contest, also losing the Shroud Stone as well, which meant you didn't have the heal factor for extra health to push those camps quicker, puts you a step behind. Just great read and optimization coming out from the higher ranked player here to take the dub and a quick 2-0 win. I'm a little bit heartbroken that we didn't get to say Jagged more, but don't worry, folks. There's plenty more best of threes. I'm sure we'll be seeing Jagged more as we go deep in the tournament. I was hoping we're going to see it for an Infernal matchup, because if you thought this one was about small details, I've seen some very creative creative builds, rather, that one small choice, one small placement of a building completely breaks what should be a 50-50 matchup.
Now, I got some breaking news here, folks. Fresh out of the oven just a few minutes ago. It looks like the brackets are back up, so things are getting into their, I guess, normal working conditions, is what you would say here.
No.
So,
it's an upgrade, Lidicore. This is that people have come to the situation where they're like, this is the standard now. They're about to get spoiled. They're going to get a UI. They're going to be able to see units' names, their health, their veterancy. We're going to be able to hover over abilities and explain them. It's going to be beautiful.
All right, we're hearing, or we're waiting to hear from the admins when it comes to the games, so bear with us for just a second. But as a reminder, folks, we do have a couple more rounds of qualifiers today. We will soon be bringing in two new faces here to the broadcast as well. Nathanias and Winter Gaming will be taking over for the second part of the broadcast. And tomorrow, but just simply tomorrow, we're going to have 2 additional pairs of casters bringing you the deciders in the qualifiers to ultimately decide which of these 8 of these players will be getting into the main event next weekend.
Oh, yes. And even when we decided that, there's still some slots up for grabs. We already saw 4 players qualified directly through their ranking. That was, of course, we had Parton, we had Lucifron, Vortex, and Kiwin. And then 4 more will join from the special qualifier we've put aside because obviously Katowice is going on right now. A lot of the top-level, rather, StarCraft players are currently playing that tournament, so there will be another qualifier on Friday. Big shout out. I see Night Phoenix SC2 in the chat. That is the guy you just witnessed getting that 2-0 domination. Be sure to go give him a follow. I'm sure he's going to stream some of this in the future. We want to get him to a point where his name no longer says SC2, but it just says SG at the end instead.
I need rank 12 on the leaderboard, having a good set over here. But folks, before we can bring you another set, we need to do a bit of a coordination work with the admins. So we will take a very quick break over here. And when we come back, we will bring you another lovely set from the EGC Stormgate Open qualifiers.
The Vulcan is one of the primary mech units available to the human vanguard. Armed with a chain gun, the Vulcan is able to decimate groups of lightly armored units in mere seconds. Thanks to their heavy armor, Vulcans are also able to stand their ground in prolonged combat. Their unique ability, the jump jets, allow the Vulcans to dash into or out of combat quickly, while also allowing them to clear destructible terrain, such as forests. Brutes are the main frontline units of the Infernal host. Tough in melee, these slow troops provide a sturdy frontline for the Infernal armies. Brutes can also be split into two fiends, either manually or automatically upon a brute being eliminated. With this ability, the slow-moving brutes can be turned into a force of highly mobile fiends in just a few seconds. The Atlas serves the role of long-range artillery in the armed forces of the human vanguard. While Atlases are capable of combat without being deployed, their true power is unlocked once in stationary siege mode. Their long-range cannons can annihilate buildings and groups of units very quickly. Projectiles from Atlases take time to travel, however, allowing enemies to escape the danger zone.
minus 25, minus 20. Oh, there we go. We're back. Welcome back to the EGCTV Stormgate Open, folks. Day number 1. And we are getting deeper in the day. Stacked up a few more interesting games that have been playing out on the brackets to check in on. Lydical, I think we already know the first one we're going to be peeking in on, actually.
Indeed, we are looking at a player that we've already seen play today once. That is going to be Blinki. But, you know, actions speak louder than words. So let us head into the game straight away, because I'm sure that most of the people here are here for the gameplay.
You sure they're not here for our faces? I mean, you dressed up so nicely. It only seems fair. Here we go, folks. Hopping into it. We've got Tagger Bear Claw in the north playing in the red, up against Blinki playing as the Infernals in the blue. So you were just saying we already saw Blinki, looked pretty impressive. I haven't had a chance to peer in on Tagger Bear Claw at all. So I'm actually going to pull up his ranking. I'm curious, because obviously we are rank elites here. How good is he?
He is rank 841. Vanguard enjoyer he is. He's going to be playing with the color red, opening up with a scout right away here, harassing those imps. And on the other side, that is a double Iron Ward opening, if I'm not mistaken. One of those is definitely an Iron Ward. The other one, we shall see.
It should be a conclave,
though.
Yeah, it should be conclave.
It needs to be.
So hear me out. You said he's rank 840th. If he follows up with 3 more scouts, usually that's like a 500 rank buff. But it looks like instead, he's rushing a second. Wait. No, this isn't a second base. That's 6 on Furium. Is he going for hedgehogs? Or hornets?
Yeah, could be hedgehogs. Could be fast hornets here, which is an interesting way of playing this. But one thing that you need to keep in mind is that, especially early game Infernal armies, they don't have good tools to deal with hornets.
No. They have the gaunts, but gaunts have very low damage. So the reason why I thought maybe 1 hedgehog is because this feels very early, like almost as if you're going to open with 1. But typically, the reason why people never open hedgehogs is because you're going to be up against fiends. Fiends outrun you and kill you off. So most likely it's just going to be a rush into hornets. First time we're going to be seeing hornets actually so far in the Stormgate Open by EGC. This unit, air unit, some people who play Age of Empires are already like, huh? That's right, we do have air units here, and the thing that you're highlighting analytical is with 6 base damage on gaunts, and with how quick hornets are, unless you rush Shroudstones now, you don't have a great way of defending against the raid.
Yeah, he's got a solar habitat going right away, so offsetting the fact that he is only on 1 base, he actually has that solar habitat powering the production of the main base for the time being. That's likely going to be reset to a hangar, though, because you want to get those hornets out as quickly as possible.
Now, keep in mind, he's got no sort of wall-in, no sort of defenses, so this is complete blind faith right now. If Blinki sensed it even for a second and moved in with the gaunts, yes, overcharge will buy you some time, but it won't get you out of the sticky situation. Like, right now, what Tagger Bear is doing, it's kind of a punt in the dark. If anything goes wrong along the way here, it all falls apart.
Yeah, it feels like an all-in-ish style play over here, but it might as well work out. I think one of the key things that you need to understand here is that you expect the Infernal player to go for the camps at the beginning. In fact, he's got visual confirmation thanks to that 1 scout. So he knows fully well that he won't be pressured, and he can just build up his base with the hangar, with the tier 2 upgrade, without being harassed.
Yeah, already, the way that Blinki's playing this, is almost like he's still thinking there's some resources being taken. You know, Spidey sensor should be tingling though, right? When he moves to the right side, he sees the vision camps are never taken, he sees there's no speed camps taken. That's when it should be very clear. But by the time he does that, it's going to be 2 Hornets, if not more, in the field. And we already see the first one holding back. Tagger Bear probably going to wait until he has at least 2 to spring his trap. Cool thing as well is if you do find yourself up against Shroudstones, but you move in towards the Bubble Dome tech, with 3 Hornets, you can actually tank the static defenses that Blinki needs.
Yeah, now Hornets, they have an anti-air and an anti-ground mode, and they are stronger when it comes to anti-air, but they are formidable when it comes to picking off low HP units, even in small quantities, in an anti-ground mode. So it's only 2 Hornets, but against these imps, even with full white health, they can do a lot of damage. That's exactly what we're going to see over here. Quick reaction to Shroudstones being dropped, but they take so much time to build. And that's a great opportunity for Tagger Bear to start picking off units here.
And he's leaking in the gaunts one by one, so that's just costing you even more dearly, right? Like, you're trying to idle this out and protect the imps, but it's actually worse because of this. You're just spending resources to lose resources. Veterancy is also now coming in from Tagabear. He knows he's eventually going to have to pull back from this, but a great value trade with the Hornet opening.
Oh, it's impressive. You're taking out multiple gaunts, taking out multiple imps as well, and also forced multiple Shroud Stones to be dropped back at home. And at the end of the day, you get away with both of your Hornets, and you still keep escalating your numbers.
Yeah, and now this should be the sentry boast being set up at home. You just drop a Bob inside this, and when your boys come on home after their good day raiding, they can just repair up to full pretty quickly. For the time being, nice block out here. Stops the double Shroud Stone, and actually forces the cancel in the second. So looks like a Hornet, a little bit out of position. Can't be supported by the low HP ones because otherwise the Gauntglaives will bounce between. But so far, this has been impressive. There is an opportunity, though, for Blinki to start diving towards the base, and I hope he's going to take it here. Otherwise, you're just playing a game of cat and mouse, but you're never able to quite catch that mouse, as I've learned from Tom and Jerry.
Oh yeah, you can also learn that from me. And there's a mouse in my place that has been keeping me awake for like a week. So I can definitely testify it's a cat and mouse game, and usually the mouse wins, and it's very annoying.
Of course, Overcharge can be cast on a non-complete building here, which means these Bobs, although they're going to be harassed, are going to be fine. Nice Lancer timing as well. Tagabear looks like he is going to lose it. But as long as he actually gets the command center up, this should be fine. He does need to rush up the sentry post as well, but that Bob also doesn't have the Overcharge armor. Luckily, he does turn around. And because he started actually upgrading this, building this rather, the command center is going to get an accelerated build speed. So great read there to rush the sentry post. He has got a Hornet at home now to defend. And the army from Blinki is nowhere nearby to support this move now.
Yeah, second base up for both of these players. Static defenses out there as well. Now, when it comes to vision camps, there is only one here for Blinki, the one to the south. The one to the northwest is unclaimed so far. Some resource camps still available over here. So you definitely see this effect of those Hornets. Blinki was much slower picking up some of these camps as a consequence of having to react for this. But there's the reaction. Shadow Flyers coming in, and when they get close, they can take out those Hornets very quickly.
And I think they already did. Tagabear, I'm looking on the map, I'm scratching my brain, right? He only has one Hornet now. So he got cleared out of the skies pretty quickly here. I mean, some decent damage was done, right? His second base looks a bit cleaner because he didn't lose any workers in response. But now we need to see the transition. I'm imagining now that you're up against this type of comp, you want to pull entirely away from air. It's very difficult to deal with Shadow Flies in small numbers versus Hornets. So a more optimal play here would probably be to kind of shift into Lancers and eventually Exos against the comp Blinki is running.
Twilight Spire now out there for Blinki. He's committing to a lot of Shadow Flyers, but the key thing with Shadow Flyers is that they can only attack air units. So once the Hornets are gone, suddenly those units become near useless.
Exactly. But at the same time, like, it was quite a big investment, right? I think Tagabear, how many workers did he get in the end? I want to say it was like 6 or 7, killed a few Gaunts. Did cost him 3 Hornets. They're not exactly cheap units, and 2 of them did die. But it still means that Blinki has to take this a little bit slower, right? Like, even if you scale into Gaunts, you saw the power of that Dome Shield, which is off cooldown again. It means that you can actually just frontline with a single Hornet and never end up losing it, at least for the 10-second skirmish. Instead, though, Blinki chooses to go off the speed count, just escalate that feed count. And I think we have now got the third coming in. Yeah, so on his natural, free base versus 2, Tagabear needs to expand soon.
Indeed, he's just on 2, and I feel like the issue that he's facing is that his army is very tiny. He hasn't really been harassing with those Hornets, and now Blinki is given an opportunity to start marching up. And I just don't see enough over here from Tagabear to hold this. He's got a couple of medtechs coming out, but barely any units available to heal.
Oh, and the Lancers get pinched here against the tree line. Front line now dead. Shadow Flyers are still here, so this Hornet needs to be careful. Medtech also not guarded. This is looking grim for Blinki. How do you get out of this? Supercharge gets activated. He has got the dome. That's going to buy you a few seconds here, but the Gaunt count is high. Bobs are getting kited. The Buzzsaw doing a lot of work. It looks like the Brutes are going to move across to defend now. Shadow Flyers just waiting for their moment here. Haven't been microed in, so that Hornet is still alive. Has got some Exos out to help him. And the Overcharge is doing overtime here. With Shadow Flyers, they get the dive in. Hornet removed, but it looks like Tagabear has done enough to stay alive.
That Hornet did a lot more damage than what it was supposed to. The Shadow Flyers waited too long to commit, so that Hornet, even with that very low HP it had, it was able to dish out a lot of punishment, helping Dagobert hold this position. He's still only on 2 bases, but he managed to clean up this assault force from Blinki.
That's the power of the dome that he just activated there. The Vanguard is one that active ability is on the top bar. It allows you to give 1,000 HP to a unit for 10 seconds. It's almost impossible to break that shield at this stage in the game. Remember what we already highlighted. You only really have gaunts to deal with that. They hit for 6 damage. You could throw Shadow Flyers away, but it's a very suboptimal trade considering these units kill themselves when they detonate. So great read there to hold on, but Dagobert, that's now on cooldown for, I believe it's 120 seconds. Which means there's an opportunity now for Blinki to take a good fight.
Answers standing their ground, a couple of medtechs helping out from behind here, and now it's Blinki whose forces aren't necessarily convincing.
No, and also the Gaunts did bounce a few glaive attacks on there, so the Lancers are able to pinch this. No easy move away. And, I mean, the problem is this medtech with a patch up, it just gives them an extra 25 armor, right? So, like, all of a sudden, the damage mitigation coming in against you, even the Brutes don't hit that hard anymore, which is funny because typically, Lancer versus Brute one-on-one always favors Brutes.
Yeah, these Lancers have kinetic redirection, though. They are speedy. They're just marching through the map with blazing speed, catching many of those retreating Brutes. Forces aren't looking massive now for Dagobert, and he's facing multiple static defenses very soon. Decides to commit. Then he sees the forces from Blinki and thinks twice about it.
Score numbers are decently high. You need to be careful. When your Lancer count goes down to like 2, there's a knock-on effect where your Exos start to get tickled. These Lancers aren't holding on for much longer. Brutes whittling them down. The reinforcement of Exos perfectly timed. The quick draw is going to allow him to pursue this as well. And these Shroudstone defenses are not going to last long. Another bubble shield coming in. Blinki, it really has been the thing that's carried him back-to-back in these fights. Allows him to dive into the base, and the Shroudstone's just wasting their time on the wrong target. Hellborns, though. Okay, that was sneaky. Triple Hellborn from Blinki now against Mass Exo. This is sick!
Hellborns are lovely dealing with those low HP Exos from the backline, even with the mech decks around. Trades coming off in both directions, but as long as the Hellborns are alive, those Exos will struggle against this. Health Camp is going to be popped, though, and you do have this frontline healing from the camp and the mech decks as well.
Yeah, but you've jumped the gun, right? Look at the health bars. If you go anywhere near this, the Hellborns are going to finish it off. So Lancers, they go down. This should be a retreat. Like, I think if Dagobert hangs around here any longer, he's just going to lose a massive Exos. Those hacks from the Hellborns do have splash damage, and as you saw in those HP bars, half of these guys are at death's door.
Oh yeah, they are heavily damaged, and now he's facing 5 of those Hellborns. Look at that! They just outranged those Exos, taking out most of their HP before the Exos can even fire a single shot. Has to retreat now. With Quick Draw Hustle, the Exos can retreat quickly, but you don't want to leave those Met decks behind, so you have to keep fighting your way back home.
Yeah, the only upside is these Hellborns, for all their range, aren't very quick on the pursuit, as you're seeing. But when you tank with Exos like that, it starts to look ugly. That's really important because the whole idea with this comp that Dagobert is running is you keep throwing Lancers at the fight to upgrade your Exos through their veterancy. As you're seeing, these pipped up boys that hit much harder now are dropping down to only a few being upgraded. And the count, not looking pretty. Behind this, at least, Dagobert is up to 3 bases, but we know Blinki's been on that for a while, right? And now he's putting to good use with that mass plan into long-range units.
Yeah, now, we've seen this setup before today, KP. A lot of Hellborns out there for the Infernal player, and a direct fight is very difficult for the Vanguard player to take, especially when that Vanguard player was much delayed with the 3rd base expansion compared to the Infernal player. So what I would love to see here from Dagobert is some show of mobility and evac to drop those Exos into the enemy eco. I feel like that is something that he could do to exploit the low mobility of all these Hellborns.
It's very difficult, though, due to vision factors, right? Like, when your opponent sets up a few Shroud Stones, they pretty much see everything around their natural and their primary. And the problem with that is it means that, like, with evacs, they have to deploy 1 by 1. So by the time you get all your Exos out, you just pick them up and run away again because of the reactions that come out. So it's definitely a tall ask. I actually like, for the time being, is just adding in a lot more Lancers. You need a very thick line here. Sure, these Hellborns do hit pretty hard, but the Lancers mitigate a decent chunk of that damage and also have a very respectable health pool to keep absorbing.
And Hellborn count still at 5. Still, Dagobert is not pivoting away from this full bio force. Not a single mech unit out there for him. Love how he's using the solar habitats, though, to buff his production. That's something that helps him build up these numbers a little quicker. But let's not forget, he has been on 2 bases compared to 3 for quite some time, and that's part of the reason why he isn't able to afford as many troops. Now he's going to be facing 2 Shroud Stones on that elevation.
Yeah, and it's not about the power of the Shroud Stone, it's about the power of the aura they give, right? They spread the Shroud, they keep these shields up. I love how much I've been seeing this out of Blinki. I think a critical element of mid-game play for Infernals to get an edge over Vanguard's sometimes quality better units is going to be focusing on this Shroud to give you more effective HP in fights. It offsets the power of these Lancers and how they're able to damage absorb. Fight coming in though. Hellborn's on the high ground. I mean, it's just nice. You get a nice little meat farm kill, but the problem I see right now still for Blinki, or rather for Tiger Bear, is he doesn't have a way of charging this fight. I think you need to maybe look towards a switch soon into something mobile. Maybe even the Hornets.
Bit of a chop through coming in from Blinki, turning those brutes into fiends and running into the primary of his opponent. Not much back at home for Tiger Bear to deal with this. He does have one sentry post though, but nothing garrisoned inside, and with no units garrisoned, the firepower is just insufficient.
Yeah, he actually loses it here. He's going to have to use an overcharge to defend that area. Meanwhile, distraction in the mid here. Blinki. It's pretty easy for him, right? Just click in one location and now force the main fight so that Tiger Bear is distracted. Overcharge is finally there. That will clear up the Fiends, but now Tiger Bear needs to find a trade. Magmadon comes out, disrupts the formation. Just about clears it up, though. Almost lost the medtech to the formation of Hellborn's there. But he's still frontlining with his healers. The worst case scenario here as the wraparound comes in and Blinki able to push this away.
Yeah, a lot of casualties on the side of Tiger Bear, and he's got some slow-moving units here, Lancers and Medtechs. He can't just run away from this with all the Fiends chasing, and the Hellborns firing from the backline, inflicting heavy damage. Tiger Bear isn't going to make it back home alive here.
No, because there's Hellborns on the high ground can cut you off on the retreat. I don't see an easy way to get out. Tiger Bear, he finds a way, though. The speed cam comes in clutch there. He'll succeed in the retreat, but the damage really is written across the map here, right? Army value and difference feels like a mile apart between these two.
Yeah, it's not just the unit count, KP. It's the condition of those units. All of these units for Blinki have full white health. On the other side, a very battered force of almost exclusively Lancers remains for Tiger Bear, confined into his own base, and he's looking to expand towards a fourth base, immediately gets shut down by Blinki.
Oh, no.
He senses the blood in the water.
He didn't even cancel it. So that's just resources down the drain, right? That could have been 4 more defenders, and you need all of them right now. Magmadons trample down the tree line to make sure all the Hellborns can move in range, and now begins the siege. How do you actually get units together quick enough here? I'm surprised actually the habitats aren't being targeted down, right? Because that's the thing that's going to allow him to get an army up. The Hellborns, impenetrable with this defense line here. Brutes hold the frontline Lancers back. Looks like the charges are building up, so the kinetic shield allow him to get to the backside, but the Hellborns just inaccessible for too long here. Bob's trying to defend, but most of them actually blocked from even getting engaged in this engagement. Hellborn count still at 7. Front line is dwindling on both sides, and I'm starting to think that this might be the end of the road for Tiger Bear. Medtech count down to 3. Last Lancer makes his stand. The Infest Bomb is coming in, and that is going to be the snowball that lets him break the base.
Lovely use of the Magmadon's trample ability over here. You had those Lancers with the kinetic redirection charging onto the Hellborns, and that was completely offset by the Magmadons just shuffling around with the formation, and those Hellborns were never really taken out. There's only one of them with low HP. None of those Hellborns on the backline were touched, and Tiger Bear was forced to quit. Blinki takes the game.
Whew, what a crazy game. Well played by Blinki. I've been impressed by the way that they play mid-map. I love these Shroudstone setups that just make it impossible for their opponents to kind of take the fight on what seems like equal quarter. That Hellborn transition was one of the cleanest ones we've seen so far in the tournament. Scaled at the right pace, didn't really sacrifice his front line, and didn't fall behind on the economy. I think looking back at that game, a kind of critical blunder there is allowing your opponent to get ahead on bases when you had some map control earlier on. That Hornet opening, getting slapped down though, I think is something a lot of people in the chat have a smile on their face and are cheering about right now, because I think a lot of people have been essentially just GGing out a few minutes in, either because of a dog rush, or B, a Hornet play. So nice to see a counter and a solution to that coming out from the Infernals.
Oh, certainly. I feel like the Hornet play was a great start here for the Vanguard player. It's just that the follow-up was somewhat lackluster in many ways. There was a slow expansion compared to the Infernal player to the third base, and the build-up of forces was just somewhat slow. And let's not forget, like, we had some very suboptimal engagements with all these Exos close to the Infernal base. The Infernal player never really lost a lot of troops. Not so much the case for the Vanguard player.
Yeah, and I think I love how just a critical ingredient there was that chop through in the end, and how it's enabled by just a few units, right? Like you just take 3 brutes in, quite cheap at that stage in the game, the grand scheme of things. But the damage they do, the distraction that's happening, I love that 2-pronged assault. It just shows you how your opponent isn't playing a one-on-one situation. He's playing wide on the map. Just gives him a great one up. And at the end of that trade, I think all signs of a recovery for the Vanguard look nigh on impossible. So great game coming in there. I believe that was a best of 1 though, Lider, which means we are going to have to prep another series. But the plan now, folks, is to switch up the desk. Hopefully you've enjoyed what you've seen here from me and Lidicore. We will both be back later on in the tournament. But for the StarCraft fans, we've got something special coming on. I know you're already seeing one in the chat. I'm hyped to see what they can do. Defanius is waiting in the chat, and he will be joined by Winter after a short break.
Indeed, thank you.
The Vulcan is one of the primary mech units available to the human Vanguard. Armed with a chain gun, the Vulcan is able to decimate groups of lightly armored units in mere seconds. Thanks to their heavy armor, Vulcans are also able to stand their ground in prolonged combat. Their unique ability, the jump jets, allow the Vulcans to dash into or out of combat quickly, while also allowing them to clear destructible terrain, such as forests. Brutes are the main frontline units of the Infernal Host. Tough in melee, these slow troops provide a sturdy frontline for the Infernal armies. Brutes can also be split into 2 fiends, either manually or automatically upon a brute being eliminated. With this ability, the slow-moving brutes can be turned into a force of highly mobile fiends in just a few seconds. The Atlas serves the role of long-range artillery in the armed forces of the human Vanguard. While Atlases are capable of combat without being deployed, their true power is unlocked once in stationary siege mode. Their long-range cannons can annihilate buildings and groups of units very quickly, Projectiles from Atlases take time to travel, however, allowing enemies to escape the danger zone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EGCTV Stormgate Open. I'm Nathanius, joined by Winter. And Winter, I mean, we're both from the StarCraft space. I don't think we really need to mince words about it. We've got a lot of experience there. We know a lot of the people that are working on making Stormgate. So at least for me, I was pretty excited to follow this project and be a part of this. How are you doing today, man?
I'm cautiously excited. Obviously, there's a lot of I fear change. After 14 years of StarCraft 2 experience, it's hard to follow that up. All right. And Stormgate has a lot of stuff that's super familiar, but at the same time, entirely different. Then that's really kind of hard to tell right now. So that's a whole lot of saying very little, but I think there's some details that I hope we get into, especially surrounding some of the Infernal stuff that I don't think people really realize, especially the later game Infest and sort of Hellborn mechanics. So we will see. I'm really hoping we get a little bit more Vanguard versus Infernal.
Yeah, I'm hearing that we're ready to get into the game, so we'll be jumping into that in a second now, I think. So yeah, that's all right. We're here. We're loaded in, ready to get this one underway. Winter in the top right, we had our Vanguard player Taga Bearclaw and playing up against Blinki, who we've gotten to see for the last couple of matches. We were watching these guys while we were getting ready to play, ready to cast, I guess I should say. I've been playing this. We've been playing the beta all week. I mean, being open, kind of being accessible to everybody. A lot of people have gotten to try Stormgate, but now we're seeing people try to optimize their builds and crush each other as quickly as possible, getting it hardcore now, Winter.
Was this a switch up here? As both players now, I'm noticing, are indeed. Oh, actually.
No, okay. No, we got the graphic updating.
New.
All right.
Bamboozled.
Okay, I was like, I don't think one of them is Infernal, so I was a little, but we're getting there. We appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody tuning in, of course, as we're figuring stuff out, and it's been a fun day, some interesting games. But yeah, cautious optimism, Winter, I think, to exercise, as you mentioned, important. Especially we've got, the dog build, right? That very, very, very early scout harass coming in, getting the worker kill, having to force the turret out as fast as possible from his opponent. And that's always, I feel like everybody who's gone on to try it, especially as a casual, you're immediately getting that StarCraft experience from the dog rush. When you get hit with that, you're like, okay, there are some units that can come in and just make your life miserable at the start.
I think right now the horn dog composition is the most common, where you start out with the dogs and you kind of get map control, because the dogs have their early upgrade, which I'm going to call it Super Chompers, but I don't think that's the official name. But it gives them about triple, quadruple damage versus light, which includes the workers. So you can go around and other dogs, so it makes them incredibly effective against each other. And Lancers are just simply too slow. So what happens is the dogs, whoever wins the dog-eat-dog battle, one, they get the chicken, which is always good for them, and also gets map control to go up, usually to Hornets, and then we fight kind of most reminiscent of a Phoenix versus Phoenix sort of Protoss versus Protoss battle in the high-tech part of the game.
Yeah, the Hornets fighting each other gets very tricky. I think especially in this early build of the game, some of the attack prioritizing when you have like two groups of air units go at each other, you're not necessarily always going to have it focus on the closest unit to your army. So those shots can get spread out, and that control becomes a very big deal. Almost cutthroat in that Phoenix versus Phoenix way, like you've described from StarCraft. Usually, if you lose that fight, you don't lose it barely, you lose it big, and it is brutal. And we can see got a lot of dogs coming in here. Got that veteran C scanning for vision. Just want to know what's up. Going to run straight into the main and deny, or try to deny some of that Therium mining. But as you've already pointed out, Winter, and I think this is the devastating part of it is it's the unit that you start the game with. It's the first unit you can build, and you can pretty quickly get an upgrade that just about triples the damage it does against itself and the workers. So dealing with this harass is it can be a bit tough.
You're saying the dog is the Marine of Stormgate, then, in this case.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you never started the game with a Marine in your base either. So we're up in the ante. We're up in the ante a little bit. Here, I feel. As it so just to get the player names. The player names correct, by the way. Azur as the red Vanguard player, and Bach, one of my favorite musicians of all time, as the blue Vanguard player.
Is he the GOAT? A top 5.
You know,
top 5.
well, I think I'll probably be watching the GOAT musician tomorrow on my television. So, and then I'll just stop there before the rage ensues.
Oh, I understood that reference. But now what I understand is the most interesting part of Vanguard, in my opinion, is the sentry post and the multiple garrison options.
Sentry post. I love it. You can put the Bob inside of the turret. Like the turret is basically 5 turrets on its own by default. It does virtually nothing. Like against most units, it's not really going to be that much of a deterrent. That'll shoo away like 1 or 2 early harass units maybe. But you can put the Exo in it and it turns into a super turret. You can put the Bob in it, the worker, and it'll repair anything. I've done a couple of mech strategies, or you can like set it up next to a hangar where you get that repair before they can leave, and it can help with stuff like that. But maybe for this attack, we want to put something else in. Not sure that repairing the dogs is going to be enough to stop this Lancer push. We see the Lancer does go inside, so it turns into a buzzsaw turret, and it gets a little bit of that bounce attack going on. But still, we know Lancers are very, very tanky.
As he comes up into the main, uses the Bob overcharge. Looks like he does have that quick draw hustle, so he's able to stutter step even more effectively. And the Exos just kind of punch through the Lancers, which actually have a base damage reduction. But the Exos, especially as they get upgraded, even though the Lancers are fast and they attack fast, they're nothing compared to... There's a reason guns were invented here, and it appears the Vanguard teching up into them was a smart move.
The front Lancer can't just soak all the shots for the ones in the back while they charge them down. It's really interesting how the mobility mechanics feel different, because some of these units definitely look a little more like, you know, the Exo, it kind of screams for that inspiration from the Marine, but you can't just stim it whenever you want. It only gets that speed boost during the attack, so it really incentivizes the activeness on the map, taking the fights, doing that kiting micro. Is the only way to get the speed is to take those shots. But seeing that, as you pointed out, the Lancers, even with their speed buff, which they only get when they get shot, it's not quite enough to chase them down.
Yeah, the Exo's using the Howl, which gives you vision in just a radius around, including onto the high ground there, where the Luminite pile, I'm still torn on what we're calling it, but the little gold
the
mine
brick?
there.
The Luminite brick? It's nice.
It's right next to the edge of the cliff, so the Exos are able to take it out.
Yeah, so
maybe limestone when compressed for long enough becomes luminite through nanites, obviously.
You compress carbon enough, it becomes diamonds. I'm willing to believe.
I'll take your word.
I can say, if there's anything we can say, it's that it's definitely early enough for that to all be on the table for all we know. So I'm gonna hold on to that. Going to the south side, checking the vision camp, getting that secured. Doesn't want the dogs necessarily up front. The ones with the veterans, he kind of getting picked off a little bit there, but they're not as much of a crucial part of the army anymore, I suppose. Onto a nice 3-base setup, broke open the trees to take that one, and we're not seeing anything super crazy aside from the fact that Azur definitely feels comfortable being out on the map and having those expansions earlier winter.
Yeah, and getting this third base shot down, loses all that Luminite, and right now the Exos are untouchable. This is where the kind of the Hornet dog composition comes in, because the dogs can deal with the Exos, and the Hornets are giving you that backline damage. But right now, the Lancers simply can't tank enough. So Azur with more bases, you saw how many he had, like 8 barracks in the main. It's an Octo-Rex push here out of Azur. And if he ever wants to switch into mech, by the way, he can just salvage some of those racks and maybe take another base. But between the solar habitats, increasing production, and just the sheer amount of Exos on the field, he's got total map control. But he might not be able to close it out or really capitalize on it until he gets things like, I know you like Atlas drops.
Yeah, exactly. The escalation for the tech, I think especially when people talk about like the design philosophy of the game, more health, more closer to a game like Warcraft in that regard. You have a lot more HP. The fight's supposed to be a little bit longer, but you throw a lot of those rules out of the book once you get Atlas out. Looks like Bach is going to try and do something, but that is just way too much from Azur. Takes that throws one punch and he taps out. There is the GG. So game 1 win for Azur, and pretty clear cut there. Winter with some early aggression attempted by Bach, went for the quick upgrade on the Lancers to try and do a little dive into that main base, but essentially lost I don't know, like 600-700 Luminite for not really much gain.
That was kind of the first iteration, first Vanguard matchup was when Lancers were just smacking each other with their lances, which are actually more like blades, which I have a bone to pick with that. But at the same time, it ends up being the dogs give you, it's kind of like adepts in Protoss versus Protoss. The dogs are just faster, they get around, and they're super dangerous to workers. Unlike slow zealots, which are none of those things. So overall, you lose that map control, and they're just countered by ranged units. So I think if you don't have that sentry post, you don't have that preparation. But Azur was clearly ready. He knows the Exos have more range than Lancers, so it was pretty simple from there.
I think strategically too, it makes a lot of sense on that map because, as you pointed out, the Luminite brick or what have you next to that cliff, it's exposed to the center of the map. So, you know, when we talk about like the way that maps develop in other games, like you're always like, okay, well, we want to try to make sure that certain locations are only going to be vulnerable to certain other locations, and usually your resources are tucked up against a wall. But that's a little bit of the, I guess we could say that the daringness that's being shown with some of the early map design choices. So you could say, yeah, I'll take the Exos. Maybe I can't break him, but his mineral line is just exposed entirely. So you still have to do something. Like you can still prompt him to interact with you, even if you can't necessarily attack him. So kind of cool to think about in that way, similar to the trees being broken down by the Inferno early on for some of those attacks that are, you know, very popular.
I do hope as time goes on, we have more exploration of the scouts, which I wish, for my own personal incompetence, are not in the Selecto Army hockey. But the scout just essentially being a mobile watchtower, mobile sensor tower, because even when it's not using the Howl ability, it shows up on the minimap. You have the little dots, just like a sensor tower in StarCraft 2. So it gives you that vision of the map and hiding them literally in the trees, like the dogs hiding in the trees and
It's
waiting
awesome
for the units. Yeah, it's one of the more very hard. Obviously, we have very rudimentary observing tools right now, but in game, it's one of the most important things to kind of keep tabs on everything, especially if you happen to lose the vision camp because they have a big army that isn't very mobile.
Yeah, I think that was a lesson quickly learned because they've been switching around the maps too. And I think it was, we were talking about this before we got on, but I think it was was it Jagged Maw was the name of it, the map that's a lot like Scrap Station from StarCraft 2, very quick direct air-to-air path, but is also one of the first maps they put in that had a siege camp. And I think it took very little time for people to develop strategies around that. And it's like, okay, well, this is an entirely new concept, right? That's kind of being tested in a little bit of a later. All of a sudden, the builds you think you were doing turn into a whole different type of interaction, and that's some of the madness that we've been seeing from the early Stormgate games. But that little bit of variety, that mixing up. I'm personally, as we've talked about, we're scared of change. I'm on the other side of 30 now, winter, and after playing StarCraft for 13 years, having to go out on the map and fight neutral enemies is terrifying to me. That chicken, I have nightmares about that chicken because it's something that I'm supposed to love, but now it's something I have to be aware of in a different way entirely. Foul indeed.
The creep camps leveling up, they're not pushovers, is the thing too.
No.
Especially the healing camps starting out. The rocket deer will kill a lancer pretty easily. It'll kill a gaunt. Like, you can lose early units. Now, personally, I'm not a huge fan of necessarily the implementation, but the idea behind having both the speed camps and even the things like the little flowers on the map, which once again, maybe we could go about that a different way, but the idea of having these little kind of time warp or slowing or speeding up, I mean, there's already some parallels there in other games that we've seen before. So
look, I have nothing against the, arming chickens with grenade launchers or anything like that. It's just terrifying, really. That's about it. That's about it. It makes me wonder if eventually you see like a concept explored, like a camp that's not necessarily even like a biological enemy. Like there's just a volcano on a map that you could get resources out of if you destroy it, but it starts to shoot out lava or whatever. I don't know. Feels like there's a lot of directions you can take this type of concept, right?
Infernal's tier 3 is the shrine just becomes a volcano. All right.
There you go. Anybody who enters your
shoots out
base,
flaming imps that hit everyone.
the shroud is lava. These are the big brain ideas that I'm looking for.
All right, I need my thermal armor. Okay, I'm reminded of I would just want like a scorch from Titanfall, sort of flame shield. You know what? The
And
Infernals.
that's
I
when
think we
they-
need to learn into
and
lean
then
into the flames. So hot right now.
Our completely hypothetical third faction then just becomes the Iceborne, and then it's just got to turn into that. There you go. Beautiful. Create
Dogs
the
with
rock.
lasers. I like that. I see that.
Dogs with lasers are good.
Why do we
Dogs
not
with
have?
lasers.
Why is there not a laser upgrade for the dogs? That's a good point.
I really feel like the fact that the dog it's not more visibly noticeable that there are lasers coming out of its eyes is maybe something else. Like if you think about it, we have Unreal Engine 5 potentially down the line. We get some ray tracing in here. You could turn the whole map into a kaleidoscope if you build enough scouts. That's what I'm talking about.
And like it's Unreal Engine, and the dogs are too realistic, I think, right now. And in fact, they're so realistic, I feel a little bad doing like the dog versus dog sort of strat. I think we should go a lot further into the Robo Dog kind of deal, just explicitly for my.
Like that? What was that cartoon? Oh yeah, you're totally on it, man. It's like some Toonami. Who's the hero that had the Robo Dog with the cape? You're unlocking something in my brain right there. But there's a concept out there. There's one other person on the internet will get that reference and also not remember the name of it. But
back in my day. All right.
Thank you for the core memory unlock, Winter. I appreciate it.
I'm here for you. All right. We're all here to relive our past and talk about the future, which is something I'm always excited to do and waned a little too philosophical. So let's rein it back in to what's your favorite unit for Infernals?
For Infernals, I mean the Fiend. I love the Fiend. I love the Infest concept. I know there are balance concerns about it, but on principle, like my favorite thing about like Zerg, for example, in StarCraft was always like the infesting idea. The idea that it's not enough to just say, oh, we're going to give up some space and run away or whatever, sacrifice a few units. It's like, if you give us that, we can turn it against you. And I've always liked that concept, like the infested Terrans, where like the infestors would go get the bodies after the game and incubate them and shoot them out in the other fights. Like, so the idea that the Infernal can turn your armies against you in that way, or the camps, I know there's concerns about it, but from a fantasy standpoint, I just really think it's awesome.
I really like the idea of the co-op hero, which essentially summons a burned, like undead version of the corpses of the units.
Coolest thing in the beta.
I would like that. I think that could be something for the Infernals instead of just like a fiend popping out alien style out of whoever they just ripped apart, which is cool.
Make a cursed man break out of the suit when you blow the guy up or something like that, right? Yeah. I feel like there's so much you can do with that. It's just a fun idea, concept-wise.
Yeah, the Infernals, I think we need to learn in more fire, more sacrifices. So something that really makes me think that maybe these are the bad guys, or maybe they're not.
Like I really wouldn't want Like I really wouldn't want them to capture me, not because they would kill me, but because like they're demons, right? They've got the rituals, all this crazy stuff, and kind of seeing that through the gameplay is something that I'm hoping for long term wise anyway, because that stuff is just awesome. Get the flames going, get the people, the victims strung up or whatever it is that demons do. They're not really supposed to be the good guys, right?
Demons. So, I think they're just galactic. They came through the Stormgate, which just
they're like the
non-demonic
nice types that just exist in the realm of demons, perhaps.
Maybe we're the demons all along. Anyways, back to Infernals. You said
What's your favorite? Go back and forth. I could do this all day. I got you.
I am really a big fan of the Sentinel, which we see almost none of. I really like the Sentinel, like the Observer Science Vessel unit.
The one with the damage bubble that got renamed, right?
Yes. I think there's still some. I just like the look of it, and I like the. Of course, I don't know if it's a German accent, but it's some from the beautiful country of Europe. One of those accents is the Sentinel. So, but I think it's definitely underutilized because, to be honest, right now it kind of overlaps with just the more standard Vanguard composition. But I think later on, a sort of kind of supporting spellcaster, and also Infernals could definitely use some sort of late game kind of support spellcaster. The Weaver, a bit, maybe needs a diet plan, I think, or right now, as it's just a bit too unwieldy. But the concept, I think, is pretty cool. I went to both sides with that one, but you can go ahead and pick up from there.
Well, I do think the Sentinel is an interesting unit. I feel like the biggest like the biggest thing that stands out to me about Stormgate as it is right now is that there are a good amount of units which have abilities or upgrades to get abilities, but there are not a lot of units that kind of just revolve around the usage of those abilities. Like even the medtech, you can kind of see that they still wanted to keep some of that like end game StarCraft 2 design, where even though it's like your support unit, it still has an attack. It can still shoot air and ground, whether it's a pittance of damage or not is kind of irrelevant. But I like that. I like that it exists for the utility purpose only, and hopefully we get units that can have their roles specialized a little bit more as time goes by to really, hammer into that. But yeah, otherwise the evac for Vanguard for me, it controls just like a drop ship from StarCraft.
Well, it feels
dirty.
voice actor,
It's filthy.
so
It's the same voice actor. It's literally the same voice actor. You can get a speed upgrade
in
for
the
it.
5x5.
And then you have a StarCraft 2 unit in this game that basically picks up and drops catapults from Age of Empires. And that is there's nothing in this beta that has felt more satisfying than juggling those. Much like juggling chainsaws, if you mess up and you lose your Atlas, you can usually die very quickly afterwards. But up until that moment, you feel like you are just you've got the other person in a trap. It's a very powerful setup.
Yeah, right now I actually really like the concept of the Doombringer as well. Like the kind of a mobile shroud. It is kind of in a weird spot just in the mechanics. It feels almost like two units smashed together because of the shroud mechanic and the drop and the recall and all that. But it is a twist on your standard. It's kind of like a combination Nidus Worm and dropship alongside. Yeah, because of the shroud spread and all that. Which I haven't seen too many, because usually the fights are decided more at the front lines, but I think we're going to see more and more as players get more comfortable actually doing like multiple army control. Like in StarCraft 2 back in 2010, it was a legitimate strategy. Try to stim up a ramp before they force fielded, all right? Like that.
Yes.
We have come a long way.
Get there before the average player's reaction time is going to be at that point where I'm just going to go. Well, you look back at like the very, very first StarCraft 2 tournaments, and it's like, what did this... How did the Zerg player wow you? One base Baneling bus, right? That's what we were playing with. That was what people did. But I think we got another game. I think we're ready to get into it. So let's do it. All right, we are ready to go with our next match, Winter, as we are getting into Mixo versus Matthew. We talked a little bit about Vanguard. We talked a little bit about Infernal while we were getting this one together, and we've got both of them in this game. So hopefully we get to discuss a few more of those interactions that we were talking about in a little bit easier to see manner.
Starting out with the overcharge, effectively boosting that construction speed on just a single bob. There's a lot of math to be worked out because it's a 100% construction speed increase. So, and it costs 25 energy. We can't quite see the top bar energy, but you can just assume about once a minute. I believe it's about every 2 seconds you get 1 energy. So getting that barracks up quicker, obviously, it leaves your bobs mining for longer and allows you to do more of this early game build. And that's going to be a biokinetics lab, which I imagine will be for the quick dog upgrade there. You get those super chompers and make you a real menace as opposed to just a dramatic annoyance to those imps for the Infernals in the early game.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about, right? This the Scout has just the movement speed that so many of the other units in Stormgate do not, and it's not a huge threat at the very beginning, but the accessibility for that upgrade, that biokinetics lab comes out real quick, not locked behind the tier 2 upgrade on the command post or anything like that. So you end up in a situation where if you don't respect it and they go for it, you can end up getting crushed very quickly. And on the other hand, well, there's of course always the opportunity to overcommit with melee units, but we can see 3 dogs get those 2 gaunts in absolutely no time. That's your first couple of aggressive units made to do anything, and while it does have a little bit of that infest damage onto the dogs, one of them gets caught in by the imps, but denying the Therium mining is gonna limit the options for what Matthew can do if he continues to be pushed back.
Yeah, catching those first 2 gaunts, very helpful, because a lot of the Infernal builds are worked out around just literally mining, because gaunts are 15 Therium a piece, so 3 trips, which is actually worked out because the Scouts are so annoying. Usually players will get exactly 30 or 45, And then, until they get enough units to defend, we'll kind of tuck back in towards the Luminite. But here, losing those first ones, it's already off to a rough start for Matthew, because if Vanguard has map control, that's kind of the opposite of how the early game is, quote, supposed to go.
Yeah, you're looking to get a little bit of snowball action off of the infest from the Gaunts early, either from the camps or for the early units that you defend. But even the one that got caught in the middle earlier, it does manage to get one of the picks there and turn that into that fiend, like we can see. But I think especially because, as we talk about the way that the buildings are made for the Infernals and the way that you use those imps, your economy is a part of the sacrifice to get your tech up. So not being able to take the expansion, not being able to get any kind of map control, greatly limits your production capability. So not a fun spot at all. And Mixo, he's just going to expand behind this, and he's obviously got the map control from building all of those scouts early on. So he continues to go aggressively for the resource camps.
Going for the speed cam, not so much for the speed, but the sheer amount of creeps at that camp over there. You got 5 goats, which is 5 new fiends if you do it right, but the rest of the camp's being taken. It adds up the resources there. I believe about 40 apiece on the Luminite from the resource camp, so you'll get a few more bobs off it for effectively free with map control. And now, I believe a Howl scouted this. Fun fact, well, not so fun if you're Infernal, fiends are also light units, which means the dogs have a bonus damage against them too. So we'll see how the fight goes, as a lot of those dogs, a bit damaged, but they have the veterancy, which does increase the health and damage overall per rank.
Yeah, it's cool how the veterancy affects some of the units differently. It's like, you know, the Hornets can gain the attack speed, the dogs can get some of the damage, and even your workers can get a little bit of extra health just to hang in there if you end up using them defensively. And I think the evacs pick it up from the units that they're dropping as well. So one of the more nuanced mechanics, the value you can get out of any early unit that gets early veterancy for those fights. That's the one you always want to be damaging the priority target. It's not like, oh, I've got the same units, he's got the same units, let's just do this fight again. The makeup of it changes a little bit, since a few of your units just naturally become more valuable.
Yeah, a few of the important interactions are the Magmadon Trample, the Stomp, the Dance Party ability does 150 damage, which is exactly how much health an Exo has to start. But every rank of veterancy gives it another 30 health, so that is a significantly higher chance to survive any sort of early attack. And speaking of surviving early attacks, a couple Buzzsaw turrets are going to severely discourage, politely yet firmly ask Matthew to leave.
Gonna have to ask you to step aside, sir. Those buzzsaw blades. Well, we were talking about how the Gaunt's attacks can kind of bounce between the enemies. The buzzsaws do as well, and they are quite strong against this type of force. It's a bit of a soft contain, but it's not like there aren't other places for those dogs to run through to get out, as he did open up the trees by the natural too. So takes a dive forward, goes for a little bit of a poke, but again, you don't. It's not just the risk of losing the dog or losing even the veterancy dog, but you possibly creating more fiends for your opponent to then secure that map control and limit how much they spend on actual combat units.
I think Matthew's doing a good job with what he has here. He sees several sentry posts of defense. It's clear that Mixo taking it very seriously, and he hasn't taken a third command post, whereas Matthew behind this took his 3rd shrine, so that's going to help him catch up economically and maybe get up to that stage where he can get Magmadons or even Hellborn out before the other upgrades for the Lancer and the Exo start kicking in. Or the even worse, once again, depending on who you're talking to, but even worse, the medtech count starting to grow, which is when things get really difficult for Infernals if they don't have the economy to compete. So Matthew has turned it around and kind of restabilized, but there's still a lot of kind of give and take in this early kind of bio phase.
Yeah, it's been a fun one to watch so far. So we saw the early dog harass seem to throw a big wrench, but I like you calling it out. Matthew doing everything he could and actually getting to a fairly playable spot. There's still going to be some concerns with the exposure to the low ground if we see him use that Howl with Exos to apply pressure like we saw in the previous game. But of course, Infernal, you've got a big army here with always the potential from that infest, the snowball. If he's able to take a trade or two his way, then moving out can become very difficult. So we just got him moving out with just the scouts again. Still has the turrets at home. Actually got another turret, it looks like, on the forest side of the natural. So that might be where he's going to take that 3rd, but just wants to keep it accessible for the time being.
And the Hornets have hit the field. He's decided to go for the higher tech option, the Hornets well, he's a very active play style here, which is what I've been kind of expecting to see more and more Vanguard players play like this with these. It's impossible not to compare to Terran-esque, like just a few units that are very effective at their jobs, with the Hornets and the Dogs both being very good at killing imps and picking off units, and kind of avoiding those fights until you can pick the one that you need in order to beat the army. So the Hornets and the Dogs going to keep map control, keep Matthew stuck in his base, while Mixo saturates his third. He gets those upgrades up, and hopefully can keep Matthew contained on just 3 bases and make it very hard to ever really move out again.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is give him too much opportunity to build up and get the whole map covered, of course. You see the energy options for the Shroud later on get a little bit scary too if you allow the Infernal to go completely unchecked. So Dogs are going to go towards the right side. We see him kind of checking around. Still has the high ground vision, even if it's just from the Hornet over here, getting just a little bit outside of the tower's range in the natural. We got the Lancers trying to take up front, a couple of those med techs you were talking about, but this is a whole lot of Infernal. That is a lot of brutes and Gaunts. Drop it. The evac is here behind this. He's just kind of slowly moving back, but waiting to see. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say retreating feels like the only move here. That is just a whole lot of stuff, Winter.
Yeah, the Gaunts behind the brutes. There's no exos to really give the kiting potential here. And 2 medtechs is not enough to keep this army intact. You really need the exos for some range damage. Gaunts don't age well, but we haven't aged much at all here. And he's going for mech bases. I imagine those are going to be Vulcans. Okay. But this is a very awkward timing as the defenses are going down. The mech bases themselves are vulnerable, and buildings don't have a lot of HP. So Matthew may have found an angle and a timing to get the damage done.
Yeah, getting him right at that moment. We talked about when that 3rd command post was going to be taken, and it takes, of course, a little time for that to ramp up as you set it up and get the workers over there. But right at the moment where he would have started to ramp up, he gets destroyed. And I think the biggest thing that you pointed out, both of essentially his factories over in that expansion getting taken down. So if his plan was to try to go for some Atlas area of effect or some Vulcan line damage to help punch through those brutes and the Fiends, then that is off the table for him. So rebuilding now in that natural spot, but he's consolidated all of his tech to the front of his base, which is also in some ways can create additional risk.
I think we actually saw a salvage go off for one of those mech bays there, as Vanguard can salvage all of their buildings for full price, but it does take about 10 seconds. I think it's not supposed to work if you take damage. I'm not sure if he attempted it and it failed, but that is something we haven't really seen utilized, as usually by the time you're thinking about it, it might be a bit too late as the army's on your doorstep. Now, this looks a little rough, but there's no Magmadons in this army, so it isn't particularly difficult for the Vanguard to hold. I'd love to have another medtech or 2, but just having the Sawblade post, having the Bobs, and having the Hornet means, yeah, you really need something a bit more, with a bit more meat on its bones here to punch your way through.
It's an awesome demonstration, too, on the side of Vanguard for the abilities as well. If, the supply structure, the habitat, you can upgrade it into the solar habitat for the boost on turrets, for attacking or construction speed, but uses the defensive habitat to get the shield there. Unfortunately, it's out of energy, so not sure we're going to be able to pop another one on that Buzzsaw turret, but we have Atlas coming out. We see that first shot coming from afar, but don't think it's going to be enough to save this base, and takes a little bit of friendly fire onto the turret, trying to pull that over. There is the evac bringing it closer, and you can see that area of effect damage is huge, but trying to hold it down on top of the Buzzsaw turret does not seem like it's going to work, and Matthew once again shuts down Mixo's attempt at getting that 3rd base.
Another attempt to really tech up into the mech units here instead of rounding out the biocomposition. It can definitely work, but you really got to have your bases locked down. One Atlas is the only thing between Mixo and disaster here, but one evac and an Atlas is still a lot to kill for just Gaunts. So you do have to be careful. It's very hard if they're already in range, because the Atlas will just automatically target nearby. And it only does half damage to friendlies, but half damage is still a lot of damage coming out of that Atlas.
I can testify. It's one of the ways you can absolutely get your day ruined is if those Fiends or a Brute get somewhere in the center of your army and that Atlas fires off. The ability, you can upgrade it so it ignites the ground after it shoots as well. That's going to hurt your guys too. So things to keep in mind. that's why the Atlas drop feels so nice, because you almost don't want it to be a part of the fight, since there are a lot of melee units that get close. Much like in Age of Empires with the catapult, though, you can target ground with it, so you're not forced to have it always be auto-attacking. You can have it separate just specific zones. You can say, this is where I think he'll be if the fight's going to happen, so I'll target that location. You can be strategical with it, but if you're not, it can blow up your whole army in seconds. You got to be careful.
Yeah, right now we're seeing essentially the lowest tech Infernal army. I think Matthew was just kind of leaning on it. Effectively, the lowest tech army you can build, and no air units in the Shadow Flyers or even Spriggans, no Magmadons or Hellborn. So now we have the most advanced Vanguard tech against the weakest Infernals on the ground. And so since Mixo has been able to survive, he needs to tech up or die. That's essentially where we are now, as this army is almost unbreakable unless Mixo makes a mistake and loses the evac and or the Atlases.
That's a tricky situation going on top of the high ground. Gets a couple decent shots off, clipping the edge of the army with those Atlases. And especially wondering exactly whether we would have the eventual Infernal transition into some level of anti-air, at least just to get rid of that evac. But it's not like a traditional mech composition where it's like, oh, he's just making Atlases and Vulcans. There's a lot of anti-air here too, so the evac itself is not really exposed as long as these exos can stay on the field.
There we go, a Shadow Flyer. Innocuous, but actually the placeholder is quite apparent out on the field. That
High
I
contrast.
think two of them can take out, and much like a Scourge from Brood War. They do AoE, not that it's particularly relevant. Stomping through. The Atlas is chunking up the midline. The Magmadons are able to tank it, but everything around them, not quite as hardy. And ooh, the Atlas is really working their way through. And this is starting to become pretty cinematic in this fight.
Yeah, it's really cool to see microing the two, not necessarily two fronts, but the front and the flank at the same time. Worth keeping in mind, at any point can also click the Atlas onto the trees and blow those up too. There it is! So that's the worst feeling, by the way. That's
once again, we're gonna have to depend on who you are, as finally the Atlas evac goes down and the Infernals are able to get a little bit of breathing room from the oppressive Vanguard army.
Oh, yeah, now he's coming up, like you were saying. There's the Sentinel, so whether that's completely, does he have the upgrade for it or not, does have the ability to place, or there's the slow as well. It can shoot that missile into the center mass as well. Help make a little bit of a debuff on the enemy units, but it also has that range damage reduction bubble. Not necessarily a factor, I guess, until the army becomes a little bit more Gaunt heavy or Hellraiser heavy, but
it doesn't
we'll
hurt.
just have to see.
Yeah, using the slowing, I believe pulse inhibitor or something along those lines, but it creates essentially a slowing field. And then the damage bubble is something like a microbial shroud or a dark swarm. It reduces the damage of ranged attacks in that area. And more Sentinels on the way. But so far, Matthew has survived. He has not really taken massive economic damage. He just needs to find a way to break this army, which is still the real struggle.
Yeah, trying to push up, gets the tower towards the front, and now that base being vulnerable, it's mostly just relying on just a few of those towers trying to poke him off of the edge while he waits for him to fully commit. More brutes are going to come down from the natural, but it's starting to look a little bit more like we were seeing earlier with that exo-kiting becoming a big factor. Brings out the dragon to try and get huge infest breath onto the army, pulls back for the white health just in time, and this is where that snowball can start, though. If you can get out this level of tech on the Infernal side, then things can turn real quick, Winter.
And unfortunately, the Exos almost popped the dragon right as it was born, but thankfully able to keep it alive. And the dragon, I think the passive mechanic of the dragon is actually one of the most important, which is it increases the amounts of fiends spawned from infest by 1. So essentially, every fiend is doubled when the dragon is nearby. So while that's not a huge factor against these well-experienced Exos here, it could make the difference in some of these relatively close fights. And this is probably the most complex Vanguard army composition I have seen so far in Stormgate, with a little bit of everything. I think an accidental hedgehog in there, but Sentinels, Atlas, well-upgraded Exos.
The turret, one of the things I was wondering if we were going to see, but the turret, you can put the medtech in it, and then it just becomes a healing field for everything around you, and you're not even worrying about the energy anymore. So definitely a huge tool to use for securing the center of the map. Love to see that. And we do have some Fiends going by into that west side mineral line, cleans it up. At the same time, another hit on the right, going for the turret under construction. Not going to be able to save that, and that base may get destroyed. But I guess we're talking about a world where Mixo's having some peripheral expansions get harassed or maybe brought down, but he was struggling to get his third for a long time in this game. The Atlas drop control from the evac really bringing him back into this one.
At the same time, though, I think he might be getting a little too technical. Of course, the Vanguard army is, as it stands
Fair.
right now, usually much stronger in these kind of late game groups. But the Infernals, I would love to see maybe a few Gaunts added in so you could get some infest and kind of snowball on these harass, or maybe a Doombringer. But honestly, Matthew's been under a lot of pressure, but he's been calm under that pressure. He's held it together. He got the Dragon out. We see some Hellborn for that long-range siege damage. The only thing we're missing is maybe some of those Flame Imps to help break up the Bio Ball if he can close the distance.
Yeah, that's one of those are some fun mechanics. The flame on ability for the imp you're talking about, being able to basically just ignite yourself and blow up on the enemy. Of course, very high reward potential, but giving up your workers in a scenario where they might also just get sniped on their way trying to go in for that is something to keep in mind as well. A lot of very heavy anti-ground damage in this force. Not a tremendous amount of air, but that's where we're going to see that juggling with the evac continue to be a big factor as he goes for the vision camp and tries to soften up this army before a head-to-head confrontation.
Coming up to the high ground, a bit of the, I'm not sure, the Dragon Wave, which infests a bunch of units and potentially grabs it for health on the Dragon. But the Atlas is on the backside helping to clear up the Fiends. Hellborn's doing a lot of splash damage here. The Exos, there's really not any, do you see a med tech? I don't see any med techs.
Oh,
but I found one.
On the right side. There we go. There we go in this drop. So nice to see this. I'm not sure. I wasn't 100% sure how many bio units you could actually fit inside the evac, but if you can put all of those in there, then you've got some pretty serious potential to do big damage. So that drops a huge cleanup on the right side. Whole army is on the left. Actually still dealing with the Atlas drop, which is it's very funny to watch the interaction with them against the Hellborns, because the attack animation can basically be canceled by the time the Atlas is dropped, shoots, and gets picked up again. So range versus range becoming a factor. Gets one picked over the tree line.
Oh, very smart out of Mixo, realizing there's actually no anti-air, dropping on top of the Hellborns because they can't do anything about it, while retreating back to his med station, which is his fallback position here. Even the Sentinel's getting upgraded into this fight, but the Hellborn's running down from the high ground. The damage was already done on the other side by the drop, so Matthew has put all his effort into getting this done. If Mixo holds on, he's in a good spot, but that's a lot of AoE damage coming through. Wow, the med station's great.
It relies so much on trying to take this fight away from the Hellspawn, right, and let the Hellborn rather, and let the drops actually clear that up from the other side of the trees, and the Exos just rip everything else to pieces. So having the med station, getting that consistent heal over time to help counteract the capabilities of that Infest and all those other units is just amazing. Matthew taps out. Mixo, just what a crazy game, huh? What an I think very technical was the word that you used, and I like that. We got to see him really bust out basically everything Vanguard has.
I think we saw almost every single unit in the game. Was there a unit we didn't see for the Vanguard? I don't believe so. There was even an accidental hedgehog.
No Vulcan. Just no Vulcan.
Which is kind of crazy.
It's there in spirit. It's part of the Vanguard overlay, really. So.
Yeah, but it ends up being the med. Okay, so the med station seems to. I wasn't exactly sure. I've seen it work, but it's kind of hard to tell when you're playing under pressure. But it seems like it heals everything in the area simultaneously,
Yes.
which is pretty good.
Someone would
especially
say
against the Hellborn.
Yeah, your turret doesn't attack anymore, but does it need to?
The Exos are doing just fine on their own there with the Atlas drops as well. Now, if only the medtech could heal from inside the evac. An idea.
There, you're getting some big brain plays. You're getting big brain plays there. I suppose the drawback in this scenario is that obviously the medtech has abilities that it can use that you're not using. But since the turret, when it goes into the turret, it doesn't really matter if it has energy or not. You're just getting like a more stable value out of it while it's there. But it is obviously taking supply too. So something to maybe consider. But I like that we're getting more of this setup where with a big crash on the base, like you were talking about, the static defense gets brought down by the Hellborn, and then the infest kind of snowballs. But taking advantage of the lack of anti-air, I think he picked off almost all of the Hellborn were killed by the Atlas from the other side. Just a really good heads up play. It feels like for Infernal, they are much more limited anti-air wise, because the Gaunts, while they may seem like the Marine-esque unit for the Infernals, they don't really hold a candle to too much of the air units that harass them. So then you're making the bomber air units, and you're not able to have like a consistently stable supply, since those have to kill themselves to attack.
Yeah, they feel more like they fill the role of the almost like the Roach, like the Hydra in Brood War, where they're just kind of also there, but they're not your main damage output unless you have a high number. And bringing a high number means you're vulnerable to all that splash damage, which at first I thought the quick switch into the mech bay was kind of reaching too far, and it almost was. He almost died trying to switch into mech, which is a classic RTS strategy. But he managed to hold on and get the Atlases out, and I'm surprised we didn't see more Shadow Flyers just kind of thrown in there. Because of the charge system on Infernals, it kind of means you always have, as long as you have the building, you always have at least a couple charges on units you haven't built in a while. So maybe something to mix in. But we're still kind of figuring that whole back and forth out.
Yeah, that's. I mean, we're after a week of everything being open for people to see, right? We're seeing what comes of that, and can only imagine what a month or 2 or 3 or a year could do. But I think we're just about ready to get into another game, so we are going to do that. All right, and we are loaded in, Winter. We've got Pepper Crunch as the Infernal in the bottom left, and B as the red Vanguard in the top right.
I've not heard of Pepper Crunch. I enjoy the name, but B, I believe, if that's the B, the former, I want to say Terran player in StarCraft 2, but better known as one of the top AoE 4 players as well. So it will be interesting to see. And starting off, Pepper Crunch is opting for the Infernal Wall here, because no dogs allowed. Is the summary of this one.
I like that. That eventually you hope that they add sprays to the workers, like, and then you can just put your little sign right at the front, just be like, no dogs allowed, right next to your wall off. Beautiful little show there.
Where?
Saying, I want to take the expand, don't want to get harassed. What is going on here? Okay.
Right. Well, he says, you can't stop me. I have a bob, and I'm going right through. Now, does he have anything else at home? It looks like he's just going to go for the dogs. And this is a classic strat when you have like destructible rocks, but in this case, destructible trees. The Fellhogs might help, but they're not going to be enough. Again, okay, well.
Well, the Fellhogs would take the bonus damage too in this case as well, right? So in a way, if they're not able to do much, then being exposed could just turn them into veterancy XP. So that's the tough part.
I guess the bright side is he didn't rally his first Infernal units the wrong way, so he didn't have to go all the way around. But
silver linings, getting a couple of picks, gets the Gaunt, got a couple of imps there, retreating from a little bit of that infest damage. I guess there's not really much upside here. Committing the production to be in that location also makes it harder to send those units back into his main to defend against this.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a pretty clear and obvious counter in B, and Age of Empires 4 is a big part of early strategies is surprisingly cutting down trees just to slip around a single wall. So in this case, applying that strategy incredibly directly, and this is terrible damage.
Yeah, you've combined like the Age of Empires tree mechanic with doing like the StarCraft level cheese, and you have just this crazy amount of early pressure. The one dog, almost as it looked like it was about to die to the brute, got the veterancy level up, gets that tiny boost, and manages to get away. And I mean, from here, it's got to feel like gravy. Maybe he doesn't feel like he can get out through the wall with the turret there, so probably committed at this point. But what would you say? Enough damage done here, Winter, with the dog build?
One dog is 50 Luminite. 1 imp is 50 Luminite. And dogs don't mind Luminite. So I'm going to go ahead and crunch the numbers and say killing at least as many imps as he sent in dogs with no real potential for counter damage. Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, I guess the other side of it too now is that the only way for him to really leave his own base is also through the tree path that is there. So he's just gonna have to constantly be aware of that, and maybe have to redo his own plan, sending the dogs back out on the field. Do players just don't find that it's worth the time investment to try and use repair on those? Huh? Don't want to miss out on any Luminite mining.
It feels a little bit like Medivacs in StarCraft 2, where it's like you should, but nobody does. Like, it's just sometimes players will like build the sentry post, slap a bob in. That's what I like to do. That's the lazy man's repair. That way it feels like you're doing something. And he's adding the sentry post here.
Yeah, the giant repair arm. That's the best.
Oh, and dogs. These dogs are vegetarian, of course. They do enjoy the healing flowers, which are kind of scattered throughout the map. Especially this map has several of them that the dogs can just pick up.
Love to see it.
There we go.
Love to see it. So the turret is set up there. Bob is going to go inside, turns into the repaired turret. And that's a great way. It's a great way to have a little bit of that support, that reinforcement, without taking a bunch of your bobs off of mining in order to repair. And also being pointed out to us too, that natural still has not actually been secured by Peppercrunch. It's not actually started that base, so natural is completely done for B. And he's got to be feeling like, okay, look, maybe I lost the map control that I had from some of the units I couldn't get out towards the end, but the dogs. Like, I feel like the biggest point about this playstyle with this is that you can always choose whether the engagement is going to happen or not. So he's like, yeah, I can just kind of run past your army and just go straight for the camps while you're on your way to my base. And by the time you get to my base, I can be back here with all of my dogs to help fight with the turret.
Yeah, the Saw Blade's so good against, well, pretty much everything the Infernal brings to bear in the early game, bouncing through. Fun fact, you can actually attack your own buildings and increase its range effectively because it has kind of like a leash range on it. The dogs are just eating them up. The bobs are overcharged. There's a Lancer out just for good measure.
Yeah, the bobs gain, what, 100 armor? 100 armor when they're overcharged? So
battle bobs.
That's your big defender's advantage play. But without being able to get any economic damage with such a huge commitment, and now everything is still set up pretty well for him to just keep doing what he's been doing. We'll see what level of transition he wants to make out of the dogs, or if he's just gonna try and yeet these in for a huge worker kill. We'll see. That brute's putting up a lot of work holding that choke point down in the trees.
I don't know. The Gaunt out on its own, no longer out on its own. From here, it's not easy with only one shrine to really have a comeback mechanic as Infernals. So you have the top bar ability called, I think it's Hellspawn Resurgence. I've seen it called Inject, which refreshes the charges on any of your production buildings, including, most importantly, early the shrine. So you can build potentially 3 more imps if you have the money. But it's hard to come by that energy, that animus early on, because there's just not that much dying in there. Even if you're having these early fights, just the sheer number of units dying doesn't really add up that much. So even that is really hard to utilize because it's more of a mid-game option.
Good point. And this map control has just been so well maintained by these dogs, and we've talked about it, but the units that you would be fighting them with, they're mostly going to be the units that they do that bonus damage against. So he keeps that map control, able to get the camps. We also talked about how for the Infernal players, getting a bit of the infest fiends off of those camps is a typical part of their strategy, and it helps tank for them when they're taking the other camps. So when you miss out on that first step and you can't leverage those extra fiends into anything else, it just kind of feels a little bit worse and worse. But I do like this. You mentioned the Doombringer. There is one on the field loading up several gaunts, and the crucial moment would be trying to get this undetected into the expansion of B.
Unfortunately, with those scouts on the field, the vision camp, which you can see if you're Peppercrunch here, you know he has the vision camp and can skirt around the edges. It's but unfortunately, that's not what's skirting around the edges. That is the edge right there, which I believe was spotted. Not that it matters much, because at the front, the entire Vanguard army is just punching through. I don't know how much is left to defend if so many gaunts are the Doombringer.
Good point, good point. It's not like there's any siege units that are out for him. He's had to build all of his defense by the tree line, so his production is just completely exposed. Insta dives the gaunt with the dogs, and while yes, there is a Doombringer in his third, he's just gonna abandon it. Says, okay, well, it's 2 base versus 2 base. If I give you this, he has the overcharge to try and save those bobs, and if he cleans up this space here and now, and then it's pretty much over. There's not much left. He can't make anything. And I think that's it.
Yeah, that usually does it. With no money and no units left, he's going to be forced to tap out of the game. Unfortunately, can't float his buildings to the corner.
GG.
But the dogs just, they really chewed through the early economy.
Yeah. You could say. I'll spare you. I'll spare you my attempt at making dog puns. I appreciate your sense of humor, Winter. That's
I
it's
thought
fun.
that was a K9 out of 10.
Yeah.
But about the trees. All right, the trees.
On one hand, it's cool, but on the other hand, very exploitative at the same time, right?
Yeah, it seems like such an obvious strategy, but it does feel like it favors the attacker a lot more than the defender, because there's really no benefit. It allows you to get your base up earlier, and clearly, I think Peppercrunch he acknowledged it because he built the meat farm over there, but the dogs don't really care. All right, they'll get through if they get in. It feels like for a couple days walling off, Vanguard players like, then they're like, I'll go around. And that's usually the strategy now. Bring one bob, cut through the trees. There's also some strategies, of course, for Infernals doing the same thing, especially in Infernal versus Infernal, which is a very creative matchup at the moment, where you can express a lot of unique and very mind game strategies. Jump it, save me here. I'm drowning.
I don't. That's like that's the side of me that grew up playing Age of Empires is just like terrain malleability feels like a really fun mechanic to play with. It's a lot more interesting than just having like, okay, we have rocks that are either here or you can kind of push them basically. But it's such a open-ended type of design that you're like, well, the normal mechanics of what makes a base takeable, like how many angles should be exposed, and maybe that's something that becomes, especially as time goes by, for those who are making the maps, and eventually when there are people that are making the maps and they're not just coming from the developer, you expect that that's something that's going to probably get a pretty heavy amount of consideration, saying, well, if there's going to be trees that open into your natural base, maybe there's a certain amount or a certain space or whatever that people will kind of end up gravitating towards. But I think, especially on that map, it's right there, right? It's super far from the ramp too, so you can't really viably be in both of those places that early.
I do hope that we shy away from the StarCraft 2. Like, we have the map, and you can make several variations on the map, but this is the map. Like,
you avoid falling into that trap. Yeah, exactly. You end up with a lot of different tile sets, but not a lot of different layouts. I think we are ready to get into our next game, so we're going to jump on in, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go, Winter. We're cruising on through. Got some Infernal players, it looks like. Seeing Garo as the blue boy in the bottom left, and Theory in red on the top right. Tell me about Infernals versus Infernals, Winter.
Well, first off, I think Theory is one of the top Infernal players. I think, what does it say, rank 14 right now, so doing pretty well for himself. I know he's been streaming as well, so either way, whether in theory or in practice, we're going to find out how to play. We're going to find out how to play Infernal versus Infernal, and I think he's doing the counter meta play, which is he's going to go for the same speed camp on that left side that currently Garo has cut through the trees to be able to access earlier. I take it back. He hasn't added on the Conclave. So, unless that's a Conclave in the main there for Theory. But it really depends. The first fight could... Oh, yeah, he's got a Conclave in the main. I wasn't sure if it was a meat farm or not. But this is a bit more of a, I want to see what you're doing and take advantage of it sort of play over the, I just want to get the speed camp and try to snowball out of control. So I think Theory is playing a little riskier, but it could pay off with map control later on.
It's exactly the kind of scenario that is just fascinating to think about. You have the camp that has the most, the camp that has the most of the neutral creeps, which people want because you can infest each of those into fiends from killing them. So the strategy is not about, oh, I'm gonna go harass his workers early. Oh, I'm gonna rush up to this tech. It's, I want to take this specific camp because it leverages this specific mechanic in a different way. And both players end up doing the exact same, not necessarily the same units that they send over, but they take the same approach that this is the priority and trying to save that gaunt early from the fiend. Not gonna be able to get it as it gets sniped by the approaching one from Theory. And look at that, a very early scrap. And you know who ends up with the speed camp so far? Nobody. Nobody gets it. It's just a battle. Has not stopped at all, Winter.
Yeah, Theory is doing as I suspected with the just kind of controlling the fight here, which means he does end up losing his gaunt at the end of the day. And that speed camp. So an odd thing is whoever infests the target first until it times out, which takes about 10 seconds, even if your opponent kills it, like you infested it, so your fiend pops out. So you do have to try to figure out who infested who at the end of the day. And it looks like Garo was able to get all of the speed camp, which will give him a decisive advantage in the middle of the field here.
Now, being able to take the dive onto the enemy if he wants to go for it, it's definitely a nice option to have. As Theory cleans up the vision camp chicken and is going to be able to secure at least that spot. But so far so good. Then Winter, how are we feeling about the setups? I think looks like both of them taking the expansions now.
I think Garo with the safe play, instead of trying to jump on Theory in the middle of the field, just going back and getting the resource camps. Another fiend, about 40 Illuminite, I believe, for that level 1 resource camp. And he knows he probably has the fiend advantage, but that can change very quickly with some of these fights. So it is a lot safer bet, especially if you can get the second speed camp here. The saving grace for Theory is he does have these gaunts already out, and he didn't chop his own trees, so he's not vulnerable from that backside like Garo would be if it was a reverse situation.
Yeah, it's interesting that Garu's going to potentially have to consider reinforcing that position a little bit earlier, and then we'll see.
Speaking of, that's an imp. And he's walking across with an imp, which makes me think that those trees won't all be lasting much longer. And
so
here we
he's
go
taking
again.
the camp. So you talk about the infest mechanic. Take as many of the camps as you can get, generate as many fiends as possible, and then while he's working on taking his health camp outside, the back door is getting opened. And I mean, this to me, when it's not as early as the previous game, this is where it kind of feels like it's more of like a fun, cool thing when it's not a part of the cheese. But this is just one of those things where you got to keep something with vision next to those trees over there, so you can give yourself a little bit of a heads up. Doombringer is gonna come out. Is he putting the turret in there with that fiend with the imp that he brought in as well earlier to help hold this down?
Yeah, and I wonder if either player has a greater shrine for the super shroud stone you can get at 50 animus. It's not clear right now, but Fellhogs as well can be infested. Garo just has way more units here. His fiends are overrunning, and now the imps are a liability. But a bunch more gaunts pop out. He may have injected and gotten those extra gaunts out of his conclave in order to turn the tides. I believe that's what Theory did, because that many gaunts showing up definitely made the difference. And Garo went from what looked to be... There's the Shroudstone finished.
It finished in his base, so he's just got a turret chilling in there. Beautiful.
Yeah, they don't do much damage. They're like maybe half the damage relatively of like a cannon in StarCraft 2. But they are certainly annoying and could... Oh, well, we're turning the tides pretty quickly here.
Yeah, talk about annoying.
Doombringer.
Yeah, Doombringer drop and functions very interestingly. You can only load and unload it when it's landed on the ground. So in the air, the only thing that it can do is just slam to the ground and unload everything instantly. So you can have a bit of surprise potential, but you're not able to do like, an evac level pick up and drop and be super harassing that way. That being said, the instant unload mechanic is what makes up for that. And as you pointed out earlier, it feels like a combination of two different types of units. But I don't necessarily hate it. Provides a shroud as well for the Animus collection if you keep it on the ground, and naturally when it's landed, it's vulnerable to the anti-ground attack. So something else to keep in mind.
Another thing to note is the shroud.
Oh, he's like microing in and out of it, like bunker micro.
You said he couldn't micro like the evac.
You know what? I changed my mind. Shows what I know. Oh my gosh. There you
Both
go.
players do benefit from the Shroud, much like Creep in Zerg versus Zerg. So they are both reshielding during it. So it comes down to whoever can go through the DPS faster. But the juggling, and I don't know if you can actually dodge projectiles when you jump in there, but obviously you can reposition against melee units. And that's... It's gonna kill a gun.
There you go. Oh, he's gonna he gets a gun. Oh,
what a save! But
ooh, that was the most
Surprise.
exhilarating turret rush I think I've seen in an RTS.
that is
I'll
a
take
Gold
it.
League 2011 strategy right there.
Somebody's
I put a
gonna-
pylon in his main.
5
I
years,
worked in.
5 years from now, we're doing the Stormgate Championship Series. They're like, you guys remember that time Garu built a turret in Theory's base and Theory left it there for 5 minutes? It's beautiful.
And it almost killed a Gaunt. That was intense. Like,
literally making esports history once again. You love to see it.
But you know what? Now we're past my area of expertise. We've made it.
Do you usually kill the other guy by now? Is that what I'm hearing?
More the other way around. But we may have reached the big boy stage, which is Magmadons potentially. There is no unit that has the damage output of a unit like in Infernals versus Vanguard. So it's not that there's no counter to the Magmadons. It's just if they have a Magmadon, you best hope you have a Magmadon as well to help box them out. At least is usually where the late game ends up. So occasionally we might see things like Spriggans or just constantly flooding units. He's in the main on the Therium, killing the workers, but he brings in the Super Shroud Stone in order to defend. And fun fact, that actually sticks around if it survives, and gives you an extra Shroud Stone. But, well, like I said,
not gonna be able to carry the team on the Shroud Stone's back, as it were. So loads back up. He's gonna pick up and try to fly away. Will not have too much difficulty, and of course you can just kind of go back and forth between those bases. A lot of those drops, like, you know, feels like they've got a really nice amount of speed for those. So defensive wise, you have to be very deliberate with where those turrets are either going to be or whether you're going to leave units behind, because again, that Doombringer comes in, drops down. 3 imps you have mining Therium are suddenly a couple of extra fiends that they've got harassing you now as well.
yeah, the Magmadons don't care too much about, well, really anything, but other Magmadons as they come stomping through. More Magmadons out of Theory. I think Theory does have more experience getting to this phase, as he was able to establish his third and keep map control. It looked like Garo might have the advantage going into that kind of backstab timing, but, well, we're just going to have to see who's able to stomp harder, I think, at the end of the day, because that's going to be the defining characteristic of these fights, is timing out the trample ability, both for the stun and the damage.
For anybody that's not super familiar with that particular ability, Winter, I think you could probably explain it better than me, but it's like a sort of like a pushback, but also an area of effect damage, but also a little bit of a stun, if I'm right.
So once you get the upgrade from the Shadow Cleft, which is the tier 2 building, it takes quite a while to finish up, but it allows you to essentially mini stun units, including other Magmadons. On top of the fact the trample itself does 150 damage over the animation. It's pretty short cooldown, like 20 seconds or something like that, but it's definitely very noticeable if one player has it and the other doesn't. It makes all the difference. Whose infest is that? Well, I think that was Garo's infest coming in here, which means any of these units could turn into his fiends, and he adds a little damage, but he's boxing out with the Magmadons.
Yeah, I love that the Magmadons go to cut it off, and he does have his own, so stomping through. Worth mentioning, since it's by that tree line, that the stomps destroy the trees, so it completely opens up the path for the rest of the army to move through if you didn't already have that set up. But like you were saying, the Magmadons themselves, very, very tanky. So relying on kind of trying to alternate the timings of those stomps, seeing Theory move one towards the back of the line to help open that up, and continuing to get a few more reinforcements coming across the line. One of his Magmadons has gotten bullied all the way back to the corner. He's going to stomp his way out over the workers, and this is the chaos of the Infernal versus Infernal. It's a whole lot of stompy boys. Attack of the hammerhead Triceratops is what I like to call them, Winter.
When a hammerhead shark and a Kodo love each other very much.
Yes, exactly. You do not want to get smacked by that. Let's just leave it at that.
I think fighting in their base is obviously ideal if you can take a even trade, because there's a lot of incidental damage going on with the Magmadons. But Garo seems to have come out on top with several extra Magmadons. Theory has taken another base. The Magmadons are not cheap units. I think the most expensive right now for the Infernals. So spamming them out is very difficult to do. And right now, well, we'll see if the SimCity setup or just the high ground Magmadons. Yeah, well, there's no way to easily heal the non-white health of your units. So once they're hurt, unless you go to a healing camp and sit around for a while, well...
I kind of like this though. The way he's been playing the Gaunts choked up next to the Iron Vault on the high ground and letting the one Magmadon at a time go down, do its stomp, just delay. Because I think what you pointed out is really interesting with the economy. He's got enough money to make more, but the initial cost to get those up is of course going to be a problem. I think we might have seen him cast something. We have the Brute coming out of the Iron Vault as well. So it's like he's got the money. He just needed a bit of time, and that moment, that brief interaction we saw, feels like it gave him the time that he needed, as those armies have caught up quite a bit in size, but needs to get those Magmadons doing that charge, doing that stomp a little closer to the enemy.
Yeah, I think a bit of a mistake. He triggered the stomp at the back line, which all it did was make his own units a little upset and confused. So Garo able to turn a Hellborn from the back line. Actually very good if he can target the Gaunts.
From
I think
downtown.
That's what he's aiming for. And now the fight is getting somehow even more convoluted, but Theory seems to be pulling it together as Garo doesn't have any more Magmadons. There's even still a Shroud Stone in the middle.
And he gets the Hellborn. He ends up turning a pretty decent amount of those forces into his fiends. So this is like that. I don't even know that snowball is the word, but it almost feels like there's a seesaw effect when you have the Infernals playing each other, because you get up close and all of your fiends die, and then you get hit with the Infest, and then boom, it comes out the other way. Theory is able with this counterattack to get Garo out. So what a matchup. I really feel like we got to see a pretty good range of like the type of back and forth that can happen, because even though I felt like Theory was in a good spot a lot of this game, Garo had a couple of really impressive engagements that he was able to take where it seemed like maybe Theory was going to overextend, just not able to drive the knife in during that opportunity, I suppose.
And Dragon there, as I said there's no Infernal unit that does enough damage to really compete with the Magmadons. That was not technically correct. The Dragon is by far the most single target damage for the Infernals, and is easily able to target down. Like, the Gaunts are just not enough anti-air. You really need something like Shadow Flyers, and if the game is close but then somebody has a Dragon, historically, theoretically, not historically, because believe it or not,
I don't. You know, my social studies class did mention that when the Trojans brought out the dragon, that war ended pretty fast. So
yeah. Classic dragon horse maneuver. But as the dragon flies in, and it's a little, you can actually kind of see, because the Shroud Stone has an energy bar, which indicates, because kind of a holdover from an earlier build of the game when we used Shroud Stones to activate the abilities. But you can actually see how much energy your opponent has in Vanguard 2 via the Shroud Stone. So you can kind of see when they're ticking up close to that dragon. Not that in a game like that, like, what are you going to do about it? You're going to keep fighting with the Magmadons, try to get it done. Or maybe save up your energy and try to do it yourself. But the dragon is kind of it's like, imagine the dragon, like 20 mutas just showing up in ZVZ out of nowhere when you have very little anti-air. It just kind of is a game-winning move.
Yeah.
Oh, and we actually have a full series for this one, which is exciting.
Oh, all right. We got another game to jump into. Let's do it. All right. We are loaded in for our next map. It is the same series. Love that we get to see this one through. We've got Garo playing as the Red Infernals in the northeast, and Theory as the Blue Infernals in the southwest. So when they switched over to this map on the ladder, this was funny for me, because I feel like, or at least anybody that was playing before the open beta phase, I guess, because it's not immediately obvious that the there's Ethereum that's actually hidden underneath certain areas that you have to open it up. And one of the cool mechanics about Stormgate is that, at least as far as resource management goes, if you want to dedicate heavy Ethereum mining early on, you're going to put yourself in a position where you mine it out at a weirdly faster rate. And if you leave the Ethereum alone, it kind of spreads and expands on its own over time. It becomes a huge pile of it. So it's one of those things that I think, alongside the map camps that you're going for, is how early do you invest anything into breaking those open? Because the faster you break that, then whenever you eventually decide you want that Ethereum, there's going to be so much more or less available depending on the path you choose to get there.
How we've turned our coat. Apparently, it is Garo.
Okay.
And
We got
Theory in the
flip-flop.
blue. But at the, it doesn't matter too much as both players going for that early speed camp. It looks like a meat farm on one side, but you can use the Fellhogs can just kind of tank some of the damage. And there is that leash range on the creeps, which you see Theory using there to slowly chip their way through. And unlike on the previous map, it's almost impossible because you're kind of cut off in the tree line. Even if you wanted to chop your way through, it would take so long for your units to get around there. It's very unlikely. So both players are going to get a lot of fiends early on, but possibly have less opportunity to use them unless they end up crossing paths at an inopportune time in the middle of the map.
Yeah, you either run, the odds of running directly into each other are kind of awkward because you just have, it's almost like the Stormgate version of an island map. You have the exposed Ethereum that's underneath the rocks that we talked about, but otherwise there's not a lot that is just given to you here. So the big crown jewel being in the center, you've got a double base and double Ethereum. One setup in the middle of that is enough to mine from all of it, so it becomes a factor in the crazy longer games. But you can kind of see some of the mechanics that they're working with for the maps to kind of make it more interesting, as opposed to a game where maybe like only one of the factions has the ability to use an island base. But in this game, there's a couple of different ways that you could try to sneak into the middle there if that's what you wanted to do. But of course, the things like the vision towers, scouts vision, etc., there's ways to counterplay that too.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Usually, one side will take the center and the rest of the game will revolve around that. I mean, just the sheer size of the map makes a big difference, as we still don't have that kind of... Instead of two fiends poking at one gaunt, we now have full double-digit armies of fiends on either side. And we're kind of skipping to the more mid-game style of these, well, armies that are incredibly dangerous to each other and could snowball out of control if they're not careful.
It's a lot of fiends and a couple of gaunts, and you take that bounce damage. All of a sudden, you turn their fiends into your fiends, or vice versa, and it...
Well, you can't...
Well, the gaunts.
Important distinction is you cannot infest fiends. Otherwise, it would just be fiends all the way down.
Sorry, the gaunts. My bad.
But you can infest Fellhogs, which is a bit of a divisive thing, because the Fellhogs are kind of supposed to be your defensive unit.
No. That's fascinating.
But so the only unit that cannot turn into a fiend is, in fact, a fiend.
Lore-wise, it checks out. You can't really infest the already infested, but in another world, it is interesting to consider the implications of the never-ending fight as they continue to spawn out of each other. I don't know why, but that image is actually not the most disturbing thing I can conjure up in this game.
I will not go too far down that thought process, because we have some interesting things happening here, which is the shrine being built at the Therium patch. Now, Infernals don't have the refinery, or I think it's actually called the scrapyard, which you can return the Therium to, like a base. But instead, they have to build their shrine nearby. But he actually built the shrine and then opened the patch. So he's made it so the Therium will expand around his shrine, which is the possibly most efficient possible way to mine it, which you can't really do on the other patches because you can't control when it's opened up. So mining mechanics.
So on one hand, there's if you were going to think that you needed more later, you could open it up early if you had a bit of extra time. But conversely, by deliberately not opening it, you can have the base right next to it, which would otherwise be a kind of complicated thing to do. So we're seeing different ways to use these resources, and that's It's fun. It's awesome to see. Actually, catching the Doombringer right as it goes across. Not going to be able to kill it, so should be able to plant into Garo's base and get a little bit of work done. Immediately pulls all of the imps back, and he's just going to lift that off. But yeah, important to keep in mind if he wants to get it back up into the base, he's going to have to land it if he wants to reload those units into it.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward placement. The Iron Vault down there, which was used for creeping early on. Gotta be careful with the Doombringer. The Gaunts, well, they don't hit particularly hard, but the emotional damage forces him out of the base.
When I see health bar get lower, I get scared. That's all I'm going to say.
It didn't go down very fast, actually. The Doombringer's pretty tanky and gives itself its own shield when it drops down because it's technically in the Shroud. So, a little helpful there, but we do have the Shadow Cleft done at least for Garo, but he's not really dealing with these Gaunts right now, and it's not going to get any easier if he doesn't find a more permanent solution to this problem.
Yeah, definitely. We see there it's getting a couple of, you're talking about the Hogs turning into a few of the Fiends. There it is right there. So trying to bounce a few of those shots, and because of the aforementioned Shroud generation that the Doombringer gives, as you pointed out, if it lands for a little bit, it's going to give itself enough health to tank some. I mean, he's really pushing it, but managing to get straight over to the Therium patch says, okay, you've got more imps here for me to clean up. And I feel like the early maps that we've seen in Stormgate definitely support a lot of this. You have that spot to just hop right up and down from the main mineral, the main resource line straight down into the Therium on the outside. So because the Therium is exposed, the more valuable resource, so to speak, you have to kind of extend yourself if you want to get it. It's not just given to you in some safe corner in all of your bases in this game. So another tool to balance around, I suppose, to play with.
Almost loses it to the Super Stone there, as he calls it in defensively, which is a pretty big investment of Animus 50, and it's a 1-minute cooldown. So during all this, Theory has taken his third base, and I mean, he's just kept full control of the situation. There's been no counter damage. So if Theory has been building imps at a reasonable rate, then, and it's much like Zerg and StarCraft 2, you can bank up 3 per shrine, and then you could potentially inject and even add more. So even if you don't have any imps for your third base, then you can get them there relatively quickly, especially if you have some map control, which, well, right now, we're contested over the chicken. The Magmadon comes through, and Garo actually cleans that up relatively quickly.
Theory's Gaunts don't, I mean, they're not really fast enough to maybe necessarily get away, might have been the thought process. Is he gonna flank him? Is he flanking him from the other side?
He could go through the trees and jump him with the Magmadons.
Magmadon's going to open it up and cut off the retreat path, potentially.
They hate trees.
We're just both sitting here visualizing the same fight happening, waiting for it to start. Love it. Got the vision camp there set up. Surprisingly little tanky. Got to commit something to shutting that down, but here he comes through the trees, bringing the stompy stomps. Is Theory getting on top of the rest of this army, and everything that Garo had just gets washed by this. That's a crazy amount. So many matches.
Point out the severe lack of brutes, which are the heavy mineral cost. So at the end of the day, it seems like he saved up a lot of his, because Gaunts are only 50 Luminite, so they're cheap enough to be able to spam out. But the brutes are 150, so that's definitely, and to compare it inevitably with StarCraft 2, you just don't have nearly as much income, and it doesn't scale nearly as quickly. So 100 Luminite is not the same as 100 minerals in StarCraft. I'd probably put it at like 200, 250 in the time, especially early on, it takes to ramp up that income. So when you just kind of autopilot produce brutes over and over, you don't end up being able to switch into the Magmadons as quickly. So I think instead of having to continue building his army, with the drop, just saved his money, got his third, boom, like 6 Magmadons right off the bat, and that's the winning move, as you might expect. 6 is better than 1.
The math checks out. Math checks out. Almost feels like the Gaunts towards the North Vision Tower. We're almost baiting him a little bit, getting him a little sense of security to move out and make that push, and then boom, just straight out the middle on him. I think that especially if you don't open those center trees too, it feels like you end up in this situation where it's like you said, you have to go around everything. So forcing the direct fight can be difficult because there's also a lot of paths for your opponent to retreat through.
Yeah, and we do see the meta, such as it is, kind of developing there. We're still kind of we don't know what the later game units are going to be. It is a bit of a weird place to be because we don't know what the tier 3 units are. I imagine there's going to be some sort of more support, like damage unit, or some tweaks to the Hellborn, but those aren't going to affect how the early game of Infernal versus Infernal really plays out, I think. Much like a lot of the later game units don't really get factored in, like in StarCraft 2 or even Age of Empires, I've found that if you have similar civilizations, it does just end up whoever has the longer pointy sticks and more of them usually ends up coming out on top.
All right, well, we are ready to go into our next series. So we're gonna get it going. Looks like starting on Broken Crown. All right, we've got Mixo as our red Vanguard player up against Novastar, our blue Infernals player. Winter, I like you mentioning that the way the meta develops, and you look at you talk about some of those games as a tier 3 aficionado. I could tell you very clearly, Winter, in StarCraft, there's a lot of dismissal that's put towards tier 3 units, even at the highest level, because so much of it is about getting early leads, snowballing them into map control, and using those to leverage into a victory, which I think the defensive mechanics in Stormgate are a little bit stronger for holding some of those in certain situations, like the Bob Overcharge and the turret, of course, that you can spawn for Infernal, but it still holds true that when you have this mechanic, especially like the Infest for that mirror matchup, it just seemed like a huge deal to get that unit count up early on. The camps end up impacting it so much, what you can get away with.
I think once we kind of stabilize a bit, maybe Infest is less of an early game option, then especially in Infernal versus Infernal, the only wild card is the camps. As unlike in StarCraft, where you have the exact same units on effectively a symmetrical map, which makes it exactly the same, and it comes down to which card are you going to play. The camps create, I guess it's another dimension of it, but they definitely can add an extra wrinkle that makes it less kind of binary, whether or not this build is better than this build on this map, or like a rock, paper, scissors sort of counter. So I am excited to see that develop here. And speaking of developing, looks like we have several dogs for Mixo, who we saw earlier able to use the entire Vanguard tech tree, but each part of it quite dangerous to an unprepared Infernal.
Yes, as many trying out Stormgate this week have learned, I've definitely felt the pain of this one. Those dog builds, man. This is the meta strategy. This is what your expectation is, and kind of creating a choke point in the main base wall to make it a little more difficult to get through. And actually, did he just salvage his biokinetics lab so he gets the money back, not going to commit to the upgrade, because he's seen that Novastar has basically taken the defensive opening, and that gives him the option. Because you can salvage any of your buildings as Vanguard for all of the money back, it's huge. You do this build, your opponent, whether they scout it or not is one thing, but they have to kind of respect it. And as soon as they make any investment to stop it from happening, boom, you just switch gears, go big eco, and we have that expansion coming up for Mixo now.
I think he actually did end up getting the scout upgrade. It's only 25-25, so a lot of players will just get the biokinetics lab
and just salvage it anyway
for the expansion. Yeah,
fascinating.
It doesn't go away. They've already got their chompers. All right,
it's mind-boggling
done
to
the
think
science.
about. You just research your upgrades, and you're like, I don't need this upgrade building anymore. I'm not making an exo anytime soon. I just want my expansion. Up. That's all.
It'd be pretty crazy if you could no longer use upgrades if you lost it. It would make
it's just such a weird it feels like a weird concept on some level that you could do it with anything, I guess, is maybe that's what my brain is struggling with.
All right, the Vanguard invented fire. We don't need to have the first person who invented it around anymore. All right, we figured it out, how those dogs can bite 3 times harder.
That's true.
Or robotic dogs, I guess.
We developed the adamantium teeth covering for them, and now the person that invented it is no longer necessary. Good point. Good point.
In the beginning, the universe was created, and that was widely regarded as a bad move, but we're here now. So, the speed camp taken. Plenty of fiends on the field, but wow, that's a pre-overcharge, so I imagine some sentry posts coming up. Yeah, I'm gonna try to start that out as the speed camp with all those fiends it's an existential threat if you don't have exactly 1 sentry post with a buzzsaw, in which case you should be okay to defend.
I mean, look at those Lancers. One of them almost getting caught on the outside, Winter. If that had happened to both of them, then there'd be no... Oh, look, he has got a third one in the back. So I think the Buzzsaw turret looks like it is going to go up no matter what. The only downside of maybe overcharging that early is if the armor wears off during the fight and he can get a couple of gaunt hits to start snowballing Fiends. But he's diving the tower as is, and he does end up getting it as the overcharge ends. But has too much of this been cleaned up? We see some of the Fiends spawn, but there are 5 Lancers here now to combat this.
Actually, some mistakes out of Mixo. He eventually targeted the Gaunts, but the overcharge I think was a bit early, and a lot of his scouts got caught out on the map fighting brutes, which they just don't deal with very well. So this went significantly worse than maybe it could have. And now he's at a real risk of losing, well, 1, the lead he had, and 2, the game, because right now there's no expansion for Novastar. He needs to get a lot of damage done here, and even though he's broken through the front, getting up into the high ground, into the main, is going to be harder, as he's Oh, another overcharge could definitely turn the tide.
There it is. So if we talk about the upside of how early he did it, he basically gets to use it twice in the defense of the aforementioned all-in, and I think what we're mostly looking for now is just try to get that turret up with the Buzzsaw once again. He barely almost held the entire attack with just that the first time. I think getting it up again should definitely do it. And kind of interesting things to ponder too. If the veteran C ever has some sort of impact on what it does when it goes in, maybe you want to make sure you don't put your veteran fighter inside of the turret for this purpose. Just I don't know, mere random musings. It feels like he's in a very difficult spot though, like you said, because he's on 1 base, and Mixo has just about restabilized on his 2 again.
Yeah, I find like in the early game before Medtex, just slapping whichever Lancer is the most damaged is probably I don't think veterancy gives any bonus inside the sentry post, but I'll be honest, not 100% sure. That is a lot coming up here, and there might be another overcharge ready. He does need to be on the repair at the start. They're really squishy.
That is a lot of Gaunts. Razor turret going to do everything it can to defend here. Lancers are running forward. A couple of them, as you pointed out before, though, are quite weak. Focuses down the 2 weak ones, gets a couple of extra Fiends in here. Buzzsaw deals very well with those. Really, it's mostly about if he cleans up the army and has the turret up, then you're totally fine. But now pulling the rest of the Bobs, maybe a little bit too late. Turret is down once again. Gaunts continue to push, and these brutes have largely been ignored for the dive on those Gaunts, and we have Novastar collapsing that natural one more time. Can Mixo hold the main? It would... If he loses this base, it's still 1 versus 1, but there's an army on his front door.
There's nothing in the main base here. There's no sentry post. The Gaunts, they don't do a ton of damage, but it adds up over time. Their attacks bounce through multiple targets, infesting them, which does 1% damage, I believe, every second. So it adds up, and it doesn't get easier once the Fiends start spawning. At the same time, with the overcharge, the Bobs are very tanky. I don't think he has the kinetic redirect. I think he's upgrading it right now on the biokinetics lab. The Lancer upgrade that allows them to move faster and attack faster when they take damage. It's very apparent when that upgrade is online. So right now, it's still very close, but the Bobs constantly pulled off the line, and the Battle Bobs will hold it.
The other interesting side of this, too, is that because he has the 1 Therix in the natural, some of those Lancers were coming out in a flank position, so he was able to disrupt that a little bit and really trim the count on the Gaunts, as we've seen. A couple of those Bobs there. I definitely don't want them to get spotted and turned into more Fiends for the defense, but how are we feeling about Novastar's chances here? He has at least succeeded in his mission of equalizing the economies to some degree.
He's got to be... Well, he doesn't really have any choices. He's targeting down the Lancers, who very clearly have their redirect. I don't know if he has the shield ability, because if he doesn't, then those Lancers are just going to die. It doesn't matter how fast they move. And it's just Bobs and a single Lancer. So Mixo keeps bringing, I think, about 80% of what he needs to these fights. And now he's trying to get the sentry post up, but he just targets down the building. Smartly done. And that's it. Novastar powers through with the 1 base all in.
See some interesting interactions from the early aggression and maybe drawing into question the... So if he doesn't, hypothetically speaking, he doesn't salvage the biokinetics lab, does he scout this and try to just get the kinetic redirect earlier, or does something else come into play, or did it just
build
boil
another
down to
bunker,
not
man. Like,
just build another bunker? Okay, I was gonna say, I mean, it feels like if he had a second turret, like 2 Lancer turrets there, it just seems unstoppable.
yeah, a second sentry post costs as much as 2 Bobs or a Lancer, like, and you could salvage it for full price, not even the restocking fee you have for bunkers and StarCraft 2. So if you really don't need it, but if you know for sure, which I'm not sure he didn't have constant scouting of it, but if he knew it was a 1 base omen, there's no reason not to be slapping down sentry posts like they're going out of style. So 2 or 3 buzzsaws, there's no chance of breaking through that. But just the one, that much. He lost so many gaunts to the saw when it was targeted too. It only takes like 3 or 4 hits to grind through them, and it does
Yeah.
that bounce attack.
With the bounce, it's like you just don't. It's not even that they're necessarily bad against the brutes, but it's about them targeting like the repairing bobs, right? Getting the buzzsaw onto the gaunts is just really big for that. The brutes on their own aren't going to out DPS the repair or kill the overcharged bobs. So
Yeah, I don't think you're super reliant on the biokinetics early on. Like the kinetic redirect is more for when you want to go back out on the map and
that's
start
what I was thinking.
actually taking fights. Whereas when you're stuck in your base, obviously the static defense is very helpful. Also, like setting it up just to defend, and kind of funnel the fiends and brutes and all that.
All right, thank you for your insights. I'm hearing that we're ready to go into game 2, so we're gonna go get it. All right, as we continue forward with this series, as we have leading 1-0 is Novastar and Mixo as our blue Vanguard in the bottom left. And there's Novastar in the top right. Trying to do my best to keep up with the clean feed winter and make sure I'm introducing players at the proper times. The greatest challenge of all.
And in the top right, spawning with the infernal pieces, we have desperately trying to wall off and failing against the early scout. It's Novastar, as we see again, and not really
Beautiful.
trying. I think with the Fellhogs, which is kind of the weirdest version of a wall, but if you build the meat farm behind the ramp, you can be in this situation where the Fellhogs will attack and create a wall as they automatically attack, which it's kind of like if your Zealot would automatically move into your wall in the correct spot.
That's
in
not possible.
StarCraft 2. Yeah, technology has advanced. This is the next generation of real-time strategy. Now your units will wall off on their own. If
there
you put
you
them in
go.
the right spot.
That's what I need. That's what I need on the box. All right. Don't worry about hold positioning a Zealot for 45 minutes. Just build one of these bad boys.
Oh, I see you're a carrier player.
Yes, exactly. Made a lot of carriers in my days. Good stuff.
He gets the command post with the overcharge here. Neither player touching the creep camps, and it's going to be essentially command center first, or command post first into the barracks, and just banking on the fact that Novastar won't be able to come across the map in a timely manner because you got to creep, got to get enough fiends. By the time that happens, you can easily have a barracks and potentially a sentry post in order to deal with any early aggression.
Yeah, it's like two sides of the coin. If you go out and take the creeps and try to farm out the camps to build up for an attack, that gives them time to do the CC, get the command post quickly and then build the turret and still hold the attack anyway. And the other side of it is that if you just rush straight across the map with 1 or 2 brutes, that's also not really going to do anything either. So not quite enough to put on serious pressure. So you see the big economic play. And Mixo has shown some pretty interesting stuff so far. So we're kind of looking forward to see maybe is this the part where I just do the caster thing, Winter, and I just say that I want to see a long game because I know that it would be interesting?
Well, it looks like both players are developing their economy. They're building units and getting out on the map, trying to take a look around and see what there is to see. And so far, not too much to see, but we're not going to let on that that's the case.
No.
Which brings me to the most exciting part, which is spreadsheet mechanics and Therium. 4 on Therium is the right amount. Well, he's adding 5 now, but if you have 4 on Therium, from my understanding, that is about the right amount that the Therium will still spread to the point where it starts enriching. What happens, the Therium spreads out to a certain point, like 4 or 5 patches out from the middle radius. And then, after 3 or 4 minutes, it starts enriching, which allows the workers to mine it twice as fast. Not twice as much, well, I guess effectively twice as much, but So if you have only 4, like both players had for a while, it still allows the Therium to spread. Whereas if you go over 5, a 5 or over is usually what it equalizes, and then eventually you'll mine it so much the patch count starts going down because they're mining it quicker than it replenishes. So yeah, write all that down.
It's good info. It's good info. It's good info. It's good to know. We were talking about how they were spreading out earlier, but I love that. I remember that it was somewhere around that 4 or 5 to keep it stable forever. You go over that and it'll start to mine away, and then of course if you leave it, then you get that enriched Therium. So it's interesting with the trade-offs, because if you're the kind of player that wants to rush tech, then you take a huge risk because you won't really get any of the long-term benefits of just leaving it there for a little.
Yeah, I think it's probably the most interesting and unique mechanic to Stormgate compared to, well, StarCraft 2 is what I have the experience in. Compared to, like, he got 2 more gas geysers, so he has exactly this much more income.
Yeah.
You can kind of map that out very easily. Whereas the Therium, it opens up a lot of options for, say, getting those Hornets out on the field before your opponent has much anti-air.
It makes that worker harass kind of dynamic a lot more interesting, because it's not just like, oh yeah, if you take a base, you're going to have this exact set amount always. And then now even your main base, it's variable depending on what you want to do. So Hornet coming across very early. The Gaunts are not really great at chasing these guys down. They can do a lot of work on the imps. Just even one of them can do quite a bit of damage. You don't have to wait for a ton in order to start being annoying. And then the other side of it is any strategy like this is going to have your opponent kind of stuck. So he uses the shield from the top bar ability. That's 1,000 hit point shield for 10 seconds onto that Hornet, which can normally be a bit of a flimsy unit, but he's like, I want to get the veterancy, get some extra XP, because that's a 20% attack speed boost, or something. I think it's 20 or 10%. It's some crazy amount as you level these up. They start to shoot crazy fast, and the early Hornet damage can become really, really hard to deal with.
Yeah, that combined with the return to hangar ability, where they essentially just boost themselves across the map back to the hangar to repair, which is a nice quality of life, well, at least for the units that survive. But it does make it hard to reliably chase down these units with really anything but maybe Shadow Flyers. But overall, good luck catching them now that they're out in the field.
Yeah, the only thing I know about that interaction, I think I told you this before we went on, but if in case anybody watching is interested in knowing, the Shadow Flyer, which is that Scourge-like unit, it'll chase if it triggers. If it triggers and then you use the return to hangar bay ability, you can drag the Shadow Flyers all the way across the map. So there's some funny interactions that happen with those, because I think their other option for the air units that the Infernal has is not very good against Hornets at all. You're not winning the sky battle and overwhelming them typically. I'm interested to see how this plays out, as we are going to have a few of them pop, but I in my experience, the Hornets can really make your day miserable with these guys. They can be great for harassing, but I'm curious your thoughts on this as well, Winter.
I haven't seen too many. The Spriggans are kind of like the Hornets, where they are a unit you pull out ideally when your opponent has minimal anti-air and kind of try to snowball with it. The Hornet actually has an anti-air attack as well, which I believe is even more damage and more DPS than its anti-ground. So it's better suited to a more anti-air role. Whereas the Spriggan, it has the ability to slow the attack speed of units or buildings. I think it's more designed to deal with, well, with the return to hangar ability, they're able to get away even from 5-6 Spriggans there. So
yeah. That's what makes it so devastating. You come in, you're hitting multiple bases at once, and then he just goes.
He's got triple Spire, so he's very committed to the Spriggans here. That is quite an investment. Means he will be building up extra charges, but Spriggans just don't really scale that well until you get too many. Like 30, like literally 20 or 30.
Some crazy number, but I have, and at least from what I've been watching and playing, that the Hornet versus Spriggan matchup seems to be pretty well in favor of the Hornets. Maybe the downside there is if he's spreading out the Hornets and the Spriggans are all together and they get a jump on him, or they find an evac, or are able to bring the Hornets home, can be a factor there too. Although of course, being caught off guard, you can also use the return to hangar bay to just go home and counter harass too.
It looks like they're about the same speed. I believe when the air units take damage, they just get slowed naturally. And unlike in StarCraft 2, air units will they cannot stack up in one. They physically block each other like ground units do.
That's
So you
that's probably the
cannot
biggest thing.
stack them all together, for better or worse, which it can be both. But you can't bring necessarily all your DPS to bear in one area.
And this is where it gets tough. So he goes into the main. He's going to pull everything back, tries to get on top of these. We see them kiting away. Important to keep in mind, of course, that shield cooldown might be back up for whichever one does get lowest in the fight if he tries to commit to it. But the micro here is just filthy. And even the evacs, which can drop those mines that slow and do area of effect damage. Or I'm not sure. I'm really not sure if it's AoE or not, but it's enough right there. Novastar's going to tap out.
You know, the evacs have a sky mine ability, which is essentially like a concussive mine that it's supposed to cover your evac, I guess. To box in the Spriggans, slow them down, and then eventually just knock them out. So, I think part of the issue is the Hornets are so responsive, and they obviously can attack.
They're really good. They're really
and
tight.
And the Spriggans, like, they're trying. They're just not.
The Spriggan kind of reminds me a little bit with its attack animation of like the Hellborn, where it has a little bit of that wind up, and then you have some of these. The Hornet to me feels like a zero. It's like a 0 damage point unit from StarCraft. As soon as it is in the mode where it could be dealing damage, it is instantly dealing that damage. So the opportunity to try and do that counter micro with the way that they clump up can be pretty complicated too. But that was a little bit of the concern. Just seeing, even with the veterans, see 3 or 4 of those Hornets are going to absolutely take the Spriggans to class, and mixing in the mines from the evacs is just another beautiful play off of it. Like, if you opened up with a mine with like a drop type play, you can leave that mine at your base immediately. It has a 1-minute cooldown, so you could try to use that as an insurance thing. But I really love him using it to, like, as you said, just box him in.
Yeah, that was a pretty decisive match there for Mixo. All right, after that first game, making sure that he's in a much more comfortable. So for the very first time, we get to see a third map, though. This is I need to move on. And is it Jagged Maw? I believe so. That little.
Oh boy, let's go.
I don't know if there's a veto process or we have it preset, because obviously the first 2 maps we have set. There's not too many maps in Stormgate at the moment, but they each offer some significantly different features, which is how I will phrase it. Especially in the early mid game, based on the creep camps. I think Secluded Grove is definitely our most typical macro map, just because of the sheer rush distance. But yeah, what kind of early cheeses have you seen from those creep camps?
Well, I mean, you do the standard thing, right? With going and just rolling the camps early, getting as many fiends as you can. But this the map has the siege camps, so you can get the catapult. If your opponent is trying to do something defensive, or like, oh, I'm gonna just get that one turret, macro up and get behind this and rush up to some kind of tech. If you have anything at home to defend and you do this kind of attack, then they're kind of stuck. You need to be able to leave your base and go out and shut that down. So I think that it kind of asks for more of an active early game, because if you try to do anything too passive, which the map also offers in a way too, because it has the direct air route between the 2 main bases. So in a way, you would think, oh, I want to go straight to air or have some early drop play, much like a Scrap Station map from StarCraft. But on the other hand, if you try and do that and your opponent hits this siege timing, which can be pretty quick, then your life gets miserable pretty quickly too.
I think that just something about map design. What maps do we remember from StarCraft? Maps like Golden Wall, Scrap Station, these maps that have the crazy strategies, and then Daybreak, because it was there for like 6 years. But yeah, the maps that have these crazy strategies that, let's be honest, pro gamers hate, but spectators love, and I really do hope we focus a lot more on those sort of strategies. And I'm going to go back to Age of Empires with this, which I am such a huge fan of the diversity. Besides water maps, they're terrible. But the fan of the diversity, not only in the types of maps, but in the map generation and how terrain can be used. Obviously, it's a bit different in the mechanics of the units and all that. But the fact that every game, even on the same map, can be a little bit different is definitely tough to balance, but makes for something more interesting. So we're going into a new map.
Oh boy. All right, we are loaded in. We're ready to get this one going. Winter, we get our first game 3, casting some Stormgate here together today. Feeling good. We've got Novastar and Mixo both tied up 1 apiece. Mixo is the Vanguard player. Novastar is the Infernal player. Well, we've talked a little bit about what we can expect, but the immediate impression here is that you've got a map with a very long attack path. But the other side of what makes Stormgate, we have that opening, the middle being opened up very quickly by Novastar.
I didn't even know you could do that. I think at some point
those are basically trees for the purpose
of this. Got the
petrified
petrified trees here. So never mind about that rush distance you were talking about. Looks like we're going straight through the center with the imps right off the bat, which does kind of invalidate all the rest of that strategical talk we were talking.
Do you think that he brings the siege camp through the middle, though, is what I'm kind of wondering if it has to do with that, too. I'm going to have to get my mind off of that, though. Is he going to open it all the way? He's just chilling. Look at that
I think
guy.
he's just chilling there because if he moves it through, the AI of the scout will bring it through, and then it'll reveal it. So the scout won't automatically go there if he doesn't break it right now. But, well, Mixo's pretty good, and clearly has played more than just the one map on the ladder, as he's scouting immediately for it, and he spots it. I think he's going to go kill that imp. We'll see if the imp goes for the fake tree before the scouts get him. I guess he could also hide. Oh yeah, it's opened. All right, here we go. Also, you need to open up a little bit of a larger space because the brutes are not known for their agility, so they do require a bit more space in between the trees and buildings and all that. Each unit has its own. I believe there are like several different unit sizes, and the brute requires a bit more elbow room, I guess, in order to get through.
Makes sense. Got broad shoulders. He's a big boy.
Well, every brute has 2 fiends inside of them. Just waiting to...
Yeah, the memes that are going to come out of Stormgate eventually. You know, we let this cook. I was saying there's definitely a lot of good memes there. I like that. We'll get the brute team.
I'm a big
with
meme
the 2v2.
fan myself.
Yeah. You know, it's on some level part of the joy of these early tournaments, and we talk about how some things can be a little crazy or not entirely figured out or fully fleshed out or realized yet. It's about the fun of it, right? That's it's always fun playing new games and getting to figure out all the crazy things that make it work and tick, and finding those cute little moves that you can do. And
you
even
play
though
games for fun.
Yeah, man, it's
Oh my
wild.
God.
Did you
Get
know
out. Alright, get him out.
that you could just like go anywhere? You could like be anybody and do basically anything. It's fascinating. It's incredible. It's all made by real people too. At least so far, it's incredible.
That's not what StarCraft 2 General Chat told me, but so far.
I apologize to your therapist that you've endured that you know that pain.
Some
I love you,
thoughts
Winter.
for Stormgate, but moving on.
I'm here for you. He's got the turret. He's repaired the
repair
dogs.
turret.
He's got the dogs repaired. We do not have the Infernal expansion yet, that to my awareness. So I kind of like it though. He's put it a little further out, but it's on top of the ramp. So he's trying to play the high ground a little bit. He's expecting the push through the middle. It is not going through the middle. He's going to send the scouts through the middle. He has the vision tower, so he would see that path, and he can also see the siege camps. The value there really paying off just on the vision side.
Wow, just going all the way around to go for the vision camps instead of through the center, which means the dogs are able to cut off one of the gaunts. And now this is this awkward position with any reinforcements being cut between. The vision camp obviously spotted this, and the dogs doing the rest. And it is one base, much like in game 1, one base versus 2. I think the clear intent for Novastar is to work his way to the siege camp. But he's taken quite a detour, it feels, to go all the way up towards the vision camp there on the high ground.
Yeah, getting baited all the way back to the base too. Getting his meat farm taken out. Getting a little more XP on these dogs, and you can see that value generation just be able to do a little bit more harass when they get those dives onto the gaunts. And he's got his natural done. He's feeling good. Biokinetics lab is up and running. He built a second turret because you know what? The only thing he's lost to in this series was not doing that.
Well, the siege camp actually could be a bit of a kicker here, with the turret being a lot more vulnerable, obviously, to a catapult than to a bunch of brutes running up and trying to slap it with their, I want to say swords. But with a fallback sentry post, and if he's able to get kinetic redirect, that could make the difference to just essentially sniping off the catapult right off the bat, or taking terrible, terrible damage to this sort of siege push.
Yeah, that is. It may not look as terrifying as it eventually will, but that catapult can absolutely ruin your day. It looks basically like an Atlas shot coming out. Huge amounts of pressure that it creates kind of just forces you. You have to do something. You have to come out and engage your opponent once they get this. And this is kind of what makes it very difficult to handle. As of course you extend out of the base, we see the Fiends and the Gaunts looking for the snowball potential. And do you make that dive to try and get on the catapult? And when there's no building for it to hit, you can see he's kind of just dodging it and running around with the Lancers, and you can still drag that friendly fire, I'm assuming, with it. So gets on top of the Gaunts, running through the backside. That kinetic redirect, Winter, a huge upgrade, but is it gonna be enough?
Well, the overcharge comes through. The Lancers took quite a roundabout route getting to the catapult itself. And that means he doesn't have any Lancers yet. He can't even get the Lancer into the sentry post. The bombs are body blocker. And now, with the overcharge, he should be able to hold, but that's going to run out momentarily. Slicing through the back line of the Gaunts, eviscerating the Infernals themselves. The bombs trying to hold the line. More Fiends coming through as the bombs start to fall. The overcharge, but another Lancer comes out. The Buzzsaw comes through. And Mixo
What
holds.
a hold. What a hold. Unreal. That it really seemed like when he went for the dive, you can kind of see the thought process. Okay, if I kill the siege camp, then this turns back into a regular defense 2 base versus 1. So the logic of, okay, I'm going to dive it. I'm just going to take just, say to hell with it. Whatever I lose is worth it as long as the catapult dies. And then boom, he buys himself a huge amount of time. And I feel like there's for Novastar, like what's your recompense there, Winter? I feel like if this doesn't work, you're kind of stuck.
You could do the same thing, but worse.
Mm.
He could go for the other siege camp, which I'm not sure it will go through that center area. He's opened up some space, but I don't know if it's enough for the siege camp. And the problem is, like, even the Bobs have some veterancy now, so
Getting tanky. Getting a little chunky.
with this many out, and he's got the economy from 2 bases. It would take a mistake out of Mixo, I think, at this stage. More than... It's a combination of Novastar playing about perfectly, finding the right timing, and Mixo getting caught out. Ideally for Novastar, where the siege camp can hit him and not too many of his own units.
Now we're going to find out just how well the pathing on that siege camp is going to go. As you mentioned, there's not much to do, but just take the other one. And that is the choice. That is the move. As, I mean, he doesn't quite have the snowball effect from earlier with all of the Fiends, but now he's gotten everything together, and you can still have a pretty decent army because he hasn't expanded, he hasn't invested anything into tech or really gone much for Therium mining beyond just to get the Gaunts out. So this turns into the big defense. Is that a lot of his units on the west side? Is he maybe gonna sandwich with those, or they're just a little out of position? We'll see. Here it comes.
The catapult comes up first. Not exactly what you want to lead the charge with. And it's already getting slapped by the Lancers here in the front. And that's a med station. It needs to be repaired, but the med station is doing huge work for the Lancers.
Big heals.
He's trying to dodge it.
Yeah. He's trying not to let the workers get hit by it, I suppose. Good logic there. And then the Hornet comes out. So just a little bit of extra support to help push this back. We know the damage that they do to the Gaunts is really big. So while they're dealing with the Lancers, he cleans that up. And I mean, that's got to be about it. Yeah, Novastar is going to tap out, and GG Mixo with the 2-1. Winter, that was fun to see. It was like an evolution. Mixo probably biting off a tiny bit more than he could chew in the first game. It seemed like he could barely have held and then just didn't. Game 2, we had a completely different experience, and then Game 3, it was like the redux going back on that Game 1 and what happened, except obviously with the catapult, and he still managed to find a way to adjust and deal with it.
I think at the end of the day, you just need to add a little more defense. We're still figuring out. Obviously, I think it kind of seesaws back and forth where an attack is figured out and then players defend it and then they over defend it. So players can get more greedy behind it. Like if you're building 3-4 sentry posts, that's another base right there. So if the Vanguard gets too greedy, then it tilts back in favor of the Infernals later on with their economy. But I think Mixo managed it well. In fact, he very much looked like he was still going for a bare bones defense. Very minimal, like one sentry post, then one fallback sentry post, and then just microing the Lancers and Bobs to defend through. I think Novastar made a mistake in going out for the camps on the left side of the map instead of just going straight for the siege. As getting the vision camp, like he knows what you're doing. He knows you're going for the siege camp. You're not surprising him with that idea. So in spending an extra minute going out for that, I think that slowed down the push enough that Mixo was able to sandbag it and eventually come through.
Yeah, good hold, good hold. Most crucial moment, I guess, was the first dive onto the catapult. If he doesn't get any of his Lancers into that turret, or the catapult survives that push, then I think Mixo is just barely not going to be able to make that defense. So you can see the logic, you can see how it could have worked on the other side for Novastar, but just a really good adjustment and not taking things quite as lightly. Not taking things quite as lightly as in the previous game. So I like that. Things are heating up. We got our first series that goes to game 3. So I think it's worth pointing out that there's a couple stages to this event, right? We've got basically the qualification stage that's happening now. So there are some players from the top of the ladder, I believe, that already qualified into the main event next weekend. So the level of play is something that maybe is a little more variable today and tomorrow, but is going to continually improve as we make our way through the event.
Yeah, we do have some a special extra. I believe it's going to be a week later. So some of the players who I've heard there's a StarCraft 2 tournament happening as well. So they're going to get an opportunity. Some of them who are obviously pretty experienced at RTS to play as well. So you can look forward to that, I believe, next weekend too. On top of course, well, we got, I'm a little biased here, but Mana is coming up next.
Oh.
Mana, who just yesterday was kind enough to do an Infernal guide, so I could actually learn all these things about Infernals beforehand. And you can find that on, well, Mana has a wellspring of knowledge and hopefully experience against the Vanguard, which, yes, he's playing against Vanguard. Not quite able to qualify via the ladder, unfortunately. Very competitive on that.
Yeah, Man is somebody that I think he's been around in the scene for a crazy long time. I'm not even sure if he was still playing as well before he even got in with SC2. He was around before that possibly, but getting to see him here is going to be good. I think we're ready to go into this next match, so let's do it. All right, we are loaded in. We've got Mana as our Infernal player in blue in the bottom left, up against Numadon, our red Vanguard player in the top right. So a little more Vanguard versus Infernals. I mean, it's definitely had enough variety to some of the builds that we've seen. We've seen some of the drop play come into it and be a factor. We've seen some of the Hornet play. We've seen some of the early attacks. So at least so far, Winter, it feels like there is some degree of build variety, but certain things have definitely been staples, like that dog build opening, right? Going for the very quick upgrade for the damage on the scout, and then cycling that back into macro once you get the map control, etc.
Yeah, I think my experience, the ladder experience is different than what we're seeing in the tournament, which is not that surprising, but where there's just a sort of best of one meta on the ladder. You know all about that, of course.
Yes.
The StarCraft 2 ladder is notorious for the best of one meta. But now with these players who, many of them have already played each other probably several times. So we're seeing probably some little mind games in there, as well as trying to throw other strategies or transitions in, especially things like Hornets or heavy tech for the Vanguard, or just hitting an awkward timing with a Doombringer or Magmadons for the Infernals. But I think Mana's just going to try to play a nice, safe, solid game. I think it's on Numadon, who still highly ranked, but Mana is, of the open qualifiers, probably one of the players to beat. So definitely needs to be on his game.
Yeah, Mana was I remember there were a couple of like alpha stage tournaments throughout the course of the last year with Stormgate. I know they ended up posting some articles about him, so the fun fact I'll share is that while I was on the winning team for the pre-alpha tournament, I was like the Krillin of the team. I was there as fodder. I did get absolutely obliterated by Mana. So he's been good at this. He's been good at this and practicing and being up to date on everything since the very earliest stages of anybody basically being able to play this game. So I think my expectations are going to line up with yours. That I'm sure he's got something that's either going to blow our minds or he's just going to execute one of these earlier strats at a high level. But so far, just trying to take that base and got some dogs nibbling on it.
Yeah, and at least the bonus doesn't help him chomp through sheer buildings there. The Howl will keep him... there's nothing that's going to catch them. But he does need to be careful not to get infested and taken out. Mana waiting till he has more than enough units to make sure to protect those Gaunts. And Nubidan, yeah, he's not going to bother trying to kite around. He doesn't want to risk it because that's the sort of situation that can snowball very quickly. Does the shrine heal over time? I don't actually know if... I imagine it's Shroud, but I'm not sure if Infernal Buildings heal over time. Obviously, you can repair Vanguard ones, but... well, we'll see eventually.
If it has to be damaged, forever, I feel like this is one of those things when we talk about like what we expect to have eventually added to the game. I feel like there's not a crazy amount of caster type units, but there's got to be some blood ritual unit that's going to be added eventually where you'll be able to throw some level of heal around, maybe like sacrifice a nearby unit and it just blows up and heals everything near it. I don't know how demons would heal themselves, or infernals, excuse me, not trying to label them here.
The infernal host, of course.
Infernal host, excuse me. How could I possibly? I'm so sorry.
But the Magmadons and the Weaver both have the consume ability where they can eat a Felhog or a Fiend and restore their white health or Shroud Shield kind of mechanic. They can do that off of Shroud, which is the key point. But it is a bit clunky to use as those are not the smallest units and they're trying to pick out a Fiend in the fight. But they do have that ability. But the actual normal health, I think, is just... It looks like the shrine is healing very slowly over time, but that might be a placebo effect. And if it doesn't heal very much, then obviously it's going to be a lot more vulnerable later on to even any sort of drop, or even Hornets, potentially.
Yeah, everybody seems to have different priorities for the early game, whether it's the camps, worker harass, but what we see out of Nubidan in this game, he does go for his expand. He's got his buzzsaw turret set up, so it's not like he wanted to commit to necessarily an all-in play, but he did the dog opening, and the way that he chose to use it was, I'm just going to set up perhaps a really easy snipe on this base later on down the line, or force you to make a mistake, or maybe cancel it out of fear that I'm sending more dogs or whatever, but gets... until that damage is realized, of course, it's not the biggest deal, but it's something that man is going to have to be cautious about if he steps out of his base for more than a few moments.
I think this is the most even, early mid-game here we've seen so far, as both players have kind of jockeyed for map control. Mana, sat back, defensive, got his creep camps once he had a critical mass that could protect his Gaunts, and now he's got a Doombringer. In order to start to put some pressure on the Vanguard. But at the same time, Nubidan is going for the straight-up bio build. He's got 4 barracks back at home, and the dogs are working their way through, chewing up a Gaunt, and just backing off. They're tanky enough with that veterancy.
And there's the Doombringer going around the northwest side, so dogs are out on the map, getting some vision, being around, but perhaps there's an opportunity now for a little bit of work from Mana as he approaches the Ethereum mining position. Habitat gets set up, so not much in the way of the defense. Trying to get some snowball here. There's the immediate overcharge, by the way. Exo's there to defend. One of the Gaunts does not make it back in, and that is about as clean of a defense as you are going to see there out of Nubidan, not taking any heat from that at all.
Yeah, very good start there, understanding the threat without overcommitting. No sentry post, just pound for pound, a few Exos and a Lancer should be enough, especially if needed, you can pull the Bobs. But the Doombringer is pretty tanky, but it's hard to drop out, and then if you need to, pick up and get out while the Exos are firing at you. So going to be forced to back off, and then just roaming, packs of dogs out on the field. And there's nothing protecting these imps at the third. Just keeping control of the map. Nubidan doing a great job keeping Mana and his little infernal toes.
Yeah, and then again, he's trying to throw up a few structures, take the imps away as the targets, but of course it's just more to juggle, more to manage. does still have the Doombringer waiting outside for the opportunity to make a move, but since it is just the dogs and he can see that it's just been the dogs, there's no guarantee of safety if he moves in there. The Exos have been left behind, not a lot of, and this is perhaps an interesting question, especially as it eventually had a huge impact on games like StarCraft, but the usage of the select all army key and the non-usage of that, where it can be so helpful by leaving your units spread out, not making yourself super open to one point being very vulnerable. And this just looks like Numidin is just trying to play like what I feel like some futuristic sense of, oh, this is what a macro opening is going to look like. I'm going to get out a couple of Exos to shut down the early harassment drops. I'm going to get the dogs for the map control, but it's clear that he doesn't have some sort of huge play that's going to take place before he gets these bases established. And Doombringer does come back in right as those Exos step out, so he's not going to wait for the reinforcements to come defend, but he did leave 2 behind on the third, so it's possible that Doombringer gets a little close. We'll just have to see. He's got space to chill though, so it's not like he has to come out. He's gonna see those Exos and say, nope, I'm good, happy right here.
Yeah, 3 bases established here for Numidin. He's got. This is a good enough economy to get a bio ball rolling. If you can get 4 or 5 barracks up and running, that's really all you need to be competitive. Ideally, you keep control of the map, but in my experience, it's okay if the Infernals go up to 4 bases. The priority is making sure you have enough medtechs, enough Exos to be able to take a fight against Magmadons. If you get caught without either of those things, you're not going to be able to really control the battle against the Magmadons. And I think now he's feeling more comfortable. And even though building a sentry post might to some seem like, oh, he's scared of drops. No, that's he wants to make sure he has something at the back so he can focus on moving out and probably taking a 4th and seeing what pressure he can put on Mana, at least outside of his base. Ooh, Mana actually focused on economy, injected or used the resurgence ability to saturate that base as quick as possible. So now Mana's going to be going into mass production mode. And Numidin, same place as well.
Yeah, even though Mana has been the player that opened up with that big, the big drop type play, and that's always going to be a threat there. You do have an option to kind of shut that down a little more for Vanguard, especially when you have a lot of Exos. You can put them inside of the turret, and then it turns into a turret that does a lot of damage. Very, very good long range zoning tool. So something that can really, as you said, give you the freedom to move out on the map, right? If that Doombringer chills there and he never makes anything, then the moment that he leaves, it's going to be a bunch of fiends in his base spilling all over.
I am a little interested. There are no medtechs yet out of Numidin here. He's just going for the Lancer Exo and the dogs, well, scouting everything, which is perfectly fine as long as you don't start taking damage. Unfortunately,
just don't get hit.
Survives contact with the enemy. And good SimCity there is going to box out the Magmadons and funnel the Fiends. So that way the Fiends can get taken out and then you can focus the Magmadons. But oh my god, it's happening! Oh. He's got the Flame Imps and he's going straight for the Exo.
So the Imps, man, that's the Flame On, can ignite themselves and run in just as a bomb, basically. He kind of tries to drop the totem there for a little bit more of the shroud, bit of the pickup, but good spread by Numidin. And we were talking about not having those medtechs. Well, the consequence of that is that he also just has a lot more of other stuff. So Lancers are going to try to get up on top of the Magmadons. Exo's he's not choosing to chase. Big counter in the northwest, though, as Mana attacking the third.
Yeah, this is exactly what you need to do. This is what Mana has talked about. Like, you have to take multiple fights. You can't win it. Even with the Flame Imps there, it wasn't a decisive victory for the Infernals. You have to whittle them down from all sides, and he just bashes through the base to the north side. He did enough damage to the army that right now Numidin doesn't have enough to move out and defend. So now he's back to 3 bases, and Mana has 4, going on 5, I think going on 6, including the Therium kind of double patch there. No, that's actually his army on the low ground. He hasn't taken the Therium yet. But yeah, you see, definitely not using that select all army key, but instead focused on kind of just throwing units out both sides until he finds a fight he can win.
2 large forces that this skirmishy type bio army is not necessarily going to be able to stand and deliver against. So for Numidin, it starts to become a how fast can you split? How fast can you micro and stutter step these units back if you get hit on both fronts at the same time? Because we're seeing the attempt at the engage on the northwest, but that southeast side, it's coming, going up the ramp. We got 3 buzzsaw turrets trying to hold this off while the stompy stomps begin to break through.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has a rampart habitat at the back there. And the Magmadons are able to smack their way through. The trample and the auto attack doing plenty of damage. Still no medtechs on the field, but the trees themselves helping to funnel. But a couple flame imps come in, and I think we just saw a chunk of the army get taken out. You see the blood left over. But you do need to land 2 or 3 flame imps to be able to take out those Exos, and even more for the Lancers. Stomping through on both sides.
Stomping through the trees, chasing them down. See, the only thing that opened up that choke point, I think, was the explosions off of the Hellborn. So that opens it a teeny bit. But I feel like we're really seeing the consequence of, again, it's just that it's 2 armies that you need to do a lot of micromanagement on for them to be good. And being hit on 2 flanks at the same time there just became a little bit much. Mana using the split Magmadons as well, just making sure he always has the opportunity for a little bit of that stun, for a little bit of that tree flank potential. And something we haven't seen in a long time, Winter, is Numadin on the other side of the map. So even though he is still alive, even though he's been hanging in there, the odds of him being able to leave now without one of those exposed sides, exposed ends being attacked is very low.
Yeah, usually you see the Vanguard late game being the medtechs keeping these upgraded, these well-experienced Exos intact. With no medtechs, eventually they'll get whittled down by the splash damage. I like what Mana's done. He's just started adding in imps. Well, he's adding Shroud Stones out in the field, and he's adding in imps on either side, very much like Banelings, in order to help break up the bio bone. It looks like he's going to do a run-by with the imps into the third base. He just flames through. How are the Bobs going to do? They'll survive for now, as one of the imps didn't actually light up. He might not have had enough Therium for it. But Dragon has arrived, and Numadin has held strong, but not strong enough. And I don't think he has what it takes. The medtechs are a bit late, and not nearly enough of them. Well, we'll see, but I'm not optimistic.
We'll see how Mana looks like he's not ready to take the engagement yet. He had a couple units waiting on the high ground there. They're going to get grabbed, but it seems he doesn't want to risk throwing this, especially, you know, Dragon's not necessarily easy to get, pretty expensive resource-wise as well. So trying to just set up that position, and the imps, like you mentioned, a couple flame ons, that'll do it.
Yeah, the Magmadon on the side, he found he's stopping, and body blocking him in. Here come the Magmadons from both sides.
Nowhere to go. Just completely cuts off the escape route. There's the effigy right on top, and Numadin taps out. Mana, the patience. I thought his army looked pretty good in the Northwest, Winter. It seemed like he had a lot. It seemed like the fight was going to take place, but he's like, no. I want him to go, to feel like he has to move around, and then I want to cut him off, set up a trap, and that's exactly what he did. Very cool usage of that. Not just the damage that the Magmadon does, but the fact that when it's doing that stomp, it's pushing units away. It's creating space, or denying space, I guess, in this situation.
There is a literal wall of Magmadon keeps you from escaping. I think Mana, now that was probably a bit overkill at that scenario, but it's good to get in the habit of, because the times we've seen Vanguard come back against Infernals is when the Infernals are just like, I have twice as many bases. I can throw however many units at them. It'll be fine. And then suddenly the veterancy starts adding up, and you don't quite have enough units, and you're coming in from one angle, and those Exos start to get real difficult to deal with, as you don't have the more expensive later game units. So Mana making sure that the moment that Numadin decided, well, I have to go do something, was his last moment, and a pretty decisive victory. Though a great game. I liked what Numadin was doing.
I liked the build.
Not able to keep up.
It felt like he had a good game plan. Just Mana, as you said, it doesn't survive first contact with the enemy, of course. Mana is not just someone that's been playing this beta that's really good at it, but he's someone that's been a premier tournament winning RTS pro player for, with a very long storied career. So seeing him come up and do well, I did see some love for Numadin in the chat. I think maybe just a player from outside of our scene that I'm not as familiar with, but I loved his approach to it. take map control early on, still does an economic build, and as we continue to move forward with this series, maybe we'll see other types of strategies that he has, or if we see him try to kind of just iron that out a little bit further from last time.
I'm interested. It seems like a very active choice because there's no reason he couldn't get the med techs early. They're a little expensive, but you're not really spending Therium on much else at that stage of the game once you get the upgrades. So in taking that long, I think it ended up allowing mana to break through. But we'll see in game 2.
All right, we are here. We are ready to rock and roll. In the bottom left, we had Numidan, our blue Vanguard. In the top right, we have Mana, the red Infernal player. And this is that map we were talking about with the rocks that you can break open to access the Therium, and the choice of whether you take that early or take it later, and how exactly you handle that situation. But Numidan did the dog build, went up to a fairly quick, we could say 3 base-ish play, mostly bio, and didn't really leave his base too much because we had that fast Doombringer out of Mana. So Mana was able to keep him at home, allow him to expand his economy very aggressively. How is Numidan going to strike back? What adjustments is he going to make? Will we see something committed a little earlier if he expects that there will be a fast drop?
I think the Horn Dog build. The Hornets, as a follow-up to the Dogs, especially on a larger map like this, the Hornets can trade so well with the Gaunts, and you have a lot more space to work with, which obviously benefits fast air units, especially with the return to hanger ability. I'd be honestly a little disappointed if we didn't see him. If he takes map control like that with the Dogs again, which it looks like he's going command post first, actually, but if he's able to take map control and then exploiting it with the Hornets, and then from there you can either go into the kind of Atlas composition, or just into your more standard bio with like the Exos and hopefully more than 0 med techs.
Yeah, I feel like we really got to see the factor that played missing, especially after the previous series, right? Where we didn't just see the med tech be good, but we saw its usage in the turret also be really fantastic. It's got quite a bit of utility. Really, it's that second layer that all the biological units really have. And I think when you look at a game like Stormgate, one of the other things that really stands out to me is the idea or the concept of tech switches, because there is no +1 melee. It's not +1 armor. There aren't these 6 upgrades for each specific unit type that completely transform how they interact. There's 1 or 2 key upgrades, it seems, and almost an upgrade for every unit, which can be in some ways a little more simple, in some ways a little more complex, but there's never really that drop off that occurs when you have the unit and you keep it. So it's not like, okay, if I'm going to transition into something else, these guys will fall off because they just won't scale without the upgrades. It's you kind of take a different approach to it, so you can use a little bit of everything, and that's what makes it fun. That's what I loved seeing out of Mixo earlier too. So I want to see more of that. Honestly, it was really fun.
Yeah, the Vanguard gets that extra benefit from keeping and fighting with units, as opposed to just sitting in their base and building those basic upgrades. Which, the Infernals, on the other hand, their units are pretty much as effective as they're ever going to get once they finish any basic upgrades and they pop out of the Iron Vault or the Conclave or whatever building they're coming out of. So, ideally, when you spend on a Magmadon or on, especially those later game units, you're trying to take some advantage, because otherwise you kind of just sitting back and waste. A little like Zerg with things like Banelings in StarCraft 2, where you've spent on it, but you're only going to get so much value out of it in the fight. And the longer you wait, the more time that could have been spent on economy instead.
Right.
And you're kind of delaying things like, especially getting your third base is usually the hardest part as Infernals. Not on this map or in this game, but against an aggressive, like, kind of dog and hornet player like we've seen a lot of today.
Yeah, we did see in the first game, Numidan, his opener was sending the dogs to try and just knock down the expansion too. Like, in a way, it felt, he didn't try to dive the workers, but in a way, it felt like it had that same level of aggression, and that it puts the sense of urgency on the opponent that they still have to come out and do something. So if you were trying to just be economic, if you're trying to just be greedy and skip a unit or two, suddenly you have to make those units. So maybe you defend the base, but your actual build is no longer viable in the way that you were originally intending. So He has the biokinetics lab, 3 racks set up, pretty nice base layout. Exo in the main mineral line too, so he's thinking about the anything and everything that could end up happening in this game, while Mana does that infernal thing where they he's snowballing quite a few bad boys, quite a few fiends off of those camps.
Yeah, the dog, just the single scout, doing, well, its namesake early on, keeping track of where Mana's moving around. There's only a single turret here, but he's got a nice funnel set up, where as long as he's quick on the repair or has enough units, he should be able to deal with early aggression. This is your classic cover your expand with an attack sort of style from Mana. But he's taken a third, but if he does kill the Buzzsaw turret, well, then it's certainly going to get a lot easier to keep that expansion alive through the aggressive defense.
Oh, and then immediately the Lancers surrounded, no opportunity to escape. The Fiends are on top, and does still have, of course, the build speed improvement from having the overcharge still running, so it's not like he's completely without a paddle. Could also put the Exo in the turret for the extra long range to push back the poke. One of the really annoying things, especially on this map, when you're getting poked by Gaunts early, when they bounce, the attacks bounce off of the buildings onto your workers trying to repair or build on the other side. So you need to keeping at least one of those sentry posts up is just of paramount importance.
Yeah, even then, though, if he had gotten 1, maybe 2 more Buzzsaws, he would have just ripped through those Gaunts. So definitely could have been a costly fight for Mana, but just a little late. I think he's going to salvage the sentry post in the resource line there. That was more of a, wait a second, is this a real attack? Like,
yeah,
but
you don't want it to be. You'd prefer to have it in the front for sure. The Buzzsaw, like that's the trade-off, I guess. The Buzzsaw has like the lowest range. The regular one is kind of a medium range. That the Exo one definitely feels like the longest, but that's also because it has that punch and it's got a much bigger turret and sound effect. And obviously the sound effects, Winter, they're usually very indicative of the strength of things, as we know.
Besides the Hornet in this case.
Besides the Hornet, which is silent but deadly. Another one as well.
Yeah, the Lancers, he's getting through the vision camp here. I'm not sure if he has the quick draw hustle, the movement speed after shooting on those Exos yet. But Mana doesn't have that many units on the field. He's just chilling in the healing camp over there. Ooh, 7 on Therium, which clearly indicates an interest in getting more tech up here for Numidan, who doesn't yet have that 3rd command post. I think he was significantly delayed by Mana's attack, which did a little more than I think he bargained for even with it.
Yeah, and he's taken just additional bases too, right? Moving immediately towards the other rock path that you can open up for Therium on the right side. So he's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna force the fight this game. You can see where the respect maybe for Numidan is coming through, that he's like, this is not a guy that I'm just gonna catch him with a simple mistake. He was pretty good at dealing with the harass, so Mana takes a more economic focus. And maybe he's just going to play for that big overwhelming play a little bit earlier than we've already seen it.
Man, he's still chilling at the health camp there, which is a bit of a liability. If he gets caught, he could end up losing a sizable chunk of his units. It's not a game-ending thing if he gets caught out here, but he certainly doesn't want to just lose these for free. And he's getting chased down. There's a med tech, so he knows they exist. And using the howl to make sure that no Magmadons are about to come crashing through the trees as well. And
yeah, that's because the dog vision, you can see through pretty much all the fog of war in a quite wide radius. On this map, it's nice because that's one of your ways to check through those trees. And I think especially you mentioned the air units, but obviously it blocks the pathing until you start breaking them all down. So I guess maybe that's one of the other fun things about it, though. When you have a map with this many trees, your strategy could partially revolve around terraforming it. Like, you know what? This chunk was just going to open this up. This is going to be where I want to wall off or whatever. That's where that time playing the game really starts to bake in.
Yeah, this map, if it goes on long enough in this matchup, usually ends up just being an open field. As the Magmadon starts stomping through, he used a Bob to get through into this base. And if Matt doesn't have... Okay, he's got Magmadons there. I'm not sure if the Trample, the actual mini-stun, is upgraded. Oh, but he goes the Magmadon flank a little bit off-center, but still getting a lot of damage onto those Exos. Gets a med tech.
Hit. Cuts off the med tech, like you said. The other two actually getting a little bit lagged behind, trying to get the heals off. And he splintered the army so much that he's just got a bunch of these Exos spread out, and they are not that cheap. So Mana getting a good good counter response to that cheeky little break into the southeast base. And as you mentioned, we've already seen the Magmadon control from Mana just be absolutely filthy. So he's using them. He's already using them as like that third control group that you have set aside just away from the fight, just for when they accidentally kite too close and you can cut them off, or however he's been doing it. It's just been absolutely a treat to watch. And 2 big army setups. So he's saying, whichever way you go out or decide to commit or attack, I'm going to try to pull you towards the middle of the field and then hit you on the other side at the same time. Effigy goes up for Shroud on this fight. Trying to pick off the first Buzzsaw turret. Looks like he's going to be able to get it. And now stomping into the natural.
So many Bobs already down. The Fiends popping out on both sides. And Mana makes it so the overcharge is invalidated. He's attacking both sides at once. And the natural is pretty much gone. There's still one more. There's no more Bobs. He might be able to clean it up eventually. But, Nathanius, at what cost?
The question we must always ask ourselves, the cost indeed. A decent amount of the Bobs at the third were still alive, I suppose. Maybe he's just trying to get the Magmadon close enough to do one more stomp if he can near the Bobs, and looks like he'll get a little bit of work done, but that overcharge was back again, so they're not going to die. And instead the Magmadon will lay to rest in that Therium line in Numidan's main base.
At the end of the day, though, when you reset the units like that, you also reset the veterancy. You reset the ability. Well, he has to rebuild those Bobs, so he can't be building a lot of static defense, or at least he doesn't want to. And resetting the veterancy is probably the biggest part of maintaining momentum in this kind of mid to late game scenario, where both sides are still, like, they don't have the end game armies of like 10 Hellborn and 20 med techs, but at the same time, they're very dangerous to each other depending on positioning. And I think Mana clearly has the advantage here. Numidan's going to be very scared to move out on the map without full vision.
It's a dark and scary place. It's a very dark and scary place, Winter, as the vision camp on the north side will get secured by Mana. He's defended all of his bases. We did get to see Numidan try to go across a little bit more in this game, but it has not really played out the way he wants. We got two big drop coming out from the Doombringer. 2 Magmadons comes through with the step on the Bobs. Now another one does get caught in the middle of the field here by the Exos as he continues to approach that north vision camp, but I would be scared going in deep on this push against Mana. Numidan is going to have to get some serious work done with everything that he's lost leading up to this point. A decisive fight, it seems, is going to occur potentially right here if he's able to get on top of him by Mana.
Pretty decisive indeed, as the Flame Imps just obliterate everything. The Magmadons clean them up, but the Imps handled the home front all on their own. And looks like Mana improved even over the last game.
To see that though, the way that he uses the units, the way that we see the conversations about the flame on, and okay, well, it's not like you can't just make it like a baneling and keep it forever. You make the choice to turn the imp into the flames, and then it has to go and do it. You don't just get to sit there and keep it forever. So when you're making these pushes, like the big difference, you compare it to like a push that you would be doing as a Terran versus a Zerg in StarCraft, where you'd usually have your heal is your transport, so you can just pull away and get out of there. But so that's maybe there's a mechanic or a time and a place to try and bait that out of somebody. But Mana just recognizing, okay, his whole army is right here. He has to push. He has to do something. Yeah, just throw the imps at him. What is he going to do? Just run into the rest of the army, which is, I guess, what happened.
Yeah, just getting caught out. You do have to find that Vanguard army broken up. The Death Ball, if it's just kind of like a unit trainer sort of situation where we're both in a lane fighting each other, well then, yeah, the Vanguard are going to have a pretty easy time of it. But Mana never let that happen. You got the magma drops at the back. The imps were ready. So I don't even think there's any way to tell that he has that upgrade finished until, well, you're very much aware of it.
It's too late.
So.
The surprise factor. Definitely a big component to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think just as a comment on that, something you can use, and this is just like basic RTS mechanics, if you're not A-moving with the imps, the bio army doesn't consider them a threat. Until they light up when they're right next to your army, and then suddenly. But so the units aren't actually auto-attacking them unless they're focused specifically. So Mana using that to even greater effect on top of just breaking everything up and knocking it down. That was if there was a textbook to be written at this point, that would be it, I think, so far.
Yeah, that's all. It's awesome to see though. That feels like if we're doing the pitch, right? If we're setting up the dating profile for the Magmadon, we've got some really nice angled shots here of them from this last series. Just awesome to see. And it looks like we're going into Kirus against Blas next, starting on Broken Crown, and another Vanguard versus Infernal is what it's looking like. I'm enjoying it, Winter. Give me more of these.
Yeah, this is another top 100 match, and I'm excited to see even a little closer than the last one going into game 1.
All right, well, here we are loaded in. Blue Infernal player in the bottom left. That is Kirus. And it looks like I may have been a little off. Okay, so they're both playing Infernal for this one.
We were reading the message.
We've got Blask. Yes, exactly. We've got Blask as the red Infernal in the top right.
Here we go. Cutting through the trees on one side, we have the counterplay from Blask, who's going to be heading over to the left side camp, and then Kirus, who's cutting through the trees to head towards the left side camp himself. So, I give it about a 50-50 on this game, making it past the 5-minute mark. As actually, so far in Infernal versus Infernal, it's kind of evened out. I feel like players have started to figure out how to stabilize, though clearly the player who wins the first fight gets a big advantage, at least in the early game.
Yeah, the impact of the camps. Like, I feel like for Vanguard, it's a little easier to ignore, especially if you're against Infernal or if you're against any kind of build where you want to be a little more defensive than aggressive. But for the Infernals, those camps just play such a crucial role in getting your early fighting force together and being able to either deny the objectives or turn the early imps or the early fiends rather into something that can generate a little more value for you. And we have the turret going up here by that speed camp. Talk to me, Winter. What's going on?
Well, Age of Empires players are big fans of tower rushes, or so I've heard. Well, here we are. This is... I honestly, I don't know how this works out. But with the Shroudstone and the fact he was able to tag with the Infest, it looks like Kirus going to be off to a decent start here. I don't think Kirus knows... Or Blask doesn't know anything about that Shroudstone about to finish, which could be disaster. Yep. And it looks like the speed camp just goes to Kirus at the end of the day. And that is a distinct advantage. He's going to get all the extra fiends. He's already done a lot of damage to the first Gaunt. And Blask kind of gambit to counter this speed camp is now in jeopardy.
Yeah, we talked about the pain of trying to get the heal. Of course, they have the white health that regenerates on the Shroud, but there's the dive onto that Gaunt. You were mentioning it. He was exposed, vulnerable. Tries to dive the second one, actually. Brute ends up splitting for it after he gets the shot with his own Gaunt, stepping back up the cliff now and able to get both Brutes splitting there for Blask. So giving up his ability to take that head-to-head fight. And as you said, you talk about the snowball impact. Now he gets the vision camp, gets another fiend or two out, and just a little fiend on fiend action, but he's got that Shroud over there helping him to secure that objective very early on.
Important point, and this is from my understanding. If you split the Brute before it dies outright with Infest, you keep your fiends. Whereas if it dies just from auto attacks, it turns into their fiend. So that is a pinpoint and very important part of Micro in the early game, where instead of them getting a feed and you getting nothing, you getting 2 feeds seems like a pretty huge difference. And that's kind of what kept Blast going so far and keeps him with a relatively comparable amount of units out on the field.
Great point to bring up. Coming in back over the resource camps, getting a little trade over here. I guess the only real difference then is that Blast at the very least has it's got a couple of Gaunts extra mixed over here. It goes up with the split. We've got the Fiends fighting 2 Brutes in the back for Kirus. Not as much on the Gaunt side, so he's looking to protect that one in the back. Tries to dive it with his Fiends, but he's not going to be able to get it. And we've just got a Brute chasing a few of these Gaunts downhill. Goes for the snipe on the other one. Not able to get it that time either. Going for the heal.
Flowers. Gets the Fiend split at the last second. At the end of the day, well, it's still unclear, but it looks like it's tilting towards Kirus. But wait, there's more. Another Brute and a Gaunt, and they're still going at it. The Gaunts have no way of avoiding the infest that they're able to deal out to everyone, and because those glaives kind of bounce throughout the army, it's almost guaranteed that any unit nearby is going to end up infested. So, just like that, well, it's Blask who has the advantage. But there is at least a Shroud Stone, which isn't much, but it's definitely something to even the odds. Oh! Well, he didn't have a shrine this whole time.
It was enough to deter him a little bit, and yeah, exactly, starting his own expansion. When you see that your opponent's is done after a fight like that, definitely be, you know, mildly demoralizing, but it's not like he doesn't have any map control himself, right? And a couple of good jobs trading out, and we'll just have to see how this one progresses from here. But you were talking about the potential for this one to be really short with that crazy aggression, and from the very start, as soon as that Shroud Stone went up on that left side camp, that the action kicked off, and I guess this is really the first lull that we've had.
Yeah, as Kirus, actually, the reason he ended up losing the fight is he wasn't reinforcing because he invested in a shrine. And it's paid off so far, but some of his production is vulnerable. It looks like he has enough gaunts to hold the line. He's got to be careful here, as Blask is clearly aware that he's behind on the expansion, which means he's likely behind on economy. But it's very, even though you can literally see the worker count, you won't necessarily have all of your imps on each base. Like, you could be transferring them down just in case you need them, or in order to, since you can literally look at the number, you can maybe fool your opponent into thinking you have a lot more than you do, which is kind of a tactic in Zerg versus Zerg in StarCraft 2. You pull half your drones down to make it look like you're doing an economic play, but then come out with a whole bunch of units. Wouldn't be surprised to see some of that here.
Big brain plays. Speaking of, Doombringer coming out, so we'll see some drops on either side here, as that's fun when two Doombringers pass in the night. Definitely get a little bit crazy.
Doombringer, the direct path for Blask, as opposed to Kirus, who's trying to sneak his way around, which this could get. I've never seen a full-on base trade where it came down to eliminating the buildings, but well, here we are.
There it goes. So Doombringer is going to unload at worst. He stays there and the production is there. At best, he's able to get a couple of these imps to start rolling into the fiends. And now on the other side, Kirus lands in his base. So we talk about the snowball potential of everything turning into fiends. That's on the table for each of them. Shroud Stone's going to get dropped by Blask. I believe that's the energy one you were talking about to try and help defend against this. So maybe getting a little bit of that extra defense that you were discussing, and still having a huge amount inside of Kirus's base. Well, and all of a sudden things look like they're taking a nice turn for Blask, or you disagree?
And I'm not willing to commit to.
I tried to get you there.
And there's the defensive stone, and the infest is helping out a bit, but there just is so much. Yeah.
The unit count. Yeah, the unit count feels like once he had that many fiends, the super stone was just not going to be able to do it. And interesting, very interesting game. Kirus feels like we kind of won on the build order execution at the very start, and then it almost felt like he was trying to be too tactical, taking a little more time to get his Doombringer across, and that just gave Blast that tiny little edge that snowballed into a game 1 victory.
Attack, and then he decided to follow that up with attack, whereas Kirus tried the little tower thing, which I think did pay off, and then he took a shrine earlier, then he took the roundabout path with the Doombringer, which I don't think that was necessary to do because I don't think the vision camp was claimed, though I'm not 100%. Though, doesn't matter very much because getting there is the important part. You're unlikely to sneak anything by at that stage, but it's quite a poker game right now in Infernal versus Infernal, and sometimes their hand comes up a little short there, as Blast just sending it the whole time. I think game 2 will end up on Secluded Grove. I believe that is our guaranteed.
Seems to be the pattern. Seems to be the pattern that we've been following.
So that is when both sides are able to get a lot more fiends off of the speed camps in each corner. 4 speed camps in total. Of course, the base is way further apart, but it doesn't really change the kind of style of the game, but it definitely allows you to get higher up the tech tree, at least, before we see everybody melting each other's faces off with Infest. So hopefully we have a little more variety in game 2. Though at the same time, like there's nothing stopping you from just getting one camp and sending it across. I think it was Manon talking about you can, because of the way the camps are laid out on Secluded Grove, there's trees right behind the speed camps. So you can just go through and now you're on your opponent's side. Just like that. Just through the trees. It's a little more roundabout than it is on Broken Crown, but at the same time, I haven't seen anyone utilizing it yet, so prime opportunity.
Especially with how many plays seem to center around getting those fiends off of the camps. It feels like it makes sense if you can go take that speed camp immediately and use that to get everything there faster with your few extra units. There's big potential, but it's definitely you can really see the infernal mirror matchup gets a little bit wonky, I think, with those early trades, because the infest and the bounce just creates it almost, it's like everybody's got grenades strapped to them at that point, where you're like, okay, one bad move and all of this falls apart very, very quickly.
Yeah, the brutes are just splitting themselves open in order to avoid getting
There's a fiend
infested.
inside me. The only way to kill it is to turn into 2 fiends. There you go.
The math checks out. And the only way to chase down the gaunts, because of course the fiends counter the gaunts, which counter the brutes, and the brutes are the only way to get the fiends. So here we are. And therefore everyone understands. I think everyone's got it from there.
It's
There's
rock,
else needs to
paper,
be
scissors,
explained.
right? It's right. Somebody once told me it was all very simple, and I just didn't.
It's like
understand
rock,
it,
paper,
so.
scissors all around you in a wind tunnel. All right.
Oh, okay.
That's what it feels like playing Infernal versus Infernal. Like you don't bring in the rock; they're just there. And
It's like one of those.
whoever makes it out.
It's the indoor skydiving setup where you and the other player are just both floating in a random glass tube or whatever with knives. I like it. I'll take it. It has that level of stress inducing just watching it, you know. I get nervous. I'm like, I just don't. It's hard. It feels like it's a little bit hard to tell, but
I think it's also the charge system on the Infernals means you don't have to be building units at a consistent rate. You can sometimes wait like a full minute without really wasting any charges, which a minute is a long time when you're fighting out in the center of the map. So sometimes players will add in like one brute, one gaunt, get an advantage, and then suddenly there's 4 more gaunts out of nowhere. And it's very hard to kind of keep track of all that before you're literally in the fight. So
yeah, I think it feels like the difference in that mechanic scouting wise is that typically you would if it was a Zerg, I guess, to draw this comparison for the 100th time, you would see the amount of larvae that they either have or that they don't have, and you could kind of use that to tell how many units they have or haven't been building. But since it's the charges
if they have
on the structures,
larva and they don't have, or they haven't taken the
yeah, exactly. So you can
it's
get
making
into
more
different
sense as time
degrees.
goes on.
Yeah, you can get
And
into
if you get
different
the
degrees
greater
of the
shrine,
impact.
then you're able to get the shroud stone early. So you got to factor in that secondary defense. And then, of course, if you're able to get a shadow flyer to take down their Doombringer, and then that brings them to the ground. Wait, can a shadow flyer attack a Doombringer on the ground? I don't think so.
I think it counts as a ground unit once it lands, right?
Yeah.
I think the only unit
this
that
has
the only
not
unit
become
that
relevant yet,
seems to occupy both of those spaces is the Weaver, right? The big boy, because I know he can see up cliffs, but I don't know if he can be attacked by anti-air. I haven't really. Nobody builds them. Nobody's made them against me, so I don't actually know. But I know that it's supposed to see above high ground, so that's my closest guess.
Yeah, they're just too unwieldy overall. Though
They're
it's a
very
cool,
slow.
cool mechanic. They have % damage per slap. But the problem is they do have to get close enough to slap things.
They don't.
So,
You don't get much slower than the Weaver. So
they're pretty good against buildings, but buildings don't run away. So there's that. They have that advantage. I'm not sure if we're going into more of this dramatic series as we can continue to break down Infernal versus Infernal, which we can go deeper down this particular rabbit hole.
We can go deep. We can go deeper.
Should we? That's
I
not
don't
really a question we
know.
need to ask.
I
That's not. We
Hope
should
you guys-
ask whether or not we
hope
should.
you guys have been having fun. We appreciate your patience, of course.
Thanks
Been
for
a lot
tuning in to EGC TV here on Twitch TV, and
That's
where we
right.
already saw some good GGs for absolutely free. Anything Is it your cup of tea?
I was trying to think of the next word to go to rhyme with, but you're a little quicker with these than me, Winter, today. I'll give you that. You know, my professionalism mode turns on too much when I'm like doing the quote unquote casting thing, and you're still bringing out the banter at the stream speed, and I have to admit I'm impressed, but I can't keep up. Because I'm programmed now to point out that we do have the overlay showing us as we are going to get into game number 2. Blas leading the series 1-0 over Kirus. Can't wait to see what happens in game number 2, Winter. And here we are, loaded in. We're ready to go. Can you believe it? And we're on the map. We're here. It looks like for game 2 on
map?
this one, we've found ourselves in Jagged Maw.
And there are 2 imps headed across the map. So that is off to a rambunctious start.
So turret for Shroudstone for one objective, and then he's just putting it towards the front of the natural. Okay, I was like, he's not going for the middle and doing something else like that.
We still got an imp out near the speed camp. Maybe gonna put a Shroudstone close enough. Kirus not doing any of the sort, just building everything in his base. Not very creative, I will say. Pretty explored straight. Well,
building stuff in your own base. Are you? What is
only
this?
Weak players do that.
2010? Are you kidding me?
Is he? Oh no! Don't do it.
No way. Is that
Can you kite it? I don't know if they get high ground vision if you attack it with a Shroudstone. They might be. Well, we'll just have to let it play out. But clearly, this is a dramatic gamble.
That is 2 very heavily armed deer and 2 very heavily armed chickens, Winter. I express a mild amount of concern for the Shroudstone rush on the level 3 siege camp, but we are either going to walk away from this game with our minds blown, or probably minds blown either way. I feel like sink or swim.
Yeah.
This will
melted or blown. Really, either way, whichever you like.
Exactly.
I've got all night. Okay, well, he's clear. Well, I would say he's clearly tried this before, but it might. Okay, so they do have vision of it, but is it enough to make the difference? Because obviously he's using the leash range to kite them back there. The deers, of course, unleashing their rocket-propelled grenades as they do. Meanwhile, the speed camp taken out by the Shroudstone and Blast. So he's gonna rack up those fiends early. If he can figure this out.
Does he take the vision camp and see this? What happens when he takes the vision camp and he sees this? He's be like, what the hell is going on, man?
You can't get there in time.
You can't. I didn't know you could do this. You could just take the siege camp at the very... Yeah, but doesn't getting it this early... Doesn't getting this early... Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, doesn't it mean he's just going to go all the way around the entire map, too? So...
He's just going to escort. It's an escort mission now. I gotta...
All right.
Protect the catapult. Save the catapult, save the game.
Yeah, and then the escort always they move just barely slower. They move barely faster than you do walking, but barely slower than you do running. It's the best. Oh, there you go. That's how you take the camps, baby.
He had to get his feeds out of the way immediately. Oh, the catapult is very adamant about
what is going to happen? What is going to happen here? This is
going to be terrible damage to both sides, I think. But that's one way to get the infest to come through pretty quick.
Scoops
so
a big
the catapult does not, you cannot control it. It automatically attack moves forward on the path to your opponent's base. But like you can kind of predict what it's going to do. So, well, oh no!
Oh, it's going after the vision camp! Oh, I guess this is the best opportunity that he would have to try and make a play on it here. It's kind of. Oh, he gets almost gets his own fiend there. Nice juicy shot, center mass of the Gaunts, and this is just gnarly, man. Like this, I love catapults. I've played a lot of Age of Empires. I love fast games. I played a lot of StarCraft, but this specific scenario we are witnessing is something I cannot comprehend. It is truly fascinating. So it's like the slow and painful. It's the slowest possible death. It's gonna take a while for this catapult to still get to his base, but what is he going to do in the interim?
Well, he's taking a shrine. I guess like you could use one fiend to just constantly draw the shots, and I think it can dodge it. Not like that, but He's kind of just letting it close in. Oh, and a Doombringer!
Ooh, so the catapult is almost bait now.
Oh my god,
So he will kill it. He will kill it, but there it is inside of the main. There's, you see the Fiend snowball off the Imps getting chunked by these Gaunts. So just, what an absolutely gnarly strategy this game out of Kirus. Is it going to work? Tough questions to find out. He's starting to get through the opposing Gaunts, though. So potentially tying things up for game 3 seems to be on the possibility list for Kirus. If Blas was able to hold on to the bases, we knew he had the economy going, but that was just devastating. He had to make so much just to deal with that catapult, and by the time he had anything to do it, boom, Doombringer in the main base. What a...
Well,
I think we did have our minds blown a little bit here.
The Superstone actually gunned down like 3 or 4 of the Gaunts, and now he just uses the inject to pop some more out. I think he's going to do another drop. But the Superstone at the natural here 100% saved the day. And it turned some of those Gaunts into Fiends as they were already infested. And, well, Kirus has expanded, but he has not been super focused on economy. So I think Blask still has more workers overall. And, well, the attack will continue. Just like Blask last game, Kirus is going to keep sending it across. He has a shrine on the way, but that's clearly not the major focus.
Yeah, he's going to keep getting the Fiends off of the meat farm anyway. And every time he comes down is what it looks like. So cleans that up. Going for the meat farm. Not going to try and push down the ramp immediately yet, but of course still has the option with the Doombringer to try and retreat. But that Superstone...
He has the stone. Yeah, I think it's off cooldown, but he might not have the energy. You can see the energy on each Shroud Stone, but he's losing the main. And if he doesn't have a shrine, he can't build a shrine, the stone near a shrine, which is a requirement. Oh, yeah, he doesn't have enough energy. You can see it on the Shroud Stone there. And that means he's going to lose his main, which is, believe it or not great economically.
That's a tough situation. Take the base much later than your opponent, but because of the commitment to the early aggression, he's still able to put that into something that eventually gets him a nice economic spot. So he's on 2 bases, is Kirus, and for Blask, it's just such an awkward game. He did the thing that seemed like the obvious move, went out, tried to do a little tower trick, get the speed camp, farm up a few dudes, but the siege guy is at his base immediately. And if I just want to make one compliment to Blask here, it's that he's still alive at all, because this is just such a crazy situation that can only happen in this game too. is something to point out. Not the type of strategical play that you could really get out of many other RTSs using the camp and a drop play like that. So he's done a good job holding on, but the Doombringer is still alive. He's still continuing to bring more pressure onto the economy. And I guess the question becomes, at what point do we see Blask feel like he's able to move out and try to do something?
The Shroud Stone actually dying to the Fiends, but he turns around at the last second, doesn't quite kill it. But, well, he's going to go for the siege camp again. And there's this awkward scenario where he's kind of fed him a bunch of Gaunts. So now Blask has... It's not good. It's clearly not great. Oh, yeah, that's... But... I'm trying to find a hidden eye. Oh, yeah, this is Siege Camp level 4, which means these are some incredibly dangerous chickens.
Yeah, got a lot of damage output coming from there. Continuing to clean them up, though. And then, of course, you've got to deal with the siege again, so...
Oh, he didn't pick it up?
See,
Every second counts on picking it up. He didn't actually get the catapult. You have to go pick it up after doing the camp. And he didn't do so. I think he just... No, he didn't pick it up yet.
Yeah, he's just loading up the drop while he's getting hit. And there's actually nothing at all in the natural for Kirus. So Blask is just going to yeet his Gaunts in, get a ton of Fiends to try to spawn in off of the Imps. But there's that defensive tower you were talking about, the Shadow. That Shadow Stone coming in. Big value. And Blask, maybe he got some work done, but all of his Gaunts are forfeit here. He sends the drop, by the way, to the main and sees that there's nothing there, so...
He never even picked up the catapult. What a power move. Well, probably the most direct usage of the camp so far. So, I think there was some more counterplay, but it's so weird to deal with.
It's tough. Like logically, logically, it's the slow siege guy in your mind. It's like, okay, you overwhelm it with the cheap, fast guys. But for Infernal, that's your fiends, which you're either getting from the camps infesting, or you're splitting your brutes, and your brutes aren't exactly cheap, and you only have a limited number of charges of those. So how do you approach trying to take that down? And maybe there's a moment to try and recognize that the catapult was left alone as long as it was. But at that point, you could also assume that it's bait and that he wants you to go out and dive it because his army's off to the side. So that's all. That's tough. That's hard.
I think you just draw its
I'm
fire.
personally not a huge fan of getting hit by those types of rushes, but you can really see how devastating it can be in a game like that.
Yeah, obviously not super fun to get beaten by an AI unit. But at the same time, I think there was some opportunity to try to draw it out because it will target, even if it's a fiend, it will target the nearest unit. Can send a unit out, kind of like dealing with Hellborn, where if they just A move like the catapult does, it'll just target that fiend. And maybe you can use it kind of like a siege tank or a Widowmine in StarCraft to draw the fire into their army. It's a lot easier said than done since their units are the same speed as yours and can easily box him out. But I think he handled it well, and that brings us to game number 3.
All right, we are loaded in, and we get. I mean, this little mix-up in terms of the map order is something that I like too, because you get the getting the one of the more normal maps for game 3. I think kind of gives us a little bit more interesting potential anyway. I'll say as the imps move out to start this one, and we've got Kirus in the top right as the red Infernal, and Blas as the blue one in the bottom left. So we expect to see more Shroudstone used to take the camps here, Winter.
Shroudstone or meat farm, yeah. And Shroudstone seems to be more popular, but you do need to build a meat farm, which is essentially your supply eventually. So some players will use it as part of the way to clear the camps. We'll see. We have that. Well, I'm not sure which one that is, but it's a smaller building. And starting things off. Yeah, both players just... Honestly, I'm not sure the reasoning for having some of these on the low ground besides just being a little bit faster. Well, he does go for the meat farm.
Just sends it out, and then you just kind of just build it as soon as you can afford it, but anywhere, kind of the vibe.
Yeah,
It's
just gets
definitely
there a little bit faster.
It's definitely an interesting approach because you look at other RTS games, and even when you have like map randomization and stuff, like there's some kinds of concepts that you're like, we're always going to try to be putting something this close to X target or whatever. But seeing because being out on the map is such a huge factor in Stormgate, there's not as much attention paid to that, because if you're building it out somewhere where it's more exposed, it's also closer to the camps. So if you can outplay your opponent, then a confident player is always going to want to put themselves in a position where they can be the first to contest it and give themselves that opportunity to get the outplay.
Also, kind of a side note is how the Fellhogs are a bit of a liability, as we saw last game in the base. If your meat farm is out on the map, they can't turn them into fiends in your own base and kill your imps with them.
True that. Because I actually don't build any of my meat farms in my own base. That's right. I've never had a hog turned into a fiend kill my own imps before.
Only once. All right, never again. But wow, he found the exact placement for the gaunt here, where the units will just kind of juggle back and forth without ever hitting it. And so far, well, easily able to take it out.
Nicely done. Start to snowball that up like we talk about. Get a few more fiends rolling. That speed camp on the northwest, he's got an eyeball on. Does Blask.
And he's gonna grind his way through it.
So you think when they get through this first set of camps, we'll watch them kind of mirror each other a little bit and then just slam everything they have into each other, most likely, or quick Doombringer again, perhaps?
If anybody can pick off a Gaunt or two, and maybe, I think you head across the map and you kind of give each other the side eye with the Fiends, and maybe if you find an opportunity, but it's relatively rare. And if you just send out the Fiends, you're not at risk of them being turned into Fiends against you, so it's a relatively low-risk situation, especially with that extra speed he had for a moment.
Yeah, getting just a little bit of a chase going, running around.
Wait, there's more.
Tower. He's got his gaunts coming from the left. Yeah, just a little back and forth there, right? Goes for the split on the retreat and just falling back for the time being, but very similar compositions. Not as many
There's-
brutes for Kirus.
There's no Shroud Stone. There's nothing, no real reliable defense. It's going to come down to Micro. The Gaunts bouncing through. He pre-splits, makes sure that Fiend doesn't get turned against him. Another set of Gaunts coming through. I'm not sure if he injected the Conclave, but definitely a lot more Gaunts popping out for Kirus here. And the Fiends on both sides are starting to grind through. The Gaunt count is lowering dramatically, and the Fiends are increasing proportionately. But it looks like the Defenders' advantage in the form of more production will pay off here, and Kirus holds the line for now.
Yeah, gotta be careful about that overextending potential. There's the split on the escape, as you've astutely pointed out, Winter, and he does have a Shroud Stone at home, so a few less units. Okay, take the defensive stance. Not necessarily a huge deal. He can move back out and take the Vision Camp one more time. And we get our, I guess this is our second series now that we've had go to the third game. So I think it's always an interesting kind of conversation that comes up about the way that players prepare against each other. I love that you brought up like the best of one nature of the ladder. Like nobody's ever gone to play a big tournament and just not known a single thing at all about their opponents, right? You have usually some level to prepare, or you can make an adjustment in between games. So now that we're getting to see more of a tournament type of environment, and especially the series go a little longer, it's kind of fun to see that level of respect that builds up for what you think you can get away with, what you can't. And the fact that, for example, Kirus, he's not building the Shroud, he's not rushing the Shroud Stone. He doesn't feel like he needs it for whatever reason. And Blas, he was, it's not something that he's like, okay, I probably can skip this even though I threw some units. So he's like, no, okay, I'm gonna dial it back a little bit and not risk it here.
Well, speaking of risking it, Kirus he cuts through with the Imp, and just as the Doombringer comes out, he uses the Speed Camp. It doesn't matter who's there, but instead, the speed is definitely helping out. He's going to be able to close the distance immediately. Looks like that's a Super Stone, though. Going to work his way through the Gaunts. Good targeting, or, well, they just got too close. And this attempted backstab attack, not incredibly successful, but the Imps are not mining at the natural base there. And I know Kirus has plenty of workers back at home. So as long as he doesn't lose a fight decisively, I think this is still a win for him.
Yeah, it's an awkward way that plays out. That he's right as he's trying to take the Doombringer out. That's right at the moment that the attack shows up. And normally you can at least say, well, the Doombringer gives you the Shroud, but it's next to your base, so you already have Shroud. Not really
And
much of a
so
factor.
does he as well.
Yeah, that too goes both ways. So kind of just jockeying around the Ethereum deposit outside of his base. Not really much going on there though, and a whole lot of production, I'm assuming, getting slammed down inside of Kirus's base back home, getting himself set up and ready for the next phase of this one while he takes his third.
Yeah, I don't know how much we've seen. There is an upgrade for the Gaunts that allows them to trade HP for movement speed. I wonder where we've seen that before, but that is a later game tech. I don't see too many people use it because usually you don't want the Gaunts chasing things on their own. Oh my god.
Is he gonna get it? Yeah.
Cancel that. Yeah.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal shutdown on the third then for
So squishy.
for Kirus. It feels weird because you're like, some of the units take so long to die, and then when you get a couple of units on a building that's under construction, you're like, well, these actually are not quite that armored, huh? So
The Fiends have a lot of DPS. They take things out very quickly. I think they might actually do more outright damage than a Gaunt, just single target. But of course, they have to close the distance. They don't have much HP, but you cannot underestimate their damage output, especially when they're just on their own doing the damage themselves. 2 base versus 2 base is where we end up. But taking the shrine to the north is Blas. That little hidden shrine, which of course once Magmadons are on the field becomes a lot less hidden. But neither player able to get a distinct economic advantage. So that means we're going to move into the magma phase. And it's unclear who has the advantage.
It's gonna get wild. Actually the Doombringer goes into the cone of that vision tower right as he takes it. So Kirus has the awareness of where the Doombringer is, and since we know it's not like necessarily all or nothing, but you're not doing piecemeal pick up and drop type play. So whether you're gonna commit with that or not is definitely something that is always going to be a decision that has to be made one way or the other. Blas does have that third that you mentioned in the hidden forest, and he's kind of set up a staging ground at one of the more obvious direct paths forward. There's still, of course, that south side that he could end up getting attacked from where the Ethereum is, but not feeling as concerned about that. And I guess for Kirus, maybe he just doesn't feel like he can go out on the map because of the Doombringer. He's just waiting for him to at least show his hand and try to use it. And there it is, over in the natural, getting a couple of the imps immediately. Targets 1 or 2 down, gets a few fiends, lifts up, and actually the fiend ends up taking one of the slots. So there is a Gaunt that's left behind.
Well, at the end of the day, not too much damage, but yeah, keeping him bottled up there, as you mentioned. And it's more scouting than it is really attempting to get critical damage done to the economy. You force them to show their hand somewhat when you drop that many units out. And it feels like Blas has kind of taken a lot of the map and taken control of the situation as Kirus has backed off and given it to him. You know, getting the speed camp. I'm surprised we haven't seen any Magmadons yet, but I think that should be the defining character. Oh, well, something took down. I can see on the mini-map, there's a significant lack of trees near the center, so I believe we have some Magmadons on the field.
That guy looks opened up. Looks opened up a little bit for taking that center base, and that is the cash money base of this map. So there you go. There's your Magmadons and a couple of fiends running around the north side, maybe trying to see if there's anything that they can get their paws on. As the expansion was taken again by Kirus, so that's the one. It's closer to your main base, but you have this really wide angle that it's exposed by, right? So if you take the hidden one, then as you pointed out, without the Magmadon, there's not too much pressure you can put on. But also, he up until this moment where he was aware of it, he was never going to accidentally run into it either. So you kind of have to deliberately check that spot. And he's going to open it up on his side.
We're opening up the arena. All right, the center of the map
Coliseum.
will probably be the point we end up clashing if both these players have their way. Ideally, one of them is able to get the jump on the other, but it's clear neither player. It's that game 3 aspect where you don't want to be the first one to take the bad fight, right? And that's what it really feels like. They're both just sitting back, and I don't know if I've ever seen anyone max out at the 300 supply we can go up to, but this might be the closest we see today.
We're about to find out. We're about to find out, I think, is the case here, Winter. As there's just a lot of Gaunts, a lot of Magmadons coming in here too. Still like having the Doombringer as the option. Now that I've seen the bunker micro in and out of it on the ground, I'm a little bit more of a believer that just having that with your force, whether it's for the Shroud or just somewhere to tuck a unit in for a second that's getting target fired, is very nice. He's continuing to clear out the trees around the center position with the Magmadons, and that's probably one of my favorite aspects of this game, and things that especially kind of rings true from the Age of Empires stuff we were talking about earlier. But just being able to have such a huge effect on what the layout of the map is over time, that you can kind of create these spaces to have these engagements if you want. It's just awesome to see.
And here we go. Both sides lining up. It's going to be Blas, who already has the Shroud Stone here. Not a big difference. And he's actually bashed his way through. Throws out the Infest. We've got the tramples on both sides. Stomp it around. If the Hellborns are able to target the backline Gaunts, that could make all the difference. The Magmadons having it out in the front, and both sides forced to retreat as the Magmadons essentially boxing out the ranged units on each army.
The Gaunts retreated so deep into a huge concave in the inside of the center base. So you're talking about whether he was going to be able to keep the Hellborn safe in the back. Some of the Fiends did try to go for a little bit of a flank on this spot, but as the Magmadon count reduces, the Gaunts are going to go for the chase. They can't run away too easily, but there's a lot of firepower still with this. Another Magmadon is going to come out of the back for Kirus, going for his big infest all over the Gaunts of his opponent and looking for that opportunity. Just 1 or 2 big shots to try and snowball, but it doesn't look like it's going to show itself. Just 1 or 2 more. Hellborn's trying to throw this back as the Magmadon stomps through. But there is not a lot else here for Kirus. Reinforcements come in for Blas. There's another huge wave of Gaunts. And again, it's all about the Magmadon, as you pointed out, just trying to hold it down.
Yeah, the Magmadon count for Blast is clearly higher here. And now he's able to take the center of the map. He still only has 3 bases to fall back on. It's not, it's bad, obviously, here. But it's not necessarily game ending if he's still able to find a big fight. But once you have this sort of magma lead, obviously you have map control. You can take that center of the map, and with it, the double Luminite and Therium mines. So I think Kirus is going to have 1 shot, possibly 1 opportunity. And if he's able to capture it, that might be enough. But otherwise, Blask should be able to carry this through to a potential victory.
Well, perhaps may he pray that he doesn't let it slip. As you mentioned, he's taken a huge map control. The center base now under construction for him as well. As he continues to steamroll his way forward, it's just going to be it's a tough force to stop now. He's just got so much left over, and fighting defensively, being on the defensive side in any fight against Infernals always feels a little extra painful, just because of those hogs, those imps that get turned into the extra fiends, and really makes it feel like when you go from barely losing a fight to losing it real badly. Just can be absolutely brutal, but he is going to show a little bit of respect and step off for a second. Dragon comes in from the outside, so goes for the infest breath, and of course it has that later ability to try to breathe it back in and damage everything infested. So looking for a huge turnaround play off of effectively the tier 3 here for the Infernal. Gets most of the white health removed, steps back, going to continue to try and just play with the range against this, and Kirus is actually chunking out a huge portion of this army, Winter.
Yeah, the Magmadons, the highest single target damage for the Infernals is the Dragon here. And he's targeting down the Magmadons, and the extra fiends he gets from the Dragon Aura, where the Infest does essentially double duty, and he gets 2 fiends per infested unit, has allowed him, well, this is that one shot, all right? The Dragon comes in like a plot device in order to turn the entire game.
The door opened just the tiniest fraction of a millimeter, and Kirus stuck his foot in there real quick. He is going for it all right now. This center base is crucial economically speaking. More breath coming out from the Dragon, though, as he continues to fall back. And you talk about the mirror, he's getting the white health restored on his opponent's shroud too. So things to keep in mind is just it becomes the really powerful anchor for the force. But again, that 4th base for Blas, he can't just walk away and let him have this and be behind. It's not going to go well for him. It's not a single base. It's got all the economic provisions of 2 full expansions. Can't just let that go. Now we have the Dragon on the other side. We're Game of Thrones now, boys.
All right, some dragon. Technically, you can have multiple dragons, though it is a 5-minute cooldown.
I've heard that is against the law, though, so you gotta be careful. Be a little careful.
Well, dragons can rewrite the law.
They get a little less cool when you have more of them, all right? We all know that. It's like ninjas, okay? All right, it's just the way it goes. One dragon, badass. 10, not so much.
They do so much damage. Pretty much nothing can touch the dragon except for the other dragons at this stage of the game. The ground army is pounding through as the dragon wars continue. And Blas doesn't really have enough left over. He's got 1 Magmadon. Couple more coming up. They keep piloting both sides. The Dragon trying to target the other Dragon. The Dragon on Dragon action. I need to stop saying the word Dragon, but I just can't stop.
Yeah, at this point, you could say he's just dragging his army across the map trying to finish this one, but those Dragons are definitely getting in the way, Winter. Just continuing. So many fiends now with the army. That buff on the Infest is fascinating to watch come to fruition. Kirus was in a really tough spot. It looked like he was maybe going to be taken out, but he's managed to turn a few units into quite a bit. But of course, that other Dragon, the further in that he goes, that shoot turns quickly again. But now he's coming in. His Dragon's fighting from the outside. His Blast. The whole army is just completely scattered all across the place. The Magmadons are getting surrounded, chewed down by the fiends. Dragon for Blas is dead, however. So for Blas, this is the big reestablishment opportunity. Kirus did take a 4th base while this was happening. Superstone goes up, it comes down, and oh my gosh, we've got an absolute brutal bloodbath. Still have Magmadon stomping into the natural of Blas does Kirus. He is pushing as hard as he possibly can for a resolution here, but it's still gonna be so tough to deal with the Dragon.
He just keeps bringing that health back up with the breath wave ability, and the Gaunts just don't have the damage. He was so close with the Superstone. I don't even see any HP on the Dragon there. It's within 1 bar, which I think 1 more shot would have done it, but he's now pushing through into the production. There's just not enough for Kirus has turned it all the way around and across the entire map, and probably the most dramatic and drawn-out fight we've seen today, and it was Infernal versus Infernal. I guess tier 3 units are pretty interesting, Nathanius.
Yeah. Turn the tide in such a way, and for a game 3 mirror matchup, I don't think it gets too much more exciting than that for this stage of the game. That was awesome. We really got to see a bit of everything come out on the Infernal side this time. We had that discussion about Vanguard earlier, but you could really see it. It's so expensive to get that too. It's like, was it 500 of each resource or something ridiculous? Tons of energy from the top bar. So to get that unit represents like a monumental investment across the entire course of the game, because I don't even think there's any feasible functional way that you could try to rush it out. It's something you only get in this kind of situation, and it's awesome to see it get used like that.
There, and an epic cap off to what I believe will be our last series of the day. Well, we're not going to top that, so good place to a good place to leave it. But it looks like pretty much everything is wrapped up to the top 64. There were so many. I think it was over 500 people signed up for this tournament. They didn't make it. All right, we're down to about 64, and that's going to be happening tomorrow. So thank you for casting with me, Nathanius. Thank you for well, this was, and it only got more exciting with time as the games got better and the higher level players, at least more experienced players, were able to show off. I'm more interested than I was to start, and I was already pretty invested.
Yeah, I have to say, we don't hang out a lot, Winter, so it's kind of cool, right? It's kind of cool to get to do something with you, one of my StarCraft boys, and in a new game, which we got to see some mind-blowing things, some spaghetti spilled, but also some great achievements. The only other thing I want to make sure to mention is that we tomorrow we're playing down to the final 8, so we're going to be back on tomorrow, be some new people coming in and cast, and I'll be on the second half again, I think, tomorrow with Behemoth. But aside from that, it starts at 15 GMT. I am not the expert on time zones on the other side of the Atlantic, so I'm just going to leave it there. 15 GMT.
Eastern, so really early.
Yeah, about 9 a.m. Eastern then. So I'm just going to say thank you all for tuning in so much. We really appreciate it. We hope you enjoyed the show, and we'll see you next time.